Chapter 121. Why don't you stay here and rest for a while? I'm going out real quick, Zachary muttered. Jasper took a sip of the coffee the servant brought him. The pure blue mountain coffee produced in Jamaica was a good coffee that could hardly be found in any other ordinary coffee shops out there. Nevertheless, Jasper missed his plain tea that cost $50 a pound more. Jasper was not surprised by the considerations Zachary mentioned. He had just formed an alliance with the laws. Even though the laws recognized his status and ability, taking into consideration his crude oil futures record as well. This was the first time $1 billion in funds was involved. No one could afford to bear the responsibility if there was a loss. As the law's current person in charge, Zachary needed to be cautious. After Zachary got out of the study, he went upstairs straight away and knocked on Old Master Law's door. "Come in." Old Master Law's voice carried a trace of weariness. When Zachary entered the room, he saw his daughter Anna massaging Old Master Law's shoulders and recounted what just happened. "He's that confident?" Old Master Law raised his eyelids and asked. Zachary let out a bitter smile. "I've never seen anyone with so much confidence when it comes to capital market forecasts. What do you think?" Old Master Law asked lightly. "If this fails, Dad, let's not talk about the loss we're going to suffer when the public opinion is already unfavorable enough to the laws. If this problem crops up, it might affect other businesses of the laws." Zachary stated his concerns. Harbor City's four giants were all wealthy families with a net worth of well over several hundreds of billions of harbor dollars. Even after conversion to U.S. dollars, it was still well over $10 billion in assets. The laws could easily bear the loss of several billion harbor dollars. The problem, however, was that this sequence of bad news would affect other businesses of the laws, which would then trigger a domino effect, resulting in more losses. This would shake the law's foundation. Ever since the laws suffered a loss of $9 billion harbor dollars that year, their investments had since failed more than they succeeded. There were numerous people who were pessimistic about them. The laws were in desperate need of a victory to defend themselves. The laws could not afford to lose, not only in money but also in reputation. The silence in the room had turned the air stagnant. "Grandpa, Dad, I have something to say," Anna said. Old Master Law smiled and said, "Go on then." "I'm listening." Anna thought for a moment and said, "You once said before that the business field is filled with people who are trying to outweed others. But those who have managed to grow their business must not have a lack of trust toward others. This is a partnership between people. Now that we have chosen Jasper as our ally, that means we value him, and naturally, he values us even more. This is the first suggestion he has made, and he knows better than us how important this suggestion is. If this fails, then this will have an adverse effect on our subsequent alliances and cooperations, so he will be more worried about failing than us." Anna said with a smile. "Under circumstances like these, he still gave the advice anyway, so I think we should muster the courage of the laws." After she said those words, Old Master Law let out a smile and patted the back of Anna's hand that was resting on his shoulder. He said, "Good girl, you have said the things I wanted to hear." With that, Old Master Law got up and said to Zachary, "You've lived for more than 40 years, yet aren't as discerning as your own daughter. Why, when the laws are in your hands, did you turn so apprehensive all of a sudden? Do you think you can support the laws yourself when I'm no longer around one day?" Zachary looked slightly embarrassed but also quite pleased at the same time. Onlookers saw most of the game. After his daughter's reminder, Zachary understood the stakes involved and made his choice. Chapter 122. After more than 10 minutes, Zachary returned. "Jasp, we will do as you say, but we need you to guide our traders." Zachary got straight to the point. "Let's not waste any time and get straight into it," Jasper said. Zachary nodded and immediately ordered someone to set up the system. Therefore, Jasper started a video conference with the law's traders in Zachary's study. "This is Mr. Lane. From now on, I need you to obey his orders unconditionally." After speaking to the traders, Zachary stepped aside. The traders exchanged glances with each other, obviously a little confused. One of the men who looked like a manager asked hesitantly, "Mr. Law, are you dissatisfied with our partnerships?" Zachary said, "There's nothing to be dissatisfied about. Our investment strategy has changed now, so just do as I say. You will still get your commission as usual." Having said that, Zachary motioned to Jasper to start giving his orders. Jasper, who had been watching the trend of the Hansel Index, looked up and said, "Immediately close the position according to the current situation." What Jasper meant was to sell all trading orders on hand and acknowledge all losses. However, the first order that Jasper made confused the traders greatly. The manager was dumbfounded, saying, "If we close the position now, we will lose more than $200 million. More than $200 million. You're a mainlander, right? Even after converting to summer dollar, it's still more than 200 million summer dollars. I said to close the position immediately." Jasper raised his voice. The stock market changed rapidly, with the index fluctuating every second. Jasper would never allow anyone to waste a good opportunity talking nonsense. The manager grimaced and said, "Are you insane, little boy?" Jasper turned his head to look at Zachary. This time, his tone was no longer polite as he said sternly, "Mr. Law, I need a trader team that will obey me fully." Zachary looked at the manager coldly and said, "Gordon Liam, Mr. Lane's words are mine. Do you understand?" Gordon gritted his teeth and glared at Jasper through the screen. His heart was filled with extreme disdain. This young boy was at most in his 20s. The Laws must be mad to hire a boy like him to direct the traders. However, Gordon was not brave enough to disobey Zachary. Hence he could only clench his teeth and say, "I understand." Seeing this, the traders started closing down the Law's 1 billion transaction orders. "We have closed the position successfully. We've suffered a paper loss of 248.64 million Haber dollars with 741.36 million Harbor dollars left," a trader reported. Zachary grimaced. Although he had already prepared himself for this, he was still annoyed when he heard the numbers. Pending orders, Hansel Index, direction, bullish and going long, 17,980 points, full position. Jasper locked his fingers together and placed them under his chin, staring at the screen while giving his second order. Zachary's mouth twitched. The market trend was falling, but as soon as Jasper removed the previous transactions, he planned to go long immediately. Even though he was already mentally prepared for operations like that, he was still filled with apprehension nonetheless. From the market trend's perspective, he was going against the market completely. Gordon could not help it anymore and roared furiously. "Motherf asterisk Kerr. Do you even know the stock market at all?" Chapter 123. Gordon pointed at the market and sniggered. "This market is obviously choppy and declining." "Motherf asterisk Kerr. You're actually calling me to go long right now? If the market goes up today, kid, I'll take my underwear off and eat it." "Mr. Law, we may not be the first in Harbor City, but we have served numerous aristocratic families in the past. We had a pretty pleasant time working together before this, but now this little boy suddenly pops out of nowhere speaking all kinds of nonsense. Is he burning the Law's money like paper for fun?" Gordon looked at Zachary with a cold expression as Zachary remained silent. Even a 3-year-old can tell that he's going against the market. "You may end up losing $1 billion. "Mr. Law," Jasper said lightly. Zachary looked over. "I suggest you cut off all partnerships with Mr. Liam immediately." Jasper's cold and firm orders entered Gordon's ears clearly. Gordon was so furious his lungs nearly exploded. He let out a scornful laugh. "You be asterisk starred. You think you're so great, huh? Motherf asterisk Kerr. Who do you think you are? I, Gordon Liam, am famous amongst all the traders in Harbor City." "Gordon?" Zachary raised his eyelids and stared at Gordon, who was still chattering nonstop. "From now on, the Laws will stop all partnerships with you, so please shut up right now. As for the other traders, do as Mr. Lane says. If I hear one more word of nonsense, I'll take this to your boss, Harrison Ziegler." Zachary's position was perfectly clear, and his words silenced the entire team of traders. Everyone turned to look at Gordon. Gordon's expression looked extremely ghastly and awkward. He did not expect Zachary to actually go nuts and be so dead set on listening to Jasper's command. Gordon's mouth began to twitch, then he sneered and said, "Okay, Mr. Law. That's your money. Do whatever you want." Gordon did not lose his rationality, no matter how furious he was. In Harbor City, Very few dared to go against the laws, not to mention Zachary, the second-generation patriarch. Gordon did not leave either and simply stood by to watch. He would like to see the exciting changes on their faces when Zachary blew up his account. "Do you need me to repeat my previous command?" Jasper asked coldly. The trader stopped talking nonsense and got straight to work. A split second later, a massive long position order hit the Hansel Index. Although the amount reached nearly 800 million, it was only a drop in the ocean for the entire Hansel stock index, hence it did not cause a stir at all. However, many people noticed the massive order and ridiculed this silly man who had too much money to spare for going against the market when the market was going down. Meanwhile, in Harrington Capital's office, Harbor City's top-notch financial investment company, is someone bucking the market and going long? Wallace Langdon, the man who made it to the list of the richest men in Europe 4 years ago, watched the market trend with great interest. Although the richest man in Europe had now changed to Joe, whose last name was also Langdon, no one dared to underestimate Wallace's ability. Interesting. I wonder which company in Harbor City is this? Or perhaps a foreign investor? Wallace pondered and picked up the phone on the desk before muttering into it. "It's me. Someone has started trading. Don't waste any more time. Release the news. It's going to be a rough night." Having said that, Wallace hung up the phone, leaned back in the executive chair, and squinted his eyes to look at the massive order buried in the vast sea of transaction data. At the same time, in the law study, "Are you confident?" Zachary asked. Jasper thought he was worried and said with a smile, "Of course." Zachary nodded and said in a deep voice, "Since you're so confident, I can bring in another 2 billion within 10 minutes. Though Jasper knew that the laws were rich, he was still shocked by Zachary's generosity. He was just about to say something when the market fluctuated. "It's too late." Jasper stared fixedly at the market and burst out laughing. "The market has already begun." As soon as Jasper said those words, Zachary turned over immediately to look and saw the telecommunication services sector leading the gain. They were driving the electronic technology sectors with it, causing them to skyrocket at once. The skyrocketing of individual stocks drove the sector, and several sectors were driven at the same time, which caused the market to soar immediately. Hansel Index jumped from 17,979 points to more than 10 points. From the market perspective, it looked like a giant dragon lying flat on its belly, raising its head ever so slightly. "Hurry, switch to the economy channel on the TV," Jasper hastened to say. There was no servant in the study, so Zachary took action immediately after hearing what Jasper said. He took on the role of a servant and switched on the TV, changing the channel to the economy channel. Although Jasper did not understand Harbor City's language, he could roughly make out what the host was saying from looking at the pictures on the screen. The U.S. NASDAQ and the New York Stock Exchange have hit all-time highs. The internet industry has contributed a lot to this huge wave of rising prices. The stock markets of countries around the world have risen due to the U.S. stock market's influence. Will Harbor City's Hansel Index break through the 18,000-point mark by taking advantage of the positive news in the global stock market? We have invited our stock review experts specifically. The market was still soaring. Harbor City's financial market was extremely sensitive. At this critical moment, the Harbor City government suddenly released a piece of news. Harbor City government will, with the support from mainland, introduce a series of policies beneficial to the stock market development. The Hansel Index had already accumulated enough momentum to start with and broke through the 18,000-point mark with the help of this news. Both long and short parties launched a fierce offensive around the 18,000-point mark, and a massive amount of funds gathered in the Hansel Index market with tens to hundreds of millions of transactions per second. Driven by the good news, Zachary held his racing heart and stared at the screen. They had broken through the 18,000-point mark. The dragon is about to raise its head. Jasper lowered his head, took a sip of Blue Mountain, and chuckled. At this moment in the video conference, the face of Gordon, who had been waiting to see Jasper make a fool of himself and for Zachary to regret his decision, turned pale. He stared fixedly at the market as if he had lost his soul. How could it be? It has only been a few minutes. He buys long and the market actually rises? It can't be. Not only did he win all the previous losses, but he even made an extra 100 million. How did he predict it? Gordon broke out in a cold sweat at the sight of Jasper, who remained ridiculously calm at the moment. Chapter 124. I should have mobilized the funds sooner and make an extra 1 billion. Zachary put on a pitiable expression. Jasper said calmly, "This is just the appetizer. There will soon be another wave, and that will be your chance to earn a fortune. However, not many can laugh when that happens." Zachary looked at Jasper with mixed emotions and said, "I really wonder if you can foresee the future." This was not the first time Jasper had heard similar words. Winnie Schuler and Dawson Schuler had said similar things. With a chuckle, Jasper stood up and said, 18,000 point is an important threshold. Since you have broken through that threshold, it will continue to rise for at least a few days. When it's around 18,400 points, you can then choose to close the position. Okay, I will let the rest know. Zachary nodded. Right now in the financial sector, he had zero doubts when it came to Jasper's words. "Mr. Liam, do you want me to wait for you to take off your underwear?" Jasper asked, looking at the dazed-looking Gordon on the screen. Gordon came back to his senses, his complexion alternating between blue and white. He opened his mouth and was about to speak when Jasper had already walked out of the study. Gordon felt even more aggrieved now. He could tell that the young boy had not taken him seriously from the start. Zachary glanced at him and said coldly, "Hand in your resignation to Harrison yourself. You can at least find a job in another company that way. If I do it for you, then you should probably get ready to leave Harbor City for good." Having said that, Zachary turned around and walked off without taking a look at the ghastly-looking Gordon. At the Law's dinner table were exquisite and distinct dishes, all a perfect combination of color, aroma, taste, and appearance. Zachary recounted the incident that happened that afternoon. Although Old Master Law and Anna already knew about the investment, they did not expect the result to come out so soon. It was one in which they seized a total victory, too. When the market closed just now, we already had $300 million of paper profit. Not only did we make up for our previous loss of over $200 million, but we also made an extra $100 million. According to JASP, if we hit the 18,400 point mark, then our profit will hit around 600 to 700 million. As Zachary spoke, he could not help but look at Jasper in admiration. How could it possibly be so easy to earn profits in this world? When he thought about it, the Laws were a big family that owned major industries as well, but making a net profit of 6 to 7 billion was simply no easy feat. Not to mention Jasper did it with just a cup of coffee. The capital market carries risks. Profit can come very quickly, but go even quicker. If I wasn't really confident about this, then I wouldn't have done anything at all, Jasper said with a smile. Old Master Law nodded and said, "Yes, it's important to look at the profit, but even more so at the risks involved." As Old Master Law said those words, he glanced at Zachary and asked, "Where's Henry?" Next to him, Anna replied, "He went out and said he'll come home late." Old Master Law snorted and said, "Henry is 2 years older than Jasp, but look at the difference between them." Zachary said with a sullen expression, "I'll make sure to discipline him well. You've disciplined him for more than 20 years now. Do you see any improvements yet?" Old Master Law was obviously a little displeased. "Jasp, can I ask you for a favor?" Upon hearing what Old Master Law said, Jasper hastened to say, "Please go ahead, Old Master Law. I will try my best to help you as long as it is within the scope of my abilities. During your time in Harbor City, bring Henry along with you and teach him so he can learn a thing or two from you." Old Master Law made an astonishing statement. Jasper did not expect Old Master Law to make this request at all. The face of Henry, the trust fund baby, popped up in his mind, and he suddenly let out a wry smile. "That's a huge challenge for me, Old Master Law." Chapter 125. You don't have to do anything. Let him follow you and be influenced by you. Let him see what a truly outstanding peer looks like. Tell him I'm the one who made the arrangements. And if he doesn't listen to you, come to me. Jasper looked at Zachary, hoping that he could say something for him. In the end, Zachary nodded his head appreciatively. Yes, it's time that kid faces the world. Failing to get Zachary to help him, he pondered and said, "If that's the case, Old Master Law and Mr. Law, I'll give you my word for now, but I must make it clear that young Master Law and I don't get along very well. so we might have some conflicts with each other. Zachary said, "Rest assured about this. Anna will come with you." Henry is most afraid of Anna and will listen to everything she says. And if he doesn't, come to me or old Master Law. Spare the rod and spoil the child. We can't let Henry go on living his life like this any longer. After obtaining Zachary's reassurance, Jasper picked up the glass and smiled. "Here's a toast to the three of you. Thank you for your hospitality." Grand Old Master Law laughed, picked up his glass, and said, "Okay, we hope you've thoroughly enjoyed yourself." Old Master Law was getting on in years, and he left the venue to rest while they were still having their meal. Zachary drank a little more with Jasper before going back to work. As the person in charge of the big Law family, Zachary was much busier than what outsiders thought. According to Anna, there were only 2 out of 10 days when Zachary would eat at home. After dinner, Anna sent Jasper to the hotel. This time, Anna drove her own car, a brand new Porsche 911. In Harbor City's circle of trust fund babies, this car was already very low-key. Sitting in the car, Anna turned around and asked Jasper, "Mind if I ask you a question?" "Go ahead." "What would you have done if your investment failed today?" Anna asked. Jasper smiled and said, "I haven't thought about your question, actually. I knew that I wouldn't fail." "Is that confidence or arrogance?" Anna asked with slight interest. Jasper chuckled and shrugged, saying, "If I win, then that's confidence. If I lose, then that's arrogance." Mandarin Oriental Hotel. It was the most luxurious hotel in Harbor City that specialized in receiving important foreign dignitaries. The most luxurious imperial suites here would cost more than $1 million Harbor dollars per night. This time, Jasper stayed in this said imperial suite, and that just showed how much the Laws valued him. The Laws booked the room for Jasper for half a month. Anna and Jasper had just arrived downstairs of the hotel when they heard the harsh sound of a car braking. A Lamborghini pulled over domineeringly in the middle of the road with its window rolled down. A young and handsome face was staring expressionlessly at Jasper. "Who is this person, Anna?" the man sitting in the Lamborghini asked coldly. "My friend." Anna frowned. She then turned around and smiled at Jasper. "Should I take you upstairs?" Jasper could tell that Anna clearly did not want to have anything to do with this young man and said in a considerate manner, "Yes, please." Anna chuckled and walked into the hotel lobby with Jasper. The car door opened upward, and Zane Lancaster got out of the car, rushing into the lobby with a gloomy expression to catch up with the two. "I don't care who you are, but I'm warning you, stay away from Anna," Zane said coldly, staring fixedly at Jasper. Chapter 126. "He's my friend, Zane. Show some respect." Anna's face was covered in frost as she stood beside Jasper without hesitation and chided Zane. Zane brushed the tip of his nose, paying no heed to Anna's words. When he swept his gaze at Jasper's luggage with an air freight label, his expression changed slightly. "You're from the mainland?" Zane sneered. "It turns out you're from the mainland. No wonder I've never seen you around here. What's wrong? Trying to come here and make a fortune? If you want to make money, we can give you some, but you need to know your place. Harbor City is nothing like your poor mainland. You hear me? I thought that most of the young people in Harbor City are knowledgeable, have class, and are talented like Anna. Turns out it isn't the case," Jasper said faintly. Even in 2020, there were still many self-opinionated people who thought they were superior and thus looked down on mainlanders just because they were from Harbor City. Zane's complexion changed as he raged. "Hey, mainlander, who are you calling ignorant and having no class? How dare a mainlander like you say that I have no class? I'm referring to the one who's mad about this." Jasper shrugged. Having said that, Jasper turned his head and said to Anna, "Let's go upstairs. There's no need to waste time on a man like that." Zane stared at Jasper with cold eyes and let out an angry smile. "You think you can do whatever you like just because you're friends with Anna? I can easily squash a mainlander like you to death." As Zane said that, he looked at Anna and said, "Anna, you're a member of the Laws, Harbor City's aristocratic family. Hanging out with a mainlander like that will only make you look inferior." Anna glanced at Zane and said, "I think I'll look inferior when I hang out with someone like you." Having said that, Anna smiled at Jasper and said, "Let's go upstairs." "Ignore him." He watched sullenly as the two figures disappeared into the elevator. Zane clenched his fists and slowly loosened them. It was obvious that he was in a state of great anger. Just then, Zane heard someone cursing outside the door. "Mother asterisk cur, whose darn car is parked in the middle of the road. Does this be asterisk starred have a death wish?" Already surging with great fury, Zane turned around and rushed outside. When he walked out of the hotel, Zane saw a young man smashing the window of his Lamborghini with a crowbar. Though when he saw the man's face, Zane suppressed his rage immediately. "Young Master Law?" When Henry heard his name, he turned around to look with a sullen expression. When he saw Zane, he pointed at the Lamborghini and asked, "This car is yours?" Zane nodded. He glanced at Henry's Ferrari F12 that was currently sitting in the middle of the road because the Lamborghini was in his way. He looked slightly awkward all of a sudden. "I smashed it. Do you have anything to say about that?" Henry said with a grin. Zane let out a dry smile. "You're too polite, young Master Law." When he saw how wise Zane was, Henry patted him on the shoulder and said, "I didn't know this is your car, plus I'm in a bad mood today. I'll treat you to dinner later." "In a bad mood?" Zane looked at Mandarin Oriental Hotel before him and asked, "Are you in a bad mood because of that man who's with your sister?" Henry's expression sank as soon as he heard what he said. He had received Zachary's call earlier. Zachary wanted him to follow Jasper and learn from him. Henry exploded on the spot. Zachary, however, was unbending. He had also told him that this was old Master Law's idea. Chapter 127. When Henry heard that, he stopped clamoring at once. He knew that there must be a limit to his mischief. As an aristocratic family, the Laws had the strictest parenting style among other top-notch aristocratic families in Harbor City. The seniors in the family had all been displeased with his behavior from a long time ago. Nevertheless, asking Henry to listen to the mainlander was worse than killing him. Henry was about to make a trip to Mandarin Oriental Hotel to warn Jasper against assuming unwanted authority when he bumped into Zane downstairs. "You met him?" Henry did not answer, but instead asked a question. Zane nodded and scowled. "He seems to be very close to Anna." Henry smiled when he saw how envious and furious Zane was. Many of these rich and noble trust fund babies in Harbor City were interested in his sister. Zane was only one of them, one that was more cowardly too. Zane's father, Bob Lancaster, had only 4 listed companies under his name. He could not even squeeze his way into the list of the top 10 tycoons in Harbor City. To put it nicely, he was only a second-string tycoon. In the eyes of first-class aristocrats like Henry, he was merely a character who was barely qualified to be in their circle. This insignificant man wanted to marry his sister? Henry would be the first to smash his head. Right now, though, he was comparatively more pleasing to the eye than the mainlander Jasper. "My sister isn't the only one close to him. Even my dad admires him." Henry sneered, wearing a disdainful look on his face. Zane narrowed his eyes and said, "Young Master Law, since you and I both find him to be an eyesore, why don't I set up a trap tomorrow and humiliate him? I will let him know that Harbor City is nothing like mainland and that he should learn his place." Henry's eyes lit up. Then he sniggered and said, "Okay, I'll leave this to you then. But since he's our guest, I want you to keep a low profile. I don't want you to cause a major stir." Zane said nonchalantly, "Don't worry, young Master Law. What kind of commotion could a mainlander possibly raise in Harbor City? I know my limits. I'll find a way to ask him out tomorrow and leave the rest to you. Call me when you're ready." Henry and Zane smiled at each other and parted ways. After giving Anna a call and getting the room number, Henry took the elevator straight to Jasper's room. As soon as he walked in and saw Anna and Jasper chatting happily while drinking red wine, Henry's expression sank at once. "Mainlander, Henry Law." Anna cast her cold gaze over. Henry felt extremely aggrieved when his aura was suppressed before it could even be released. He raged, yelling, "I'm your elder brother. Have you seen other younger sisters calling their elder brothers so rudely?" Anna chuckled and said, "Sure, I'll stop when you start acting like an elder brother instead of making me clean up your mess every day." Henry did not bother to refute. He was already used to being the inferior one when it came to Anna. Henry sat on the couch and poured himself a glass of wine while muttering to himself. He said to Jasper with a grin, "Jasper, my dad told me to follow you and learn from you. I won't call it learning. Jasper shook his head. Henry chuckled cheerfully and thought that Jasper was not exactly that ignorant after all. In that case, maybe you should consider working with him to put on an act for his family. Let's start by learning how to be a proper human. Chapter 128. Haha. Anna could not help falling on the couch laughing. Henry's smile froze on his face. He turned his head and stared at Jasper, seemingly trying to confirm whether Jasper was serious about it. There's no need to stare at me. I can tell you for sure that I'm being serious. Jasper shrugged and said, I know you're very unwilling. After all, you're an adult who's accustomed to being free, and to suddenly have your peer, someone who's even a few years younger than you, guide you, you will feel more or less humiliated. Similarly, I'm in a tough position myself. It's really awkward for me to have a student who's older than me. So if you can persuade your dad and your grandfather, I will gladly skip this errand. As Henry listened to Jasper, he knew what he meant. What if you use my dad and the rest to pressure me? Henry said with a scowl. We're not trying to pressure you. We just want you to know that right now, you can't resist, nor do you have a choice. You can only listen to me, Jasper said in a mild tone. Don't even think that I like having to watch over you. I don't have the time for that. But since Mr. Law and Old Master Law requested it, I will think of a way to transform you, so that you'll stop being a little bug, at least. Who are you calling a little bug? Henry stood up abruptly, roaring while staring at Jasper. You? Jasper put down the wine glass, looked at Henry, and chuckled. What's wrong? Want to hit me? You think I'm not brave enough to touch you just because my dad and my grandfather are on your side? Henry said coldly. At this moment, Anna stood up and frowned at Henry. What are you trying to do? Henry pointed at Jasper and said to Anna, Didn't you hear him calling me a little bug? Anna said calmly, Actually, I think he's right. Henry's expression sank. Look at yourself. What else can you do aside from leading a life of debauchery and hanging out with your prodigal friends? We're even the ones paying your credit card bills. You're nothing without your family. Anna wanted to use this opportunity to wake Henry up, hence she spoke in a very direct manner. Henry's expression was cold and dark. He did not utter a word. I'll talk to him, Jasper said to Anna. When he saw how anxious Anna looked, Jasper smiled and said, Don't worry, if we do fight, this prodigal young master might not necessarily be my match. I'm going to the washroom. Anna compromised. Henry was so furious he laughed out loud. Are you actually worried that I'll hit him, sis? Aren't you worried that I'll get beaten up instead? If you get beaten up, that's because you deserve it. Having said that, Anna walked toward the suite's balcony. After Anna left, Jasper said to Henry casually, You must be really unhappy about this. I don't intend on pleasing you either. So here's the deal. You have no choice but to listen to me for now. Don't be in a hurry to speak yet. If I give your dad or even Old Master Law a call right now and tell them about your attitude, do you think they'll think that I'm being too pushy, or will they think that you're a hopeless prodigal? Henry was livid and harumphed. So, you're not going to let me go, huh? Well, you can't say that either. Jasper did some stretches and said, I just want you to understand one thing clearly. You're nothing after you leave the laws. As for me, I'm a lone wolf, so no one in this world can stop me. Take, for example, if the laws cancel your credit card tomorrow, then even simple things like paying for gas will be a problem for you. On the contrary, I earn all my money, so no one can stop me from doing anything. Chapter 129. Jasper looked at Henry and said in a mild tone, That's the difference between you and me. Henry was sullen, feeling very upset and itching to punch Jasper in the face, but he had to admit Jasper had touched a sore spot. It would be nothing if he left the laws. It was true that as soon as his credit card was canceled, he would have no way to pay for gas. It just so happened that his car was running out of gas now. When he saw Henry's conflicted expression, Jasper tossed him a bait in a timely manner. If you follow me and learn from me before I leave Harbor City, then I will not only turn you into your father's right-hand man, but when it comes to trading, no youngsters in Harbor City will be your match either. Really? Sure enough, Henry was hooked. Trust fund babies were humans too. Henry was not naturally bad, nor did he want to be a little bug. If given the chance, he was eager to improve more than anyone. Judging from his past life, the future Henry would come to his senses later in his life. After marrying the queen of diving in accordance with his family's arrangement, he then started to manage his family's business in an orderly manner as well. Therefore, it had never crossed Jasper's mind that trust fund babies were idiots. They had received high-quality, elite education from an early age, so they would not be any less educated than others, only wiser. Henry was one of the best. Really? Jasper nodded. Okay, I'll treat you to a meal tomorrow and introduce you to a friend. If you agree to my condition, then I'll do as you say, Henry said. Cool, Jasper said casually. Huh? Henry grinned and said, I'll be leaving first then. Ask my sister to go home earlier. Having said that, Henry swaggered out of the room. Standing on the balcony, Anna saw Jasper coming over and asked, Done? Half of it. He's gone home and asked you to go home earlier as well, Jasper said. Anna grabbed another glass for Jasper, poured some red wine, and asked curiously, My brother isn't someone who compromises easily. I know that. He asked me to have a meal with him and his friend tomorrow, Jasper said with a smile. Although he had no idea what Henry was plotting at, he knew this was not going to be an easy meal. Shall I go with you? Anna said, seeing through Henry's plan. No, he'll look down on me if I bring you along. Also, if I can tame him this time, then he'll follow me willingly, Jasper said. Sigh. I'm sorry for all the trouble, Anna said with a sigh. The two of you are pretty close. As the only son, Jasper sounded rather envious. A close relationship like that was commendable, especially among the rich. We're not like other families. Take my dad, for example. He has an elder sister and a younger brother. My aunt and uncle, however, were told that they were not eligible to compete for the family assets and were not allowed to do business when they grew up. Hence, my aunt is now a lawyer and my uncle a professor at a medical school. It's the same for my generation. The heir is designated, but if my eldest brother is truly inept, then I might take his position, but I don't want that. When you're born in a huge family, while you get to enjoy the benefits of your family, you also bear huge responsibilities. Having these responsibilities means that you don't have a say in many major decisions in life. Jasper nodded and said, Old Master Law has his reasons for setting the rules. He has avoided family disputes, at least. Look at other harbor cities' aristocrats. All of them have had a history of heirs competing for family assets. The Laws, on the other hand, never had similar news. Anna let out a slight smile and gently ran her fingers through her hair next to her ear, chuckling. It's late. I should be heading back now. Give me a call if anything goes wrong tomorrow. I don't think that's necessary. Chapter 130. The next day, Jasper did not leave the hotel at all. He had been watching Harbor City's entertainment news channel. Since he had decided to enter the entertainment industry, starting in Harbor City, it was necessary for him to learn about this era's entertainment news. Although he still had memories from his past life, Jasper was not God. Hence, it was impossible for him to recall what every celebrity did at this point in time. After a long day, Jasper was considered to have gained something because he finally had a preliminary understanding of the entertainment industry. At least his plan to enter the entertainment industry was much clearer now. In the afternoon, Henry came to pick Jasper up for lunch. It was already 2 o'clock. Others would be having afternoon tea by now. However, it was not strange at all for a trust fund baby like Henry to have lunch at 2 o'clock. When he arrived at the hotel's entrance, Jasper immediately saw Henry's frivolous bearing as he stood next to his sports car coolly. Let's go. If we still have time after lunch, I can take you around Harbor City to broaden your worldview, Henry said to Jasper, grinning from ear to ear. He stood next to his Ferrari F12, tapping his car keys on the car's smooth and radiant body. Just the two of us? Jasper thought of something and asked deliberately. A few of my friends have already booked a table. They're all Harbor City's rich kids. I'll introduce you to them. Henry chuckled before opening the car door and climbing in. Jasper got into the car and was just about to fasten his seatbelt when Henry slammed on the accelerator all the way to the end. The Ferrari roared like a beast, and all 4 of its tires scratched wildly against the ground. After releasing a burst of blue smoke, it whizzed forward like an arrow. Henry deliberately pulled a prank in hopes that he could hear Jasper shriek. Henry let out a boisterous laugh when he saw Jasper staring at him like he was mentally challenged. Henry said to Jasper, who continued to fasten his seatbelt slowly, Aren't you afraid? See the double-decker bus in front of you? Jasper asked a question that puzzled Henry greatly. Yeah, Henry replied subconsciously. Crash into it, Jasper said coldly. Huh? Henry looked at Jasper in astonishment. Crash into it. I might be scared then. Jasper's lips pulled into a devilish arc. You're a lunatic. Henry squeezed the words between clenched teeth. Harbor City's first-class private kitchen, the Mythical Dragon Kitchen. The Mythical Dragon Kitchen's concept was similar to the popular private home cuisines that popped up in later generations, except that it was an authentic private kitchen. 3 great chefs were born here. It was not easy to be rated as a great chef in Harbor City because not only was one required to master traditional cuisines, but one also needed to invent new dishes, all while making sure they remained popular. A plain bowl of mushroom soup in Mythical Dragon Kitchen could be sold for hundreds of dollars. Yet even so, many still rushed over to try it. It would take half a year to reserve a seat here. Henry took Jasper into Mythical Dragon Kitchen with a deadpan expression. Amidst the greetings along the way, Henry's expression gradually recovered. I'm guessing you don't have first-class chefs in mainland? Henry boasted. We indeed don't have one, because they're all busy teaching your chefs how to cook authentic mainland cuisines, Jasper said flatly. Henry was taken aback, then recalled how Harbor City's great chefs were indeed restricted to authentic mainland cuisines despite numerous attempts to move away from it. Out of the 3 great chefs, 2 of them started their careers with mainland cuisines. Henry was suddenly bringing contempt upon himself. Our private room is upstairs, after saying with a sullen expression. Henry walked ahead to lead the way. Jasper walked up the flight of stairs slowly. As a first-class private kitchen, Mythical Dragon paid utmost importance to their decor. A random mural hanging on the wall of the corridor could easily be an authentic piece of antique. Mythical Dragon Kitchen's strong financial position was evident. After coming to the private room upstairs, Henry pushed the door in. Chapter 131. Although it was meant to be a private room for dining, this was actually a massive suite. There was a dining table in the center of the living room, a couch area behind it, and washrooms and lounges on both sides. This was way better than a 5-star hotel's presidential suite. Sitting on the couch inside were 2 young men talking and laughing with each other. Jasper was not surprised to see Zane here. Back at Mandarin Oriental Hotel yesterday, Henry had appeared immediately after Zane left. They were from the same circle and both of them disliked him. Hence it was not surprising to know that they were plotting something together. However, sitting next to Zane was someone he was familiar with, Zayden Hanks. Jasper was astounded to see him here. When Zayden saw Jasper, his expression was as excited as if he was watching the national football team making it to the World Cup. Zayden had come to Harbor City with the last bit of hope and resources from Silva, and his greatest backer was the Lancaster family. In their early years, Silva was acquainted with Zane's father, Bob Lancaster, who was nicknamed Big B. They had been keeping in touch from time to time. After coming to Harbor City, Zayden uncovered the dazzling human world with its myriad of temptations. In comparison, the developing mainland was not much different from the countryside. He also learned that in a place like Harbor City, anyone who had money was king, and no one would disobey them. Therefore, Zayden recalled his painful experiences and planned to cling to Zane for dear life. Then, he would find a chance to make a comeback and get his revenge. Zayden thought about 10,000 different scenarios when he would meet Jasper again, how he would take his revenge and humiliate him. The thought of each scenario would make Zayden extremely emotional. However, he did not expect this meeting to come so soon and so abruptly. Motherf asterisk Kerr. Jasper. Zayden stared at Jasper and hissed through gritted teeth. Yep, that's me. I didn't expect to bump into you here, Jasper said lightly. Zayden clenched his fists and sneered. You be asterisk starred. Who says you're allowed to come to Harbor City? Standing next to him, Henry broke out into a grin. He did not expect to bump into Zayden here. Henry remained nonchalant about it, and was even gloating a little. He wanted to teach Jasper a lesson, to show him the difference between Harbor City and mainland. Jasper needed to know this was not the place where he could fool around as he liked. Now that Zayden was here, Henry watched with great interest as both sides argued. Zane was the only one who did not know anything about this complicated relationship. He looked back and forth between Zayden and Jasper, chuckling. Looks like you hold a grudge against him, young Master Hanks? A hint of viciousness flashed across Zayden's eyes. He gritted his teeth and said, more than just a grudge. He stole our bidding results using shameless means back in mainland and caused my family to suffer heavy losses. I can't wait to kill him. Zayden, the Hanks were clearly the ones who didn't pay up and gave up their right to bid. That's why I reluctantly accepted it. Jasper shrugged and said in a breezy and nonchalant tone, by the way, I have to thank the Hanks, and you especially. The price you called was too high, so no one dared to take the order after that. For this reason, the city government gave your family a fine of $200 million, then used the money as a subsidy to deduct it from the bidding money I paid. I must thank the Hanks for your generosity. Zayden gnashed his teeth, so hard they were about to crush under the pressure. He sprung up from his seat and roared, Motherf asterisk her. If you hadn't colluded with the laws using such despicable and underhanded means, how could my family have possibly given it up? Winner takes all. From the way I see it, your angry and incompetent roars at the moment make you look more like a loser, Jasper said coldly. Clap, clap, clap. Zane clapped his hands and stood up. He then stuck his hands in his trouser pockets, walked over to Jasper, and laughed. Winner takes all, indeed. Look at me then. Am I a winner or a loser? Whether you're a winner or a loser depends entirely on who your opponent is, Jasper said mildly. Jasper's tone was filled with a hint of disdain. Zane's complexion changed abruptly. This was plain mockery. Seeing this, Zayden's eyes lit up. He immediately fanned the flames and said, young Master Zane, Jasper told me a long time ago that he looks down on rich kids like us the most because all we do is fool around all day and have no serious purpose in life. Well, I think he's just jealous. This idiot has no idea how terrifyingly rich and influential Harbor City's aristocratic families really are. Having said that, Zayden's lips drew up into an arc as he stared at Jasper with a sneer. Have you looked at yourself in the mirror, Jasper? How dare you throw your weight around in Harbor City and boast in front of young Master Zane? Aren't you afraid of being squashed to death? Chapter 132. Hey kid, don't get so arrogant just because you've made a tiny achievement. This is Harbor City, not your remote and desolate mainland. You have to pay a price for being arrogant here. Zane narrowed his eyes at Jasper, sneering and saying unhurriedly, you look down on rich kids, huh? You'd better listen up then. I'm a rich kid. My family has assets worth tens of billions of harbor dollars and 4 listed companies. What about you? You really think you can throw your weight around after toying with the Hanks, huh? Standing next to him, Zayden was thrilled. He was itching to scream at the top of his lungs to express his happy feelings. It felt great to see Jasper being humiliated. You hear that, Jasper? This is Harbor City. Young Master Zane can squash you with just one finger. Zayden let out a burst of smug laughter. Next to them, Henry crossed his arms in front of his chest while sitting at the table and eating the fruit on the platter. He had one leg over the other as he watched the argument, as though things were not more serious than they were. In the face of Zane's aggressiveness, Jasper chuckled slightly and said slowly, I'm guessing you're planning to stand up for Zayden? Zane sneered and said, so what if I am? You'd better listen up. Your insignificant achievement is nothing but a pile of trash to me. Stop being so complacent. In front of someone who is truly powerful, you... At this point, Zane slowly leaned toward Jasper's ear and let out a grim smile as he uttered word by word. Or nothing. All right then, let me show you who I really am right now. Jasper nodded and took out his phone. Oh, are you calling someone? Oh, I'm so scared. Idiot. This is Harbor City, not mainland. Do you think you can intimidate me? Do you think a piece of trash like you is worthy of hanging out with Anna at all? Zane laughed when he saw what Jasper was doing. Zayden laughed out loud as well. This idiot must be scared stiff. An idiot from mainland is trying to give someone in Harbor City a call to fight young Master Zane. Zayden was gloating at this point. Now that Zane was around, he would be able to fix Jasper up real good. Best if Jasper could never make it back to mainland anymore. Henry felt his scalp tingling when he saw Jasper dialing the number. worried that Jasper would call his father or sister. He would be in trouble regardless of which one of them Jasper called. "Why don't you sit down and have something to eat first?" Henry thought it was time for him to step in and smooth things over now. Henry, however, was looking down on Jasper very much when he said those words. God knew what was wrong with his grandfather and father, that they would dote on Jasper when his ability was not at all impressive. Was he already going to call for help just because they had said a few words about him? His grandfather and father sent a man like that to guide him? Henry shook his head. Jasper merely ignored him. The call connected. The call was not to Anna nor Zachary, but to mainland. "Jasp." John's slightly puzzled voice rang out on the other end of the call. Jasper had told him that he was going to Harbor City on a business trip a few days ago and would not be back so soon. Why was he giving him a call already? "John, link my account to Harbor City stock market. I'll direct you while you operate from your side," Jasper said without exchanging any greetings. "Right now? This needs to be approved first." John was taken aback. In this current year, performing a direct trade on Harbor City stocks using a mainland account was far less simple than in the future. There would be a series of approval procedures that were subjected to stringent checks, and it would take at least 3 to 5 days to do it. Jasper glanced at Zane and Zayden grinning beside him before saying coldly, "It's urgent." John knew something was going on from his voice. He hesitated for a second before gritting his teeth and saying, "Sure, I'll do it now. I'll get it done for you even if it means risking my position." Chapter 133. Who's to be *starred? Zane frowned as he asked Zayden. Zayden let out a sneer and said, "God knows. He's just trying to seek trouble by struggling with all his means. In a while, let's see what tricks he has up his sleeve." After a moment, John's slightly nervous voice was heard. "All done. Say which stock." "Megan Company. Set the current market price as the target price. Purchase all stocks with full positions," Jasper ordered calmly. His voice was not just heard through the phone to John, but even echoed throughout the entire room. "Megan Company? Young Master Lancaster, isn't that your family's property?" Zayden turned around, feeling suspicious. However, he found out that Zane was smiling as if he was about to go crazy. "Haha, what a joke. How dare this brat from mainland, who has never even seen the world, think of making a move on my Megan Company? Sure, show me $5 billion, or else stop humiliating yourself." Zayden came back to his senses and said through maniacal laughter, "Jasper, are you actually a fool? Megan Company is the Lancaster family's main property with a market value of $10 billion. Do you want to buy this company? Do you *King have the money? Why bother putting on an act with this fella? What a joke." It was as if Jasper did not hear the mocking words from the other two people. He said to John calmly, "Go allocate the assets from JW Real Estate into the market. When I'm back, I'll settle the procedure by asking Wendy to make it up for your part." John also heard Jasper's voice over the phone. However, he did not question any further and said without thinking twice, "Rest assured, I can give you the highest limit of $2 billion. Previously, when Hugh set him up, it was Jasper who immediately helped him get rid of Hugh. He had promised Jasper that one day in the future, he would give his all to help Jasper out. Besides, John was confident that Jasper would not set him up. If you want to play this game, then let's make it a huge one. John immediately used the highest limit and reallocated all of JW Real Estate's credits. $2 billion in total was immediately transferred into Jasper's account, adding to Jasper's account, which initially had $4 billion. $6 billion. The $6 billion, after being processed by John, was placed into the stock market of Megan Company. Boom! It was as if a giant rock had smashed onto the surface of the pond, causing a terrifying wave. The stock value of Megan Company immediately rose by a few points. The exchanging volume flipped 10 times in a blink of an eye. The red color exchanging message kept renewing. Jasper's account and all those who were holding onto Megan Company's stocks were rising frantically. Following then, Harbor City Securities Regulatory Commission immediately received the official note released by John, who acted as Jasper's assistant. Jasper Lane, as a natural person, will officially launch a purchasing battle against Megan Company by force. Just a single movement, and it caused a commotion. The capital immediately changed with the news released. Almost everyone's attention was focused on the stocks of Megan Company. Jasper, the percentage of stocks you're holding is approaching 37%. You're now the second largest shareholder of Megan Company. Wait for my news, Jasper said, then hung up the call. As soon as Jasper hung up the call, Zane's phone immediately rang. With much effort, he took out his phone. He was entirely dumbfounded and jammed the answering button, feeling numb. On the other end of the call, there came the roar of a middle-aged man who sounded almost like he was in a rage. You brat! Who have you offended out there? Why is there someone making a move against our company? 37% of the shares of Megan Company have been forcibly purchased. Do you know that person can set up a meeting with the board of directors anytime and request for a reorganization of the entire company? Zane's lips fumbled when he heard it. He could not help but feel that something was off, yet he was unable to spit it out. That was because he was unaware of the issues regarding the company. Bob was still barking continuously on the call. Jasper had made his way to Zane, who was now looking pale. He said calmly, "You can stop thinking about it. I'm guessing right now, your dad will even have the intention to beat you to death. Are you still thinking of freeing yourself?" Chapter 134. Jasper's comment made Zane recover as though he had just been suffocated. He took a deep, cold breath into his lungs vigorously. He glared at Jasper. Zane's eyes were gleaming with terror and astonishment. He clenched his teeth and muttered, "Impossible. You're just a B*****. What rights? What rights do you have?" Never mind that Zane could not wrap his head around why Jasper could do so, but even Henry could not figure it out. This man, why is he such a hot-tempered guy? He wants to purchase another person's listed company just because of a disagreement? And King succeeded? Henry gulped a mouthful of saliva and looked at Jasper with a gaze mixed with shock and terror. What the hell is going on? What trouble did you get yourself into outside? Bob's roar was heard coming from the other end of the call once again. Jasper chuckled softly. He took the phone from his hand before Zane could even speak and immediately spoke up to cut off Bob's barking. "Come over to the private room on the top floor of Mythical Dragon Kitchen to retrieve both your company and your son." Jasper hung up the call and tossed the phone to Zane's hand after he was done talking. He spun around and sat beside the dining table. Seeing that Jasper had come over to sit, Henry's first reaction was to stand up with a jump. In the next second, Henry was slightly embarrassed with his lackluster performance. Just when he was thinking of saying something to rescue his pride, Henry heard Jasper saying, "Aren't you going to serve the dishes? I'm feeling hungry now." "Serve the dishes? Serve my foot. I've had enough of seeing you putting on an act. Aren't you full after putting on such an act? Yet you still want me to serve the dishes? Besides, who else at this moment is in the mood to enjoy a meal?" I'll immediately relay the message. Henry, who was frantically cursing internally, uttered those words after successfully changing his thoughts. At a corner, Zayden suddenly felt a sense of sorrow dwelling within him as he looked at Henry's figure. The man was happily running out to order the waiters to serve the dishes. Stunned, Zayden then looked over at Zane, who was standing at the exact spot, motionless as if he had been struck by lightning. In the province, he had just been like a dog, serving Henry as he was scared that Henry would not be pleased. After arriving at Harbor City, he was still behaving like a dog, trying to get on good terms with Zane, afraid that he would just kick him away. But how about Jasper? As he glanced at Henry's seemingly delighted expression, it looked exactly like himself when he served Henry previously. Back in the province, he had made use of both Anna and Zachary to pressure Henry. After coming over to Harbor City, he immediately made Zane nearly lose his company. Zayden clenched his fists and lowered his head, not daring to face Jasper. Soon, the waiters presented all the dishes. Jasper took his sweet time to taste each and every dish. Henry was famished as well and picked up his cutleries to start eating. Zane and Zayden dared not walk nor move an inch. They just stood there like wooden poles, looking at the two men eating their meal. "Let's start the first lesson immediately." Jasper suddenly put down his cutleries, drank a mouthful of water, and said to Henry, who was chewing on a piece of pork. Henry was chewing on the piece of pork and looking at Jasper absent-mindedly. His mind could not process what was currently going on. A successful businessman, when they're earning money, Most of them have a very bad character. This phrase, it sounds rather familiar? Henry said, puzzled. It was Bob Lancaster who said it. The corners of Jasper's lips curled into a sneer. Bob relies on his family business, Megan Company, which is involved with ceiling fans, to become rich. However, after entering the capital market, they excel in purchasing other companies secretly, then blackmailing them for a large sum of money. So, for today's first lesson, there are two things to it. The first is to solve a problem starting from its root, and the second lesson is to use their evil method against them to teach them a lesson. Henry felt a tingling sensation on his scalp when he heard Jasper's comment. He could not help but look at Jasper and then at Zane, who was behind him. He even had a feeling that since the very beginning, it had all been just a plan to hunt. Jasper was the hunter, and his prey was not Zane, but the person behind Zane, Bob Lancaster. The thought of it made Henry have goosebumps throughout his body. How terrifying this person is to be able to look 10 steps ahead in his plan. Chapter 135. At that moment, the door of the room was being pushed open. Under the escort of a few security guards, the famous Bob, who was well known throughout the entire financial world, entered the room grandly. "Dad, you're here." Zane finally dared to speak out when he saw his father's arrival. However, when he saw the exasperated look gleaming in Bob's eyes, he could only clench his teeth and shift his gaze to Jasper. Bob glanced across the entire room. His gaze was extremely stern as it swiped past Zane. Then, he placed his gaze on Jasper's body. The moment he saw Henry, Bob revealed an expression as if he was almost smiling. "Henry, is this your friend?" Bob is trying to make out Jasper's background. Currently, Bob was apoplectic with rage. It was always him who triumphed over others on the share market. How is it possible that I'll be beaten by others? The rage and humiliation made him have the urge to just immediately order his security guards to throw Jasper into the ocean to feed the fishes. However, Henry was sitting there, and that made him rather wary. After all, Henry's position in Harbor City was not someone like Bob could compare to. Subconsciously, Henry looked at Jasper, not knowing how he should answer. "Director Lancaster, please have a seat," Jasper said faintly. "Even though Mr. Law and I have some connections, business is still business. Today's issue has nothing to do with Mr. Law." Bob looked at Jasper seriously. Suddenly, he laughed and said, "You have guts. Just a statement, and you set out everything clearly. Now, I'm more convinced that you're the one who laid a finger on our company. After all, I'm still a bit younger. It's only reasonable for Director Lancaster to have some suspicions." Jasper looked at Bob taking his seat in a prestigious manner and said calmly. Not knowing why, Henry sneaked a peek at Jasper beside him, who was looking joyous. Deep in his heart, there was a voice that was shrieking frantically. "It's starting, it's starting. It's going to start again. This B** start is going to put on an act again." Henry was somehow slightly looking forward to it, yet slightly agitated at the same time. After all, this time, Jasper was not going against any brainless young master, but a genuine master from the business world, Bob from the Lancaster family. He was a boss who was just half a level lower than Henry's father, Zachary Law. Bob did not say a word. Jasper did not continue talking as well, and slowly ate his rice while completely ignoring Bob's fearsome gaze. Gradually, Bob could not tolerate it any longer. "I already have an understanding regarding today's issue. It's Zane who was at fault first. I'm going to make him apologize to you. Well, this is considered as getting to know each other after an incident. I'll organize a banquet on another day and treat you to a meal. Let's become friends. What do you say?" Bob had lowered his pride very much. That was considered a helpless act. After all, on the surface, Jasper had the upper hand. In Harbor City, setting up a banquet would mean to apologize. Given Bob's position, he had already given in quite a lot by taking this measure. Well, youngsters will often have times when they are more aggressive. It's all just a small matter. With just a word from Director Lancaster, of course, there won't be a problem. Jasper placed his cutleries down, took a tissue from beside him, and wiped his mouth with it while saying. Bob also revealed a smile when he heard it. He felt that Jasper was quite a reasonable person. So, let's just forget about the conflict between the youngsters. Next, let's talk about business. Right now, In my hands, I'm holding on to 37% of Megan Company's shares. How much do you intend to buy back, Director Lancaster? His comment left Bob's smile frozen on his face. It was as if a blizzard had suddenly covered his entire face. Henry, who was just beside, had his eyes glittering frantically. Indeed, how is it possible that this brat would just let this matter slide by? That was the moment Henry was looking forward to. He wanted to see how Jasper planned to tackle Bob. B*****. You'd better not go overboard. My dad is... Zane, who was beside, also sensed where Jasper was heading to and immediately stepped out to roar. Shut the hell up! Jasper's cold gaze landed on him before he could even finish talking, and it immediately stunned him. Right now, do you still have the rights to talk? Chapter 136. You? Zane was terrified by Jasper's gaze. Subconsciously, he took a step back and fixed his gaze on his father, Bob. Young man, you're indeed different from the other youngsters. Bob stared at Jasper, exasperated. His eyes glittered with an icy cold layer. It had been a while since he was this disgruntled. All this while, it had always been him who looked at the mad expressions filled with grievances of the people he was blackmailing. Since when was it his turn to be in the shoes of those being blackmailed while staring at another who was sitting tall and mighty? Furthermore, it was a person whose age was the same as his son. Director Lancaster, we're now having a business discussion. We shouldn't let others run their mouth. Jasper was not fazed by Bob. Instead, he was looking at Bob calmly. Hearing him made Bob's expression darken. His expression that was initially already angry looked even madder now. What do you mean, young man? Jasper said after hearing Bob's comment. Director Lancaster, you can't seriously be thinking that I spent billions to purchase 37% of the shares of Megan Company just because I got into an argument with some brat? Brat? Zane clenched his fist. He was so mad that his body was shaking, but he dared not speak. He did not even have the courage to lift his head as he was afraid to see his father's burning gaze. Bob leaned on the big chair. He squinted his eyes and lighted a cigarette before sneering. Hey, youngster, are you declaring war against me? Jasper tapped on his temple and said, In my mind, there's no such thing as war, only trading. Right now, I have the chips, and it's up to Director Lancaster whether or not you're willing to pay the price to purchase these chips back. Bob extinguished the cigarette butt ruthlessly and said coldly, Aren't you afraid that I'll launch a reverse takeover on you? In the financial world, one could buy with force, and naturally, there would be anti-takeovers as well. Bob could use a vast amount of assets to purchase other shares of Megan Company, and that would grant him the advantage over his ratio of shares. However, if that occurred, it would be a genuine business war, which would not end if neither side crumbled. Jasper said calmly, The achievement of Megan Company is increasing annually. It's considered one of the rare blue-chip stocks. I'm guessing that apart from me, there will be tons of people out there having an interest in the shares of Megan Company. Why don't you make a guess how difficult it'll be for me to let go of the 37% of shares I'm currently holding, Director Lancaster? Bob's pupils shrunk slightly. Even though he was exasperated, he had to admit that Jasper had grasped his weak point. All these years, he had managed to blackmail others through shares. There would be tons of enemies out there. How was it possible for him to still be so carefree? That was because Bob had never given other people a chance to invade his company. However, on that day, without any preparations and with no time to take precautions, he was now being cornered by Jasper. It was not at all Bob's fault. He could only blame things for happening too suddenly. How would he be able to predict that Jasper, who came from mainland, would make a move against Megan Company? Currently, Jasper was having the advantage. If he was willing to sell off the 37% of shares, all of Bob's enemies from the past would be all too glad to pay a huge sum of money to buy them. Even if they failed to change the leader of Megan Company, they would still be able to give him a hard time ruthlessly. Bob would not allow such a thing to happen. However, this was precisely Jasper's confidence. The atmosphere had come to an awkward situation. Even Henry was feeling anxious. Not knowing how long had passed, Bob spoke coldly. 6 billion. The master of the business world had finally given in. According to the normal market, The value of the 37% of shares of Megan Company that Jasper held would be approximately $4.5 billion. However, Jasper underwent a takeover in the shares market without considering the cost and obtained the premium price. Hence, he had spent an approximation of $5 billion. Currently, Bob was offering $6 billion to purchase those shares. According to the calculation of the market value, Bob was losing $1.5 billion while Jasper would earn $1 billion. Deal. Jasper answered gladly. I should retreat when the time is up. Jasper was not planning to corner Bob to a state where his back was against the wall. That would not comply with his initial intention of obtaining profit. The deal was achieved, and Bob had no intention of staying back. Young man, you have guts. That method you have there is not bad. Before he left, Bob left Jasper a thoughtful comment. You'd better teach your son to behave. Next time, you won't be able to solve it with just $6 billion, said Jasper calmly. Bob squinted his eyes, let out a cold smile, and turned around to leave. Zane, bearing a grudge, glanced at Jasper. Just when he dragged Zayden to leave as well, Jasper got up. Chapter 137. Stand there. Under Zayden's terrified gaze, Jasper walked over to him and stood still. What are you plotting? Zayden was tough on the outside but weak on the inside. He had asked with a ferocious look, attempting to conceal his anxiety with his fierce expression. Smack! A slap landed on Zayden's face. Zayden felt as if a layer of flesh on the left side of his face was about to be slashed off, leaving half of his face feeling numb. He raised his hand and covered his face. Zayden, with his gaze that was frantically brewing with a grudge, stared at Jasper while roaring. How dare you slap me? The feeling of slapping young Master Hank's face is no different than slapping anyone else's face. Jasper flicked his wrist and said calmly. At that moment, Zayden was on the brink of going crazy. This slap is because you intended to get your hands on Wendy when you're not supposed to. As soon as he was done speaking, the second slap came along. The other half of Zayden's face now felt numb as well. This slap is because you never look at others in the eye, and you've humiliated me a dozen times. Receiving 2 slaps continuously left Zayden's head spinning. His eyes became engorged with vessels as he roared and pounced on Jasper. However, Jasper took a step back, and Zayden lost his balance before falling to the ground. That made him even more embarrassed. Jasper said coldly, while looking at Zayden on the floor from high above, Since the beginning, you viewed me as your ultimate enemy. But in my opinion, you're just a piece of worthless trash. Zane, who was beside, witnessed the entire scene. Even his expression was trembling as well. At that moment, in his vision, Jasper was no different from a devil. It was just that he was covered with a layer of human skin. What was more terrifying was that this demon who was covered with a layer of human skin was walking toward him now. What are you planning to do? Zane gulped a mouthful of saliva and said with a dry tone. He did not realize that his voice was shaking. Earlier, your dad said you're going to apologize to me. Have you forgotten about it? Jasper said coldly. Zane, with a hopeless gaze, looked at his father. Having him apologize to Jasper made him feel more terrible than the idea of being dead. Youngster, you're going overboard, said Bob coldly. Director Lancaster, this is an affair between youngsters. Are you planning to stick your nose in? Jasper furrowed his brows and looked at Bob, who was wearing an angry look. Bob's expression suddenly changed. He could hear the threat from Jasper's calm comment. That deal is yet to be completed right now. The shares had yet to be traded, and the $6 billion had not been credited into the account. The deal could be off any time. Bob had never felt so aggrieved before. Apologize to him. Bob suppressed the rage within him and barked at Zane. Dad, Zane looked at his father, finding it hard to believe. Even Dad has given in as well? Zane did not understand why his father was so scared of Jasper. I said apologize? This is what you get by being so proud when you're outside. This is a lesson, and you'd better keep it in your mind. Bob roared. He clenched his teeth. Zane stared at Jasper, bearing a huge grudge. Then, he hopelessly lowered his head and blurted out 3 words through the gaps of his teeth. I'm sorry. I didn't catch it, Jasper said coldly. Zane was dumbfounded. He raised his head aggressively and looked straight at Jasper. He shouted, "I'm sorry." Chapter 138. At that point, Henry was at the brink of slamming the table and jumping to his feet, feeling exasperated. He really is good at putting on an act. There were 3 people in total. One of them had surrendered to Jasper, the other was pressurized by Jasper, and the last one was now terrified of Jasper. He was looking at Jasper, and Henry could not help but feel scared and stunned. He thought of himself as a son from a rich family with the title of being young master law. On usual days, he would court ladies and look down on others. Such a low standard of acting, when compared to Jasper, was lacking far behind, just like a kid's show. When will I be able to put on a show and be able to show off? If Dad and Grandpa know about it, they'll be sure to praise me. Let's go. Bob blurted out that comment coldly. Zane, along with Zayden, who had just peeled himself from the ground, both looked at Jasper with a gaze that was gleaming with a hatred that had seeped into their bones. They followed Bob and walked away without turning their heads around. Henry looked at the room door that was being closed. He licked his lips. He was moved and could not get enough of Jasper's prestigious performance earlier. After the guests had left, the drinks were still warm. Bob had lots of ill thoughts. Jasper held the teacup and gently drank a mouthful before saying. Henry was dumbfounded and subconsciously asked, "Didn't you just win the game?" "Yes, I won, but that doesn't mean that Bob has lost." He was just pushed to a corner where he had no way to counter. If he was given time to prepare, the chance of me winning this blackmailing game would not have been more than 10%. Jasper shook his head and said. Henry was flustered when he heard it. He felt as if he was listening to his father talking about a few tricks regarding the business industry. It was completely like listening to a text that was extremely hard to comprehend. The feeling is like I can understand every word he's saying, and I can even write them all out, but once the words are combined together, I can't comprehend it at all. F***CK. How does this guy's thought process work? Henry was cursing internally. Did you learn anything today? Jasper asked. Henry was speechless as his mind went blank. I only saw you putting on an act. What's there for me to learn? However, if you're asking about the aspect of putting on an act, I did learn a bit from there. For example, no matter what the opponent says or does, you have to look at them with a gaze as if you're looking at a mentally disabled child, Henry said confidently. Following that, Henry spotted something else that made him exasperated. Jasper was applying what he had just said, using a gaze as if he was looking at a mentally disabled child to look at him. B*****. What's with that expression you got there? Henry asked angrily. Let's go. I'm tired today. I want to head back to get some rest. Jasper shook his head, got up, and said. He sent Jasper back to the hotel after being busy for the entire afternoon. After dropping Jasper off, it was already evening. If it was an ordinary day, Henry would definitely not go home so soon. However, today was different than usual. He immediately ignited the car engine and drove back home. Along the way home, the road was packed with cars, and he was slightly frustrated. That was because he had an issue to discuss with his father and grandfather. It was 7 in the evening when he finally reached home. As soon as he entered the house, he saw Anna. You didn't do anything to Jasper today, right? Anna immediately asked when she saw Henry. Why don't you ask him regarding this issue instead? What could I possibly have done to him? Henry put on a horrified expression when he recalled the incident that occurred today. It's not convenient for me to ask him. What happened today? Anna asked curiously. There's something that I can't figure out. I have to go ask Dad? Henry immediately ran upstairs to the study after he said it. Anna sensed that it must be something related to Jasper and immediately tagged along. In the study, Henry blurted out the entire incident to Anna and Zachary. Chapter 139. After he was done talking, Henry looked at his father, who was laughing out loud. He had a delighted look on his face, and even Anna was wearing a faint smile on her face. At that moment, he said with a very unpleasant feeling, Why does it feel like both of you know what's going on, and I'm the only fool here? Dad, Jasper said he has won, but Bob did not lose. He even said that Bob has lots of ill thoughts. What the hell does that mean? Henry asked. Zachary smiled, and then his eyes were brewing with admiration. Hearing his son's question, he said, Actually, what Jasper wanted to witness was Bob failing to accept his defeat and insisting to have a rumble in this business war. Henry was puzzled. Zachary glared at Henry, apoplectic with rage. He said Bob has lots of enemies in Harbor City. If the business war broke out, Jasper would have lots of alliances. At that point, Jasper would need not personally join the battle. He just has to sell off those shares, and he would easily be able to sell them at a very high price. Then why doesn't he just sell them off to other people immediately? Henry was getting more curious. That's where Jasper's wisdom lies. Zachary's tone of admiration was getting intense. He has one more important motive for coming here to Harbor City. You're talking about the issue of taking over and investing in an entertainment company? Henry suddenly thought of that matter. It was because of that the Law family had used up lots of resources to help Jasper gain some news. If Jasper were to immediately sell those shares to Bob's enemies right now, how will the other people from the business world of Harbor City view him? He will be the second Bob Lancaster. When he wants to take over an entertainment company, it won't be an easy feat. If Bob wasn't satisfied with the way things turned out earlier and wanted to go all out in a business battle, no one would be able to comment, as throughout the entire incident, Jasper was just being reasonable. Zachary said, then looked at Henry and added, do you know why we, the Law family, receive honorable greetings wherever we go within the mainland? We're rich, so they want us to invest in them, said Henry casually. Foolish, Zachary scolded and said, it's because your grandpa has built up his reputation throughout his life. The superior position the Law family has in mainland is so because everyone knows your grandpa is a businessman who sincerely loves his country, and everybody respects him for that. Zachary stood up and tapped on Henry's shoulder, saying, when a businessperson reaches a certain level, they must consider the issue of reputation. Since ancient times, fame and fortune are not divided with one's name still being the most important. Jasper is so young, yet his skill of being able to read others' intentions is splendid. This is no longer considered as perfect but scary, said Zachary with a sigh. Anna said thoughtfully, in the end, he beat up Zayden and forced Zane to apologize. He must be testing Bob as well. Zachary nodded and said, Bob is a cunning man, but not easy to go against. However, being able to make Bob suffer from such a big loss, it's still a good thing, said Zachary with a smile. Henry's eyes were sparkling, and no one knew what was in his mind. So how is it? Do you finally know just how big a gap there is between you two? Anna said with a chuckle. Henry nodded and said from the bottom of his heart, there's indeed a huge difference. For once, Zachary gladly gave a word of encouragement. Don't compare yourself with him. In this world, there are not many people of Jasper's age who are able to be on par with him. His opponent was someone from the older generation. I'll be satisfied if you can learn 70% of his ability. In this world, are there not many who can be compared with his ability to put on an act? Henry wore a look of admiration and said it sincerely. Zachary was dumbfounded, and the smile on his face froze up. Zachary roared, you spoiled brat, get lost right now. Henry, who was being chased out of the study, was not at all bothered. Anyway, he was used to it, and he happily ran downstairs. Where are you going? Asked Anna. Off to bathe and call it an early night. He said he'll bring me over to the trading center tomorrow to put on an act. Oh no, it's to learn how the capital market operates. Standing upstairs, Anna looked at Henry's outline, astonished. How many years has it been? After the siblings went past the age of 15 years old, she had never seen Henry turning in for the day before 11 at night, while claiming that he wanted to sleep early. At that moment, Anna had to admit that her grandfather's idea of letting Henry hang around Jasper might just be an excellent move that could cause a miracle to happen. Anna returned to her bedroom and subconsciously dialed Jasper's number. Chapter 140. Jasper was surprised when he received Anna's call. Jasper, who was having a live stream meeting with Hudson and the rest, hinted for the meeting to end. He got up and came to the balcony of the suite to answer the call. I thought that the super rich guy who earns $1 billion a day wouldn't answer my call. After hearing Anna's teasing, Jasper replied with a smile, it's a call from the beauty of the Law family. Even if I'm earning $10 billion, I still have to pick up the call. I already know about today's matter. My family gave you high praises for what you did today, said Anna. I guess it's all about fate. I don't have any good points about myself. The only thing that's worth praising is that I'm good at grasping the opportunity. Anna lay on the bed. She twirled her hair with her fingers as she said, I think my elder brother has changed. Jasper massaged his forehead and said helplessly, to be honest, perhaps the part that he's interested in is different from what we expect. According to him, he said you'll bring him over to the trading center tomorrow, asked Anna as she was interested. Jasper said yes. I'm planning to head over there tomorrow. Can I tag along? Asked Anna. I can't find any excuse to reject you, said Jasper with a smile. With a soft chuckle, Anna flipped over and lay on the bed, saying, Then, shall we meet up tomorrow? Sure, see you tomorrow. After hanging up the call, Anna sat on the bed. Both her hands were hugging her long legs. With her chin placed on her shin, one could not tell what was on her mind. It was just that she revealed a bright smile. The next morning, Henry hurriedly ran to his car after having his breakfast. However, just when he arrived at the side of the car, he saw that Anna had been waiting there a long time ago. What are you doing here? Henry stared at Anna and asked. Going out with you, said Anna as a matter-of-factly. Henry frowned his brows and said, Losing his cool, I'm heading out to do some big business. Why are you tagging along? Go and have fun by yourself, Anna said, unsatisfied. Aren't you going out with Jasper? I already gave him a call, and he permitted me to tag along. After being stunned, Henry looked at Anna with a suspicious look. Previously, there were so many young masters who put up so many tricks just to beg you to go out with them, but I've never seen you being bothered with any one of them. Yet today, you insist on tagging along with me to look for Jasper? Lil sis, you'd better take good care of yourself. Anna glared at Henry and said coldly, It's all right if I don't come along. Then I'll now go upstairs and look for Dad to have a fine discussion with him regarding those matters of yours when you were studying abroad. Go, go, go. Henry unlocked the car door irritatedly, cutting Anna's comment short. You're such a talkative person. At Mandarin Oriental Hotel, Jasper was just done with his breakfast when Henry and his sister arrived. They drove and headed in the direction of the trading center. Henry was feeling rather uncomfortable when he sneaked a peek at the two people who were sitting side by side in the back seat while chatting happily. Why did I become a driver? It was clear that this was not what Henry had expected. Today, what are we going to do at the trading center? Henry thought of a topic and successfully interrupted the two people who were having an engrossing conversation. I'm planning to go over there to open a new securities account. Then, you two can each open your respective accounts too, said Jasper. We can open one as well, Anna asked curiously. Don't you want to earn some spare cash? Said Jasper. Anna's eyes were sparkling. She knew that Jasper was a genius in stocks, yet had never witnessed it with her own eyes. With this chance presenting itself to her, she would not miss out on it. Chapter 141. Are you really someone who became rich via stocks? I heard from my dad that you previously earned a ton from crude oil futures, asked Anna. I guess so. Jasper thought back at his entire process of becoming a successful person. He shook his head and said with a smile, Actually, I'm not paying much attention to the current stock market, unless I think it has a huge potential, or else I'll just carry out a few trades. There's not much meaning to it. Previously, you said that there will be a huge change in the price of Harbor City stocks. Is it going to happen soon? Anna asked earnestly. Jasper nodded his head. Then, he saw the trading center that they were fast approaching. He said, Indeed, it's going to happen soon. It's just that I wonder how many people are going to go bankrupt during this wave. At the Securities Exchange Center of Harbor City. Earlier, when computers were not widely available, ordinary stock exchanges were done via phone calls to the professionals at the Stocks Exchange Center, and the professionals would follow the investors' guidelines to conduct the purchasing and selling procedures. Some would personally come forth to the exchange center. They would look at the large monitor while having a conversation with other stock investors. It would be a lively scene. Currently, following the fact that every household in Harbor City had their own computers, everyone would operate themselves. Hence, the number of people lingering at the Stock Exchange Center had declined drastically. However, that was just one side of the story. After all, there were still many people who loved to come here to have a conversation with other stock investors. The moment Jasper and the other two arrived at the exchange center, not long after the start of operational hours, it became peak hour. With the presence of the Law siblings, Jasper would not need to queue up. With the manager's service, who nodded and bowed throughout the entire process, they opened new accounts at the fastest speed. Under the arrangement of the manager, Jasper and the other two had arrived at a VIP room. Aside from having a sofa in the resting area, there was also a large screen that displayed the condition of any stocks at any time. Jasper observed the listed internet-based corporations in the stock market and noticed the markets were all hyped up. Most of the money was flowing to this sector. I heard from my friends who do stocks trading that buying shares of internet-based corporations is a business that will definitely earn and will not suffer any loss, said Henry from the side. Jasper laughed and said instead, "Even you think that way as well." Henry was stunned and said, "Even though I'm not familiar with stocks, I believe everyone can earn some money from here." I guess that pretty much sums it up. When everyone thinks a particular corporation's shares can bring fortune, it means it's near to its crash, said Jasper. Henry pouted his lips, thinking Jasper was trying to put on an act again. It's plain obvious that it's a guaranteed profit if one purchases it, and everyone's fighting to get their hands on it. How is it possible that it'll undergo a crash? Coincidentally, at that moment, they heard the door being knocked. "Come in," Henry said lazily. The door of the VIP room was opened, and a young gentleman came in. His gaze landed on Anna, and he said gently, "Anna, earlier when I heard someone saying that you've come to the exchange center, I didn't believe it. I didn't expect you to actually be here." Anna, who had been quiet all this while and looking from aside, saw the person who came in. Her face revealed an irritated expression as she said coldly, "I'm just here to look around. His name is Mitch Langdon, one of my sister's pursuers. He's also considered as your number one enemy." Henry suddenly inched over to Jasper's ear and whispered. Jasper looked at Henry, finding it hard to believe. Henry chuckled and said, "He's the best investor among the younger generation from the rich families of Harbor City. During university, he got $1 million from his father and turned it into $20 million. Currently, he owns properties worth billions. The one who's great is his grandfather, Wallace Langdon." Speaking of rich people in Harbor City, there are two Langdons. One is Joe Langdon, who's the richest man, and the other one is his grandfather, Wallace. When Wallace just started off, he wasn't as brilliant as Joe. Henry was just done with the introduction, and Mitch shifted his gaze over to Jasper. It was hard for him to ignore Jasper because of the way he was sitting so close to Anna. Even the slightest movement of their bodies would make their shoulders touch gently. It was also because of such a small detail that it made Mitch look at Jasper with a hostile gaze. "Young Master Law, this guy looks unfamiliar. I haven't met him, right?" Chapter 142. Henry said with a laugh, "Of course, he's unfamiliar to you. He's Jasper Lane, from mainland. He's the most splendid stock god I've ever seen." "Stock god from mainland?" Mitch's tone was a playful one, as if he heard someone claiming themselves to be the number one rich guy from the rural area. "Hey dude, people from mainland know how to invest in stocks as well?" asked Mitch calmly. "There are, but very few," Jasper answered calmly. "Ha!" Mitch burst into laughter on the spot. Then he waved his hand in an elegant manner and said, "I'm sorry, I really can't take it when listening to this dude's comment." In Mitch's opinion, perhaps there might be people from mainland who knew how to play with stocks and were smart enough to earn money, but how many people actually knew how to invest in stocks? The answer was rare among the rarest. What's so funny about it? Jasper looked at Mitch calmly. Mitch shrugged his shoulder and said thoughtfully, "My friend, Harbor City stocks and the stocks in mainland are totally different. Don't think that by knowing a little, you'll be able to survive in this stock market. You guys from mainland are lacking way behind. In my opinion, you're just a brat from the rural area of mainland." Henry was the first to reveal an unpleasant look when he heard up to that point. In his current opinion, Jasper was like a god when it came to putting on an act. All this while, Mitch never had a good relationship with Henry. With all the things he has blurted, then what does my identity as young Master Law mean anyway? Is he implying that I'm a lackey following a kid from the rural area and learning from him? Mitch, don't act almighty. Yesterday, Zane suffered a terrible loss in Jasper's hands. Mitch sneered. "Zane? Will you believe that he will try to get on my good terms when he's facing me?" As he was saying, Mitch pointed at Jasper with his finger and said coldly, "Don't think you can ignore everybody's presence just because you know a thing or two. There's more that goes on under Harbor City's surface than you think. It's not up to someone from the rural area of mainland like you to claim yourself as a stock god. Even I don't dare proclaim myself to be a stock god, let alone you." Henry's expression was dark, as he was unhappy about it. He looked like a young master whose temper was at the brink of exploding. However, he still put up with it. His eyes kept glancing over at Jasper. He found it rather weird. Mitch is being so arrogant, but why isn't he showing any reaction? Henry could not wait to activate his learning mode. He could still vividly recall Zane trembling with fear yesterday. Once again, Mitch shifted his gaze to Anna without waiting for Jasper to speak up. He said gently, "Anna, if you want to learn how to invest in stocks, just let me know. I'll teach you for sure. Why bother wasting your time on this brat from mainland? I've seen plenty of such people. At most, they're using some tricks and acting as if they're very brilliant. In reality, though, they're worthless and their true intention is to cheat you." Anna frowned, putting on an irritated look. Just when she was about to speak, Jasper got up. Henry was agitated. His trembling hands nearly flew to cover Anna's mouth. He knew that Jasper was about to speak, so he quickly held Anna back. "I've never said that I'm the stock god. Whether or not I'm the stock god, it's just a title. Besides, in my opinion, even with such a childish title, it all comes down to each other's ability in the end. No one can say for sure that they'll have the final laugh." Jasper stood opposite Mitch. His tone had a sense of confidence that one would not be able to ignore. "But you're young Master Langdon, right? And you keep displaying your superiority before me. All just so everyone will think greatly of you." The corners of Jasper's mouth gradually lifted up. His unique and impressive aura that his body exuded suddenly changed. He was like a hawk now, aggressive and full of hostility. However, all this so-called sense of superiority, to me it's just a childish act. Henry was almost voicing out a cheer. He said into Anna's ear, suppressing his agitated voice, "Did you see that? Did you see that? Lil sis, he always waits till his opponent is done expressing themselves before talking. Besides, every time he talks, he never scolds them. Yet he's able to trigger his opponent." Anna, feeling speechless, pushed Henry, who was still blurting, away. She put on a worried look when she glanced at Mitch's dark and ruthless expression. With Mitch's character, he would hold on to grudges and was not generous enough to forgive others. With Jasper agitating him, Mitch would definitely not let this matter slide aside. Chapter 143. Indeed, at the next moment, Mitch spoke up. "Hey, Mainlander, you're calling me childish and even said I'm faking it?" Mitch stared at Jasper with a dark gaze, his eyes gleaming with an icy cold layer. "You're Jasper, right? Great, very good. I admire your courage. Since you say that I'm childish and faking it, then do you have the guts to bet with me? Right now, take out 100 million in cash. In 1 day's time, before afternoon approaches, we'll see who has earned the most." Mitch stared at Jasper and said coldly, "Mainlander, today, I'll let you experience that there will always be others who are better than you." After glancing at Anna, who was just beside, Mitch realized that not only did Anna not look like she had gotten spellbound by his performance, but she was also wearing an expression as if she was worried for Jasper. That made Mitch angrier. "Jasper, don't play along with him." Anna came to Jasper's side. She was not willing to let Jasper agree to it after being provoked. After all, aside from Mitch's reputation, he also had very splendid results. Anna thought Jasper might not stand a chance to win against Mitch. "Let's go. Come accompany me shopping, all right?" Anna, with much care, gave Jasper a reason to step down. However, she did not realize that because of her concern and action of siding with Jasper, it only made the jealousy and rage within Mitch almost explode. Mitch glared at Jasper and said coldly, "If you don't have the guts, then get down on your knees, slam your head on the ground, and admit your fault. Then F***CK off to your mainland and continue being a worthless being. Why don't you look at yourself in the mirror? You're a mainlander from mainland. Return back to your village and live your poor life. How dare you try to lay your hands on Anna? What rights do you have to be with her? Mitch, are you done talking?" Anna turned around and looked at Mitch expressionlessly. Mitch took in a deep breath, suppressing the jealousy dwelling within him. He did not answer Anna's question, and only stared at Jasper. Anna wanted to say something, but Jasper just used one of his hands and yanked on her arm. I'm fine with gambling, but since we're going to bet, how can we not have a prize? Seeing that Jasper was agreeing to it, Anna thought that Mitch had successfully provoked Jasper. She frowned and was about to say something when Henry yanked her to the rear end. Just keep your mouth shut. Sometimes, pride is far more important to a man. Henry's expression was dark. Anna was not in the mood to entertain her crazy elder brother. When facing challenges from another man, and when a man chooses to accept the challenge, ladies can only provide support but not stop them. Henry glared at Anna, who did not know her position, and said in a more serious tone. At that point, Anna finally stood motionless, not protesting anymore, except she continued frowning. She could not comprehend the logic of a man's thought process. Is pride really that important? Lil sis, I think you're blinded by love and way too worried. Aren't you a bright one? Have you ever seen this guy doing things that he's not confident about? When everyone thinks he's acting rashly, in fact, he has already targeted his opponent's weak point and is all set to deliver the fatal blow. Henry said with a tone as if he had seen through everything. You're the one who's being blinded by love. Anna's face suddenly turned bright pink. Her teeth bit on her red lip as she glared at Henry, who was taking the matter lightly. I'm speaking the truth. Henry's voice was stern and serious. Don't you want to have a look at the more excellent side of the Prince Charming you're having a crush on? Chapter 144. Prize. Mitch was stunned and could not help but burst into laughter, as if he had been made to laugh by Jasper. Hey, poor guy, do you know who I am? You're talking to me about a prize? All right, then, you name it. What do you want to bet on? Very simple. The one who loses the match will crawl one round around the hall of the exchange center, Jasper said coldly. As soon as Jasper said it, Henry, who was looking forward to seeing Jasper putting on a show, was surprised, let alone Mitch. To rich brats like them, pride was way more valuable than money. Jasper's bet is like scraping off Mitch's dignity and pressing it hard on the ground while rubbing on it. It was the same principle applied as well. If Jasper lost the bet, then he could just give up mingling in Harbor City in the future. However, at that moment, regardless of what bet Jasper said, the lost siblings were not in any position to offer any comment. As for Mitch, he was glaring at Jasper as if he wanted to start off brand new and get to know the person before him again. Mitch then let out a cold smile and said, I really have no idea where a mainlander like you got your confidence. All right, since you insist on digging your grave, then I shall grant you that opportunity. After saying it, Mitch let out a cold laugh and continued saying to Anna, Anna, today, I shall prove to you with my ability that this mainlander named Jasper is just a scammer. Wait till it's afternoon. He will be crawling one round around the exchange center. Anna looked at Mitch and said calmly, You make me feel all this is just ridiculous. Mitch's expression showed that he was stunned. He clenched his teeth and glared at Jasper before adding coldly, Regardless of what underhanded method you use to cheat Anna, you mainlander, I'll bestow you with a lesson you won't forget. After saying it, Mitch raised his head and looked at the giant screen. Jasper shrugged and sat on the sofa. He picked up the iced Coke that the exchange center served and drank it joyfully. Then he took a magazine and started flipping through it while reading it earnestly. Mitch sneered when he saw Jasper's actions. He teased, Giving up already? Or pretending to act all high and mighty? Were you trying to show your act to? Henry was feeling anxious as well and came over to say, You're not going to choose a stock? I've already chosen it. Jasper was looking at the magazine and said calmly. Henry felt that his intelligence was slowly degrading when being compared to Jasper. Why can't I understand a single thing that Jasper says? Earlier, wasn't I constantly looking at the screen? At that time, I had already chosen the few stocks that I want to invest in. Or else, why do you think I want to play along with this childish game? Jasper said faintly. While he was talking, Jasper changed to another magazine again. Earlier, it was a magazine about some gossip within the entertainment industry and had no business value at all. Hence, he was feeling disgusted about it. Do you have confidence? Anna asked sneakily. There's no 100% guarantee in the stock market, said Jasper with a smile. Seeing Anna frowning, he then comforted her. But don't you worry. For sure, I won't be the one crawling one round around the exchange center this afternoon. I have full confidence in this matter. Anna was slightly relieved when she heard Jasper saying that. Mitch glanced at Jasper coldly and sneered. In his opinion, Jasper was merely pretending to be all high and mighty right now, when in fact, Jasper must be extremely worried. Everything he was doing now was just to act tough. However, Mitch was not bothered at all, because when the result was out, he would be able to enjoy looking at Jasper crawling around the exchange center. How dare a lowly piece of trash dare to be so close to Anna? Suppressing the jealousy coursing through him, Mitch called a manager from the exchange center. I've already chosen my stock. Do you have a team that will manually process the trading? I guess a mainlander like you won't have such a team. Do you want me to lend you a few men? Mitch looked at Jasper and said disdainfully. People with a status like Mitch would not personally operate their own account and do stock trading. He would usually come up with a strategy, then give his order. Then, there would be a professional team carrying out Mitch's order. Chapter 145. As for Jasper, he could not own a trading team to deal with Harbor City stocks. Just when he was about to say something, Anna spoke up faintly. Jasp, you may use the Law family's team as you wish. Then I'll take up that offer, said Jasper with a smile. Anna nodded and then made a call. Soon, a small trading team consisting of 3 men immediately showed up in the VIP room. Mitch was almost at the brink of breaking down from jealousy when he saw the scene, the corners of his eyes twitching. He said coldly, Anna, even this mainlander has the right to use the Law family's team? You already said the team belongs to the Law family, so what rights do you have to instruct me? Anna counter-questioned. Mitch was speechless, but his hatred and jealousy against Jasper had grown stronger. Mitch said to Jasper, while letting out a cold laugh, in a moment, I shall see how you fall. Jasper knew the few traders. It was the same trading team he previously met in Zachary's study during the video conference. It was just that the manager who led the team, Gordon Liam, was naturally not here. Instead, they had already replaced him with a middle-aged man. Young Lady Law, Young Master Law, I'm Zach Jensen. The manager who led the team introduced himself politely, then stood aside and was all set to wait for further instructions. This feeling he gives is much better compared to Gordon. Anna nodded her head and said, Manager Jensen, later on, you and your team shall follow Mr. Jasper Lane's orders. Just follow his instructions when trading. Zach's eyes were sparkling. He still remembered how his colleague, Gordon, ended up quitting his job and feeling dejected because he offended a big shot who was a friend of Mr. Law. Could it be that person is this man before me, Jasper Lane? Your orders, Mr. Lane? Zach expressed his respect and said politely. At that moment, Mitch and Jasper each had their team showing up. Since it would just be small trading this time, and the cash limit was only 100 million, both teams were only limited to 3 people. Each team consisted of 2 traders and a manager in charge of communicating with the strategist. In no time, both parties had thoroughly understood the situation. All of them were trading experts within the financial industry. They had experienced such a battle between rich people before. However, except for Zach, who knew just a little bit about Jasper, the rest of them did not have faith in Jasper. After all, Mitch was considered as one of the experts in the younger generation of Harbor City when it came to investing. His previous results were excellent as well. And who the hell is Jasper? Mainlander? Is he here at Harbor City to humiliate himself? Everyone on the scene was looking at Jasper with a scornful gaze. I wonder where he obtains the confidence to have a battle with Mitch. Both teams were settled in the trading room. Each trader had a computer placed before them and logged into their accounts. They were on standby for their respective strategists to give them orders. Sunny Internet and Carefree Net. These 2 stocks are currently at the opening price. Allocate 50% to each of them. After Mitch gave his orders, he looked at Jasper with a cold smile, waiting to see what stocks he would choose. Everyone's attention was gathered on him. He casually flipped through the magazine in his hand. Jasper drank a mouthful of cold Coke and said carefreely, full position into Denson Wintech. Mitch was stunned as soon as Jasper said it, then burst into manic laughter. Ha ha ha, like I said, you're indeed a worthless mainlander. Are you really that eager to prove me right? You spent so much time choosing and didn't choose internet stocks which are on trend right now. Instead, You choose Denson Wintech, which is half dead. What a joke. With that ability, you want to have a battle with me? Chapter 146. If you're really not familiar with it, then please proceed to the main hall downstairs and simply catch hold of one of the janitors. They'll be able to tell you to purchase internet stocks if you want to earn some money. Mitch was sneering while looking at Jasper. His face was filled with a mocking and scornful look. It's one thing if you're able to earn money without learning about stocks. However, your capability in choosing a trash stock is quite impressive. Yes, this Denson Wintech is a company belonging to the almighty Langdon, but their achievement this year isn't too good. They've been losing billions continuously and were nearly listed as junk stock. Everyone is desperately trying to avoid them, but you're different from them. You're not bothered and even rushing into them foolishly. The more Mitch said, the more hilarious he found it. In the end, he just generously burst into loud laughter and said, "Are you regretting it? No problem. Don't say that I'm bullying you. I'll give you a second chance to choose again." Ha ha. As soon as Mitch said it, everyone's gaze that was on Jasper became much more suspicious. Even though Mitch was an arrogant person, everyone there was a professional within the field and knew that Mitch's comment was reasonable. This year, Denson Wintech's achievement was so poor that it made everyone disappointed. A few huge projects under their business ended up with a loss without any profits. A few days ago, their financial report was out and revealed a piece of huge news. Denson Wintech had lost $2 billion in the first half of the year. This caused their stock value to drop drastically. Currently, no one would buy Denson Wintech shares. However, Jasper chose to go full position of $100 million to purchase Denson Wintech. Isn't this a crazy move? What else could it be? Even Henry and Anna were starting to be suspicious of Jasper, wondering if he had analyzed it wrongly. Henry said to Jasper, "Did you make the wrong choice? Why not just choose it again? I may not know much about shares, but I know about Denson Wintech. It's a company that belongs to Joe's second son, Caden. This year, they've suffered a terrible loss. Don't tell me you know that these two Langdons have some conflict and will go against each other. Hence you purposely chose the shares of Denson Wintech." Anna frowned. Even though she had not said a word, her opinion was obviously the same as Henry's. "I don't need to choose again. I have my own reasoning." Jasper waved his hand and did not give any further explanations. There were many things that occurred just like that. Everyone had their cognitive disability, and it would be meaningless to blurt a ton before a certain issue occurred. As compared to a thorough explanation, Jasper preferred to use actions to speak for himself. It would save time and energy. Plus, the effects were way better. Those who applied it would know it best. "Mr. Lane, the trading is a success," Zach said politely. Jasper nodded. He was satisfied with Zach, who did not waste any time and carried out his job decisively. Mitch laughed coldly when he saw Jasper's choice and said carefreely, "You really won't be scared if you don't bump into potholes. Be prepared to crawl around the exchange center. I hope you'll still have the confidence you have right now." Time was ticking past. When it was noon and the market was about to close, the two men's results from the morning were presented. "Mr. Mitch Langdon, the shares of the internet companies are still continuing to rise, especially Carefree Net, which shot up. Your choice on Sunny Internet has risen 3%, and Carefree Net rose 5%. In conclusion, you've earned a profit of $8 million. The manager who led the trading team said to Mitch while putting on a look of admiration. Such a result made everyone in the room impressed. $8 million was not worth mentioning, especially to rich people like the Law siblings and Mitch. However, that was a $100 million capital, and it was the result of the entire morning. Being able to earn $8 million in one morning was huge news that would attract everyone, regardless of where the news was spread to. Mitch laughed and said, "The stocks I choose will turn out decent. They will still rise in the afternoon. This is nothing worth mentioning." As he was saying, Mitch looked at Jasper and said with a cold smile, "How are things going on with Denson Wintech?" The manager under Mitch glanced at Jasper scornfully and said, "Denson Wintech was dropping all the way during the entire morning. However, just when the market was about to close, it rose a little bit. Currently, Mr. Jasper Lane has some profits too. His profit amounts to about $10,000. Mitch laughed out loud. $10,000? Did I hear it wrongly? The profit from investing a capital of $100 million can't be just $10,000. Jasper, You really are amazing, haha. Chapter 147. On Jasper's side, Henry and Anna were not looking too good. Of course, they were rooting for Jasper, but reality gave them a feeling that perhaps Jasper had made the wrong choice. At that moment, Jasper suddenly got up and walked to the door. What's wrong? Thinking of fleeing away? Mitch laughed coldly, as if he was looking down at Jasper from a high place, like a victor. Who says he's fleeing? F***er. Henry, with a dark expression, glared at Mitch. We're going for a meal. If you're worried, do you want to tag along? Mitch's expression turned dark, and he said with a firm tone, Henry Law, don't you be too arrogant. Huh? Henry, who was holding back the rage that had been coursing within him the entire morning, was looking for a channel to vent it out. Hearing those words made him let out a sinister laugh as he said to Mitch, I'm an arrogant guy. So what are you going to do to me? Let's go. Anna glared at Henry, warning him not to cause any trouble, and followed Jasper out to the doorway. Henry mouthed a few words to Mitch, then spun around to leave. With a stern expression, Mitch snorted upon seeing the VIP room door being closed. Why does he bother being so arrogant? One day, I shall make him regret it. Mr. Langdon, how about us? The manager asked cautiously. Send someone in to deliver the meals. We're not going out. I'm going to wait for them right here. I want to see them returning with teary looks and getting down on their knees before me, said Mitch coldly. In a hotel nearby the exchange center, Jasper took his sweet time to eat his meal, not at all worried. Henry could no longer tolerate it and said, Jasper, what's going to happen in the afternoon? It was as if Jasper did not hear it. He ordered the servant to change the television channel to the finance channel. At that moment, the screen revealed the logo of Denson Wintech. Then it was the face of Caden, with whom everyone in Harbor City was familiar. Today, the objective of having this conference is to let everyone know a piece of news. The telecommunication project Denson Wintech took on in Europe previously is a success. Denson Wintech has officially attained the telecommunication license in Europe. This will mean that Denson Wintech has successfully become the fourth company in Europe to carry out a legal telecommunication business. In the future, Denson Wintech will invest $20 billion and enter the telecommunication market in Europe on a large scale. Besides, we've obtained a $12 billion loan without interest from Chance Corporation. In terms of shares, we will be purchasing our shares back on the market and guarantee that the shareholders will gain profits. That conference was announced 2 hours earlier compared to the history Jasper remembered. However, it would not cause any major loss. Starting from that day, Denson Wintech would march its way to a high position in the telecommunication industry. The share price before that day's conference would be Denson Wintech's lowest price for the next 20 years to come. There were 26 continuous bullish sticks, making Denson Wintech the king of stocks during the miserable situation of the economic crash for the internet aspect during the year 2000 in Harbor City. Caden, because of this wave of trade, slowly began having the title of Little Superman. This conference had stunned the entire Harbor City. At least at that moment, in the room where Jasper was having his meal, both Henry and Anna were feeling a tingling sensation on their scalps. They looked at Jasper as if they were staring at a ghost. They even suspected whether Jasper was someone who had traveled from the future. This is way too scary. Or does he have a very good relationship with Caden and was already informed about the insider news a long time ago? Both of them, feeling stunned and confused, could not say a word. At that moment, it was as if Jasper had recalled Henry's speech from earlier. He said with a smile, "What did you ask earlier? What about the afternoon? Of course, we're going to find ourselves a nice spot and enjoy the scene of young Master Mitch Langdon crawling one round around the exchange center." Chapter 148. Do you have information from the inside? Anna could not help asking. There would be no other explanation as to how Jasper had managed to grasp such perfect timing for himself on his first try otherwise. He had just purchased shares for Denson Wintech that very morning, and news of Denson Wintech's prices rising in the stock market then surfaced that afternoon. Even an idiot knew that Denson Wintech shares would be up for grabs under such positive circumstances. If even the top management of Denson Wintech wanted to buy back their shares, did that not prove that they did not want others to earn this money? The shareholders would not have the audacity to purchase shares from investors if it were not for the immense benefits, which was the nail in the coffin. However, it was unlikely that anyone would sell their shares unless they were crazy. Anna would not have believed it had she not witnessed it with her own eyes. No such coincidence existed in real life. He either had informants on the inside, or he could predict the future. There was no other logical explanation. I was reading a magazine in the VIP room this morning and happened across a European news magazine that included a story about how the original telecommunication companies in Europe are now seeking cooperation with companies in other countries as 2G networks become more popular. Thus, it's imperative that a new telecommunication company enter Europe. Denson Wintech has exactly the strengths needed. In the previous investments that Denson Wintech lost money over, they were not seeking to buy the company itself, but rather the patents the company held regarding 2G technology. Money might have been lost in the short term, but these patents will bring unimaginable returns in the long run. That's how the Langdon family is looking at things. In the long run, the Langdon family will dominate the highest level of the business layout and become one of the richest families in Harbor City. The expression on Henry's face made it seem as if he were listening to a ghost story as he stared at Jasper in shock. He said, "So, you managed to predict that Denson Wintech's prices in the stock market would soar today based on a cheap magazine that you can buy anywhere in the streets? That's 90% of it. Another 10% is based on luck. After all, if Caden had lost his mind today and decided to only hold the press conference tomorrow, I'd have to crawl around the stock exchange this afternoon, even if the share prices soar tomorrow." Jasper shrugged. Of course, he could not tell the Law siblings that his 10% of uncertainty had withstood the test of time. After all, the continuously low prices of Denson Wintech shares in the stock market had proved to be a hurdle for Caden to prove his ability. Thus, he continued to prove his flair in business with everything that was performing well. Caden did not have the patience to wait, and Jasper had become the angler who waited patiently. Henry gave a contented sigh. He knew it. He just knew it. By following Jasper, the guy would definitely show his opponents a thing or two. He could not wait to finish his meal so that he could return to the stock exchange center and look at the expression on Mitch's face. He would use the opportunity to taunt him. No, he was still inexperienced and needed to learn. He would first observe how Jasper would deal with Mitch. Henry became excited when he remembered how arrogantly Mitch had mocked him that morning. Being able to retaliate after being looked down upon felt as refreshing as having an iced drink in the middle of a blazing desert. When the group returned to the VIP room, there were about 10 minutes left before the stock market opened for the afternoon. It was obvious that Mitch, who had not left the VIP room at all, had no idea what had just happened that afternoon. He crossed his leg over the other and scoffed as he watched Jasper enter through the door. "I thought you had chickened out and swum back to mainland." Jasper sat down calmly on the couch as he said, "You might not be able to watch me swim back, but at least we'll have the pleasure of seeing you crawling around the stock exchange center today." The smile on Mitch's face slowly vanished as he stared coolly at Jasper, saying, "Sometimes I don't understand where you get your confidence from. Can't you see the facts right before your eyes? I've won, you lost. If anyone needs to crawl, you're the one who needs to do it." Chapter 149. Jasper stared at the timer counting down the minutes before the stock market opened and said calmly, "Is the time up yet? How are you sure that you'll still be smiling at the end?" Mitch scoffed and said, "Delusional. I'll let you continue pretending for a couple more hours. When the stock market closes this evening, I'll wait to watch you crawl out of this door like a sniveling dog." Henry and Anna felt much calmer now than this morning when they had been anxious and worried. "Why do I feel like laughing when I look at how crazy Mitch is being now?" Henry whispered as he leaned toward Anna. Anna leaned away in disgust and said irritably, "Don't come so close to me. What's there to watch about that idiot?" "I do admire Jasper for not losing his cool. You would probably have told him everything by now if it were you. Damn, you do know he's the mean one, right? He's not telling Mitch on purpose so that he'll be even more gleeful. The more gleeful he is now, the worse he'll be later. TSK, I can't wait." As they spoke, the time arrived. It was time for the stock market to open. The stock market for Harbor City underwent a massive change the minute it opened. Jasper and Mitch's men reported everything at a fast pace. Sunny Internet shares went down at opening. Carefree Net shares went down at opening. The crash is massive. It seems that funds are being taken out from the market. Shocked, Mitch immediately turned toward the electronic screen and immediately saw that the 2 shares he had invested in were declining at that moment. It was not because there was bad news from the companies either. Rather, it was because the funds that had been invested in them were being taken out at the same time. The stock price was bound to sink when funds were withdrawn. What's going on? Find out for me where the funds are going. A bad feeling crept across Mitch as he hollered. However, he did not have to wait for his team of traders to speak before he heard Zach Jensen's excited screams from where Jasper was standing. It's growing! It's growing! It's growing! Denson Wintech is growing rapidly. A huge amount of money is pouring in. It stopped growing. It has stopped growing. Only 10 seconds since the stock market opened, and it has stopped growing. Sir, Denson Wintech has stopped growing. Sir could refer to both Jasper and Mitch. However, the 2 of them had intensely different moods. Mitch's face was deathly pale, and his widened eyes were filled with disbelief as his hands shook. He stared at the electronic screen which had already switched to show Denson Wintech stocks. As for Jasper, his eyes shone like stars as he took a sip of his iced Coke. Jasper stood up and walked over to where Mitch was. He gazed at the line that had shot up so rapidly it nearly went out from the screen. He smiled as he said, "The stock market is unpredictable. No one can tell what will happen in the next second, right?" "No, that's impossible," Mitch muttered before yelling crazedly. "This is not normal. How could it stop growing within 10 seconds after the stock market opened? It'll start again soon. It'll drop for sure. $8.9 million worth of stocks are hanging on to this price now, and more than $30 billion worth of stocks were purchased when it stopped growing. Are you going to bet your damned life to get the stocks to drop in price when it opens again?" As Jasper's voice rose, his aura changed instantly. He looked like a king as he stared coolly at Mitch, who was wailing in defeat. "How could this happen? It's impossible. It must be a fraud." Chapter 150. Don't you so-called rich kids always talk about Victor's justice? You're the loser now. Jasper's voice rang throughout the VIP room. Everyone was staring at Jasper as if he were a god. Even though the Law siblings had already known beforehand, they still could not help but sigh in admiration as they witnessed it again. Where had Jasper gotten the courage and foresight to purchase Denson Wintech stocks? A treacherous change occurred among the traders the minute victory was decided between the 2. The 3 traders who Mitch had brought along with him previously stared at Zach and the others with visible contempt in their eyes. Zach and the others had been annoyed, but they had no choice but to swallow their anger because of Jasper's orders. However, things were different now. Jasper had retaliated marvelously, kicking Mitch from the heavens to the dust. It was now Zach and the others who were crowing with delight. "TSK, TSK, TSK. You too. Take a good look." Zach crossed his legs and shook his head as he said to his 2 employees, "When you officially debut and become a manager like me, you'd better polish your glasses so that you don't choose the wrong boss and embarrass yourself like some people I know." His words caused Mitch's 3 traders to turn an ugly shade of red in the face. However, Denson Wintech just had a massive growth that could not even be witnessed once a year, and that took all the bravado they had to retaliate against Zach and the rest. They had no choice but to admit that Jasper had done a wonderful job. Mitch glared at Jasper, his eyes red as he said coldly, "Did you get insider information? Did Caden get you to come lure me into a trap?" Jasper said calmly, "So what if it is? And so what if it isn't?" Then, Jasper turned toward Mitch and said calmly, "No matter if it's a trap or not, you've lost. You should keep your promise since you've lost." Stepping out of the way, Jasper chuckled as he said, "Crawl. Start here and crawl around the entire stock exchange center. Anger, humiliation, shame, and hatred." Mitch's body shook slightly as various emotions took hold of him. He gritted his teeth, caught in a dilemma. If he, Mitch Langdon, crawled around the stock exchange center, he could never appear in Harbor City again. Not just him, but the entire Langdon family, including his grandfather, Wallace Langdon, would be the butt of everyone's jokes. The minute he crawled out of the room, he would find himself on the front page of Harbor City's tabloids. The next day, the Langdon family would be the laughingstock of Harbor City. However, if he did not crawl, it did not matter if no one else said a word. Henry Law himself would be able to broadcast the news. Then, not only would he have embarrassed himself, but he would have also become a despicable person. Both options led to a dead end. Mitch stared at Jasper as he said, "Don't be so hard on others. You shouldn't pressure people this much." Jasper scoffed as he asked nonchalantly, "If I'm pressuring people too much, what about your actions?" The expression on Mitch's face stiffened as he gritted his teeth and said, "Jasper Lane, the Langdon family is a big shot in Harbor City. The Langdon family will never forgive you if I crawl out of this room." "Whoa, whoa." Henry, who hated listening to stuff like this, said in a grim tone, "You make it sound like our families aren't all big shots. If the Langdon family is miffed, there's no problem at all. Shall I get my old man to visit your old man? Or should we bring out the big guns and have your grandfather pay a visit to my grandfather's?" Mitch curled his hands in a fist as he glared at Jasper, ignoring what Henry said. However, his heart had sunk to the pit of his stomach. Henry would not have been able to represent the entire Law family if he were alone. But since Anna had not objected, it was obvious that the Law family would support Jasper till the end. This possibility made Mitch uneasy. "Jasper, choose another way. I can compensate you in any other way." Mitch's voice took on a pleading tone. He had decided that he would do anything to get past this hurdle and then turn back to retaliate ruthlessly. He would let that country boy have his fun for a while before he seized the opportunity to take his life from him. "We can do it another way." Jasper's lips curled upward in a stunning arc as he spoke. Mitch felt as if he had been pardoned. He gloated inwardly when he realized that Jasper was still scared to offend him. A touch of contempt appeared in Mitch's eyes as he said, "Tell me, how much do you want?" Country boys would remain country boys in the end. There was nothing insightful about them, and they could be bought off with some money. It seemed that it was just his lucky day today. Chapter 151. At least that was what Mitch thought. Neil. When he first heard the word, Mitch thought his ears were playing tricks on him. Even Henry and Anna widened their eyes. "Neil." Jasper was asking Mitch Langdon to kneel? Jasper's smile grew wider as he gazed at Mitch, whose eyes had widened in shock. "What? Did you not hear me clearly? I asked you to kneel." Mitch, who had just fallen from heaven to hell, yelled furiously, "In your dreams." Jasper said coldly, "Fine. You have a backbone. You can crawl, then. You can crawl out of this room and have everyone stare at you as you crawl a full round. Either that, or you can kneel before me here. It's your choice." Jasper sat on the couch and stared capriciously at Mitch as he said calmly, "Hurry up with your decision. I'm losing my patience." Mitch's entire body shook slightly as he gritted his teeth. The veins on his hands that were now curled in a fist were popping out. Mitch was experiencing a multitude of emotions right now. Henry did not even dare to breathe loudly. To be honest, he had witnessed what it was to be arrogant and domineering today. His arrogance was merely child's play. For example, Henry was not intimidated when facing Mitch, but that was about the extent of it. He would not dare force Mitch to kneel before him. However, Jasper had gone ahead and done it. Henry's eyelids twitched as he realized how childish and petty the things he had done in the past were. They were simply tasteless. One had to be like Jasper, be the most powerful and arrogant. "Jasper." Anna walked over to Jasper and whispered, "His grandfather has a history with my grandfather. Besides, he's the heir to one of the big shot families here. Why don't we let it go?" Jasper frowned as he looked at Anna and asked, "Are you begging for his mercies?" Anna said helplessly, "I guess so. After all, the four big shot families have a complicated relationship. You can't be too ruthless if you're going to expand in Harbor City." Jasper frowned, but did not say anything. However, he was cheering inwardly for Anna. Jasper did not care if Mitch kneeled before him or not. No matter if he kneeled or not, Jasper would not earn or lose a single penny. In contrast, he only needed to earn the most tangible benefits. Anna's words rounded off the scene nicely. Yes, Anna's right. Mitch could not care less about his resentment toward Jasper when he saw there was a chance to turn things around for himself. Hurriedly, he said, "10 million. I'm willing to pay 10 million. Let's forget this ever happened." Mitch glanced hopefully at Jasper. He did not want to witness Jasper deciding to go all out and destroy his reputation. $10 million was nothing compared to kneeling or crawling. Mitch was much more willing to settle this with money. $100 million, and I'll let you off the hook, Jasper said calmly. Mitch gritted his teeth and glared at Jasper when he heard that. It was King daylight robbery. It would still hurt him even if he was rich. Young Master Langdon, you can still earn more money after losing it, but you can never regain your reputation after losing it. Henry seemed to be reminding him of this out of the goodness of his heart, but the furtive smile on his face seemed to tell another story. Mitch gritted his teeth as he wrote a check for Jasper and handed it to him. You win. Chapter 152. Thank you for your generosity, Prince Langdon. Jasper smirked as he took the check. Mitch gritted his teeth and scoffed as he glared at Jasper, saying, Don't be too smug. Harbor City might not be large, but things happen every day. We will have plenty of opportunities to fight again. With that, Mitch left with his traders. CK. What a shame we couldn't witness him kneeling. Henry had a disappointed expression on his face. He might have reminded Mitch just now, but he wanted to see him kneel even more. It might have been nice for a moment to watch him kneel, but we wouldn't have gotten anything else besides that. We would even have gained the Langdon family as our enemy, Jasper said. Anna nodded and said, Jasper is right. Our parents might not care if our subordinates fight amongst themselves, but we would have been pissing on the Langdon family if we had forced him to kneel. They would never let that go. Jasper waved the check and said, If you take a look at the bigger picture, it doesn't matter if he kneeled or not. We have a far better result now. $100 million. Did you think it would be this easy to earn this much money? I think it's quite easy for you, Henry mumbled. Come on, let's go, Jasper said as he smiled. Jasper had planned to return straight to the hotel, but after Anna received a call from Zachary saying that things had gone wrong with her business in the entertainment circle, Jasper changed his plans to return to the Laws household. Jasper was much more familiar with the Laws household on his second trip there. Jasper, long time no see. Zachary smiled warmly as he shook Jasper's hand, then clapped him on the shoulder. Henry simmered with jealousy as he watched this scene. He might be Zachary's son, but he rarely received such affection from him. 2 days, Jasper said as he smiled. Come, let's have dinner, Zachary said as he waved an arm. Old Master Law had gone for treatment and was not present during dinner. Sitting at the head of the table, Zachary's eyes lit with curiosity as he listened to Henry and Anna talk about what had happened today. I know a little about what happened with Denson Wintech. Joe and Caden have been making preparations since a year ago to enter the European market, and they've done a lot in the process. I knew for sure that they would succeed, but I never expected them to succeed this quickly. Zachary gazed seriously at Jasper and said, Did you really predict this outcome just by reading a magazine? Jasper laughed and said, Well, not exactly. I've always paid attention to Joe's properties. There might be a wave of increase in value for them in the future. It was just a coincidence today. Besides, I wasn't sure if Denson Wintech would reveal the news today. Zachary nodded. Jasper's talent would be horribly demonic if he were able to sniff out such a huge business opportunity from a magazine. However, this was already enough to prove that Jasper had an extraordinary flair for business. It should be noted that as the head of the Law family, he had access to insider information that no other person could have. However, Jasper still managed to uncover the truth with just the bare facts. Chapter 153. How could this have been accomplished by an ordinary person? You did well in your final choice. Mitch's grandfather is an honorable man, and we're indebted to him due to things that happened in the past. We must let him keep his reputation. Zachary was extremely appreciative of the fact that Jasper had not driven Mitch to the point of desperation, but instead chose to settle the matter with $100 million. Of course, you didn't have to help the Law family repay what we owe the Langdon family. However, if you want to settle in Harbor City in the future, you should take note that we're different from other places as we take our relationships very seriously. It would have been detrimental to your development if you had offended the Langdon family. Jasper said calmly, I didn't think about it that much. Respect is earned, not given. The Langdon family's attitude doesn't affect me too much. I merely think that exchanging a one-time kneel for $100 million is much more worth it. Zachary smiled and said, All right, not bad. I can't detect any of the arrogance that young people, especially successful ones like you, might have on you. Many successful people are arrogant, but you aren't. I always feel like I'm talking to someone my age when I talk to you. Thank you for your generosity in giving me such honor, Mr. Law, Jasper said as he smiled. Zachary said jokingly, still calling me Mr. Law? Such formalities. Uncle Law, I'll drink a toast to you. Jasper smiled as he raised his glass. All right. Zachary laughed heartily as he clinked his glass against Jasper's. Bored of watching Jasper and Zachary tooting each other's horn, Henry interrupted them. Dad, didn't you ask us to only bring Jasper back home when you're almost finished with looking into the matter of the entertainment company? Zachary nodded when he heard that and said to Jasper, It must be your luck too. I got my men to look into entertainment companies after you brought it up to me and found out that 2 of them are intending to sell. I finally found one that fits your requirements after excluding some newly established ones and those that asked for exorbitant prices. This company was among the top 5 film distributors when Harbor City's movies were still popular all across Terra. Jasper raised an eyebrow as he asked, Are you talking about Gladness Entertainment movies? Zachary was truly surprised this time. How did you know that? There are less than 5 people in Harbor City who now know that Gladness Entertainment movies is looking to sell. You wouldn't have guessed this from a magazine this time, would you? Jasper smiled and said, Of course not. However, you just mentioned that the company used to be among the top 5 film distributors in Harbor City in the past, Uncle Law. That narrows my target down to 5 companies. Asia Media Movies, Emperor Entertainment Corporation, and Nation Star Movies can be eliminated from the list. Asia Media Movies has the support of Harbor City's tycoons. They don't need the money. Emperor Entertainment Corporation is a huge corporation with a focus on entertainment. There's no way they would consider selling their assets in the entertainment industry. As for Nation Star Movies, they're owned by the famous Smith brothers. They got rich through movies, and there's no way they would let go of their money tree. And lastly, I didn't even consider Sullivan Group. That old man has just as much power as any of the tycoons in Harbor City. The possibility that he would sell the company is low. With that, Jasper spread his hands and smiled as he said, Using the process of elimination, wouldn't there only be Gladness Entertainment left? Zachary nodded as he listened to him and finally said in amazement, You're right. It is Gladness Entertainment. Jasper, I'm starting to feel lucky that you're my ally in the business world instead of my enemy. Chapter 154. Uncle Law, is Gladness Entertainment seriously considering selling? Jasper asked. Zachary nodded and said, Their boss, Michael Lane, is an old friend of mine. Gladness Entertainment Movies is a branch of his company, Gladness International Corporation. It did quite well in the early years, and the company earned quite a bit of money in the movie industry. However, Harbor City's movies have been losing their popularity in recent years, which is why he has decided to switch his focus from the movie industry to financial asset management and go international. That's why he wants to carve out the entertainment portion of his company and sell it. Jasper thought to himself that the head of Gladness Entertainment Movies, Michael Lane, was a visionary. In his past life, Harbor City's movies had peaked in the 90s. Gangster films, gambling films, and movies starring Stephen Cole had made up the youth of a whole generation. However, their fame started fading starting from the year 2000, and this went on till the year 2020. However, Michael Lane did not sell the company in his previous life. How much is he selling it for? Jasper asked. Zachary frowned slightly as he said, That's where things get complicated. To be honest, if Gladness Entertainment Movies had not met all your requirements, I would have eliminated them immediately. First of all, Michael is looking for a powerful buyer to buy the equity of other companies through selling the equities of his own company. If you're looking to buy with cash, he's asking for no lower than $2 billion for the entire company. Jasper now understood why Gladness Entertainment was never sold in his previous life after hearing what Zachary said. Michael Lane was blinded by money. One could not even comprehend how much $2 billion was. Jasper had only spent $10 million to own a controlling share of Terry Zone. Although Terry Zone was a grassroots organization that was still far from being developed to its full potential. In Jasper's opinion, Gladness Entertainment Movies was worth no more than $1.5 billion, even if it still held the copyright to many movies and had many cinematic resources. It would only be odd if someone did decide to buy it. No wonder Gladness Entertainment Company had not managed to sell in his past life. Gladness International is only worth $5 billion as a listed company. Asking for $2 billion just for a film sub-company is daylight robbery, Anna said as she frowned. You can't look at things that way, Jasper said as he shook his head. The price of things can't just be measured using the market price. If you find something you like, it doesn't matter if you pay a slightly higher price for it. If it's something you don't like, you wouldn't buy it even if it's priced lower than its market price. Zachary smiled. That makes sense. If we think about the influence Gladness Entertainment movies has, it's not surprising that there's a markup. After all, even though Harbor City's movies are not as popular as they used to be, the market for them still exists. As one of the top 5 companies in the industry, Gladness Entertainment possesses an excellent system. Thus, if Jasper wants to enter the entertainment industry, it'll be a solid deal for him if he splurges and purchases Gladness Entertainment Industry. Just the time and labor costs that you'll save on in the process is astronomical. Having said that, I can't just splurge with no reason. Uncle Law, please help me arrange a meeting with Mr. Lane. I would like to have a conversation with him, Jasper said. Zachary nodded. If you think there's a need for a meeting, I'll be more than willing to bring the two of you together. How about this? Most of the tycoons in Harbor City will be attending a charity ball tomorrow to show their support. You can come with Anna. Charity ball? A wave of emotions washed over Jasper. He had seen tycoons attending various charity balls in his past life. They mostly just procured several harmless items to auction and then donate the money raised to those in need. To put it bluntly, it was a place where rich people would mingle and spend some money to build themselves a good reputation. Such charity auctions existed worldwide, but Harbor City's tycoons were especially fond of using this method to show off. He had never imagined that he would also be attending such charity auctions after getting reborn. What's wrong? Zachary asked after noticing the odd expression on Jasper's face. He thought that Jasper was not a fan of such occasions. Nothing. I'm just curious because I've never attended such events, Jasper said as he smiled. Zachary laughed and said, It's just a place where we talk, meet new friends, and broaden our social circles. We also buy some trinkets that will never be seen again to build ourselves a good reputation. Henry is familiar with such places. I'll get him to bring you along. Henry smirked as he said, It's just a place for you to show off, which you're good at. Zachary glared at Henry, who had forgotten his place. He immediately zipped his mouth and stopped joking. All right, I'll make sure to be on time the day after tomorrow, Jasper said. Once Jasper had said his goodbyes to the Law family, Henry acted as his chauffeur back to the hotel. However, this time, Henry did not mind his duty at all. After boasting all the way to the hotel, Henry scrammed the minute he dropped Jasper off. It was evident from the direction he was driving in that he was not heading home. He was probably heading off somewhere to have fun. Jasper could not be bothered. When he got back to his room, he discussed the company's plans with Jack and Hudson as usual. It was past midnight when they wrapped things up. Jasper called Wendy once the meeting ended. You're not asleep yet? Jasper asked. I was waiting for you to call, Wendy said, her voice as gentle as ever. Smiling, Jasper asked, Has much been happening in the company these few days? Things are all right with the company, but trying to learn financial stuff is hard. It's so complicated, Wendy said dispiritedly as she flopped onto the bed. Every process takes time. Don't be too eager for achievements and take it slowly. I can't afford to have you collapse from exhaustion, Jasper said as he smiled. Wendy huffed and said, You're worried that I'll collapse from exhaustion? Look at you, taking such a long trip to Harbor City without coming back sooner. I still have some things to do. I'll come back the minute I'm done, Jasper said. Wendy turned on her side and said, Oh, right. Dad wanted me to tell you to visit him once you're back in mainland. I think there has been some progress with the entertainment companies in mainland, and he wants you to talk to them. I'll deal with that once I'm back. There are more pressing issues at Harbor City. Chapter 155. All right, you deal with your matters in Harbor City first. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. Jasper talked to Wendy about other matters before hanging up. However, he did not go straight to bed. He used the hotel's computer to browse the news and make some notes in the notebook he brought along with him. Although Rebirth was Jasper's greatest advantage, it would slowly weaken over time. Jasper was not one to sit on his laurels both in this life and the previous one. Thus, he needed to study and analyze the day's news. Hard workers would not necessarily succeed, but successful people were always hard workers. Jasper was convinced of that. The next day, Anna dropped by the hotel with a tailored suit for Jasper. "It's for the charity ball tomorrow," Anna said as she passed the clothes to Jasper. "How did you know my measurements?" Jasper asked in surprise. Anna said gleefully, "Besides being the second young lady of the Law family, I'm also a designer. It's not that hard for me to use my eyes as a ruler to take your measurements." This was the first time Jasper had heard that Anna was a designer. With great interest, he asked, "So, you designed the suit for me?" Anna laughed lightly as she said, "Do you think I'm capable of designing a suit in a couple of days? This is an old design that my mentor praised, so I kept it. You're the first person who will ever put it on." "Who's your mentor?" Jasper asked. "Karl Lagerfeld," Anna replied. Jasper stared at Anna in surprise. "Kaiser Karl? You know him too?" It was Anna's turn to be surprised. "Oh, I more than know him," Jasper said as he shrugged. To be honest, Jasper would not have heard of the man if he had not died and caused the entire world to talk about him in 2019. However, he could not deny that the well-tempered Kaiser Karl had been one of the absolute best in the fashion circle. After all, not everyone got a documentary about their life after death. "If you're Kaiser Karl's apprentice, would you be interested in opening a fashion design studio? I can invest in it," Jasper said as he smiled. Anna said flatly, "He said that I'm still young, so I'm not allowed to open a studio and disgrace him before I master the skills." Jasper laughed. That did indeed sound like what Kaiser Karl would say. Jasper stepped out of the bedroom once he was done changing. He was usually dressed casually in a t-shirt and sweatpants, sometimes with a jacket thrown on top of. It was rare for him to be dressed this formally. Anna's eyes lit up when she saw Jasper in the suit. Frankly speaking, Jasper had always been good-looking. Not the preppy kind of good-looking, but just pure masculine handsomeness. He could be described to have a soft, moderately chiseled face with strong eyebrows and clear eyes. Besides, he had a good figure. He was neither thin nor bulky. He had a wide frame and wide shoulders too. He was a natural model. Jasper could pull off any outfit he was given, especially suits, which demanded a good figure. They looked even better when he wore them. "After seeing you, I'm beginning to think that the men in Harbor City are too effeminate. They can't be called men at all," Anna said sincerely. "Thank you for your praises," Jasper said as he stood in front of the mirror and smiled. He was quite pleased with how he looked too. Kaiser Karl did not care how rich or powerful one's family was when he took in apprentices. The Law family could be considered powerful within Harbor City or even within the entire summer community. However, there were people much more powerful than the Law family if one looked at it from a global perspective. Thus, Kaiser Karl only ever looked at a person's personal style and talent when choosing his apprentices. If they fit his style, he would even instruct you for free. Anna must be a talented designer to be Kaiser Karl's apprentice. The suit that Anna designed had a simple, uncomplicated style that looked clean and crisp. There were not any complicated patterns, and it managed to convey a majestic aura using only the simplest designs. "Just one more thing," Anna said suddenly as she walked toward him. She stood in front of Jasper. A black bow tie had somehow found its way into her hands. Tilting her head back, Anna used her slender, pink arms to turn over Jasper's collar. Then, she circled her arms around him and helped tie the bow tie on his collar. The two of them were standing very close to each other. They were so close to each other that Jasper could even feel Anna's body touching his when she breathed. Jasper had to lower his head to Anna's height because she was helping him wear his bow tie. The minute he lowered his head, to be frank, Anna won over every woman Jasper had ever seen in his life in terms of figure. Her creamy fair skin was tinted with a shade of cherry blossom pink and was so smooth that even your gaze could smoothly slide down it. In the span of a stolen breath, that stunning glimpse was enough to enrapture his soul. Perhaps because she was done with the bow tie, or perhaps she had realized how close they were to each other. Anna took a step backward. That step was enough to jolt Jasper out of the charming and sweet-smelling trance he was in a moment before. "Done?" Anna's forcefully calm voice wavered slightly. What could one say to ease the awkwardness now? Nothing. No matter what he said, it would make the girl shy and flustered. Like the expert he was, Jasper avoided the minefield. Turning again to look into the mirror, he gazed at the bow tie as he smiled and said, "Gorgeous?" It was hard to tell if that gorgeous was meant for himself or Anna. I'm going now. See you tomorrow." Anna's flustered voice rang out before she grabbed her purse and ran off. Jasper scoffed as he stared at himself in the mirror. The corners of his lips curled upward to form a smile that made him seem wickedly flirtatious. "See you tomorrow." Chapter 156. Anna and Henry arrived at the hotel in the early afternoon to pick Jasper up. You would never drive yourself to such formal events, which was why the Law siblings had their chauffeur drive them in the family's other Rolls-Royce. Henry, also dressed in a suit, widened his eyes in surprise when he saw Jasper stepping out of the hotel. "Why bother buying an entertainment company when you look like that? Might as well go star in a movie and gain instant fame," Henry said with jealousy. Jasper laughed as he got into the car. "Starring in a movie is such tiring work. How could it be as easy as being a CEO?" Henry clicked his tongue and was about to say a reply when he noticed something. He stared intently at the suit Jasper was wearing. A couple of seconds later, Henry wailed and said in equal parts anger, jealousy, and woe, "In a law, isn't this the suit you designed? You wouldn't let me wear it no matter how much I asked. Were you waiting for Jasper? I'm your brother. Your brother. Besides your mom, dad, and grandpa, I'm the person closest to you. How could you do this to me?" After listening exasperatedly to Henry's wails, Anna said stiffly, "What are you yelling about? Are you scared that the tabloid journalists won't be able to hear us?" Henry had a vengeful expression on his face. Excelsior Hotel was a top-notch 5-star hotel in Harbor City best suited for these high-end charity balls. The red-carpeted area outside the hotel was already filled with people when Jasper and the others arrived. The press, crowd, and bodyguards had been arranged on both sides in an orderly manner. Every once in a while, a luxurious car would pull to a stop near the red carpet, and the passenger inside would step out of it. It was just like an awards ceremony. However, stars were the main characters of an award ceremony. These stars were only an accessory to tycoons at places like these, where the rich and famous mingled with each other. No matter how famous you were or how large your fan base was, you had to be careful here, lest you say or do something wrong and offend the wrong person in the community. Tragedies like these had happened in the past. Modern stars were not much different from the playwrights of the past in front of the powerful. As one of the top 4 most powerful tycoons, the Law family required an elaborate entrance. A time period of an extra 5 minutes had been allocated both before and after the time slot the Law family was supposed to arrive. For those not in the know, there was nothing new about the Law family. They were all old-time friends or rivals. They were much more interested in Jasper, who had been growing close to the Law family. Especially Bob, who heard that Jasper would be attending the charity ball with the Law family. "Jasper Lane is coming tonight." Bob spoke quietly to Zane, who was standing beside him. Zane's mouth twitched, and a gloomy expression came over his face when he heard Jasper's name. "I'll head in first to socialize with some old friends. Find a chance to humiliate him if he has arrived. Count it as interest." Bob patted his female companion on the arm when he was done speaking and motioned for her to follow him. A famous, beautiful female movie star was standing beside him. Zoelle Griffin. Zoelle Griffin might be the most famous star in Harbor City now, but at this moment, she was nothing more than Bob's female companion. Zoelle had also gone through various hurdles and defeated many people to be his companion. The entertainment industry was far more complicated than outsiders thought it to be. Female stars had to pay painful prices that one could not even begin to imagine to advance through the ranks. Seemingly posh and elegant before the masses, they were nothing more than a tool to earn profits in a capitalist society. Zoelle glanced in another direction. It was another female star who was in the same rank as her, Queenie Shaw. At that moment, Queenie was standing beside Mitch, who was gazing silently at the approaching Law family's car with a solemn expression on his face. No one could tell what thoughts were going through his mind. Chapter 157. As the crowd stared, the Rolls-Royce pulled to a stop at the red carpet. Someone immediately came forth to open the door. Lights immediately began flashing wildly. It was as bright as if someone was shining a large searchlight. Henry was the first one to get out of the car. The wealthy son was well known by both the tabloids and the crowd. Then, there was a face that most people did not know. "Who's that?" someone asked curiously as they watched Jasper getting out of the car. Even though they had no idea who he was, everyone understood that any person who could enter a venue in the same car as Henry Law would be someone important. He would have to be at least an esteemed guest of the Law family to have such eligibility. Both Zane and Mitch's blood were boiling as they stood some distance away. They were wishing they could charge forth and pummel Jasper to death. Under the flashing lights, Jasper turned to stand by the car door in a gentlemanly manner. He reached out and elegantly helped Anna out of the car. Anna's slender, soft hand nestled in Jasper's palm. The minute she got out of the car, Harbor City's passion for both beauty and gossip heightened to new levels. Dressed in a red evening gown, Anna grabbed the attention of every male at the scene the moment she got out of the car. Bright red was a picky color. Not every woman would be able to pull that color off. Moreover, the evening gown demanded a perfect figure. However, not only did Anna pull off the dress beautifully, but she even managed to make it seem even more beautiful. When a person was truly beautiful, it was not their clothing that made them look even better, but the other way round. She had a long, slender figure, and her long hair was pulled into a simple bun at the back of her head. Several strands of hair bounced around her pale neck. She seemed as regal as a swan and as flirtatious as the devil. At that very moment, no one dared challenge her title as the most beautiful woman in Harbor City. The venue was filled with movie stars and gorgeous girls galore, and none of them gained their looks through plastic surgery. They were all gorgeous in their way. However, Anna's appearance had caused their beauty to fade. Jasper smiled as he extended his right hand toward Anna for her to hold on to as they walked forth. Anna smiled as she placed her arm in Jasper's. The two smiled as they stepped onto the red carpet and walked toward the hotel. A strange man had arrived in the same car as the Law siblings. The young lady of the Law family seemed to have a boyfriend. The journalists had adrenaline coursing through them as they looked at the lovely couple. They had even already crafted the next day's headline in their minds. Henry felt jealous as he walked behind them, a stiff expression on his face. Stupid. He doesn't even look that good, but he's good at what he does. He even got my sister to be his date. Henry gritted his teeth. He might have changed his opinion of Jasper, but he still felt annoyed. He was the young master of the Law family, but seemed to only be an accessory to Jasper. He could only be his student. Besides, this was not the first time he had felt that his identity as the young master of the Law family was worth nothing when he stood next to Jasper. Young Master Law, who is the man next to your sister? Is he your future brother-in-law? A brave journalist extended their neck out to pose the question. You talking about him? Harry pursed his lips. He's from mainland. But if he's all right with it, my grandpa and dad might even wrap my sister up like a present for him. Boom! Everyone nearby felt their heads imploding. Chapter 158. Who was Anna Law? She was recognized to be the most beautiful lady in the upper circle of Harbor City. She was the apple of Old Master Law's eye. The number of people who wanted to date her could form a line that stretched from Victoria Harbor to Causeway Bay. They were all sons of rich families, too. However, they were now hearing this from Henry Law. The journalist who asked the previous question seemed to think that they had struck gold. But by the time they wanted to ask another question, Henry had already walked off. He was finally free from the flashing lights once he had crossed the red carpet and entered the hotel. However, the socializing that came after was also a pain. The differences between various cliques were exceptionally obvious in Vanity Fairs like these. The four big shot families formed a clique of their own, and no one else was allowed in it. When the four big shot families were done socializing, they would scatter off to look for those who were on good terms with their families. The rival circles would have a clear-cut separation from each other. However, no matter who you were, you would put on a smile for everyone. New acquaintances popped up continuously before Jasper as long as Anna stayed beside him. He had met members from the other three big families. They were mostly elegant, well-spoken people. They had an obvious interest in Jasper. However, It did not seem right for them to pose the question. However, Jasper could feel the crowd's attention shifting toward him as his name spread throughout the venue. Master Boyle, I heard your wife is pregnant. We'll be looking forward to your invitation once your child is born, Anna said as she smiled at the head of the Boyle family. The man, who was several years older, blushed as he laughed and said, Of course, of course. I'll make sure yours doesn't get lost in the mail. After a round of greetings, Jasper had gotten to know several people, and even more people had learned his name now. No one knew where it started, but news of what Jasper had done a while back traveled through the crowd like the plague. Mr. Lane, you were the one who purchased our company on the stock market the other day? Caden asked as he looked at Jasper in surprise. Jasper smiled and said, I didn't expect that to surprise you, Mr. Langdon. The amount of shares you hold now makes you eligible to enter the board of directors. Rules state that you must be notified the next time the company meets with the board of directors, Caden said as he smiled. Jasper said to second young Master Langdon, who was a refined man, As an investor, I'm merely optimistic about your company's future and intend to make a profit while I can. I don't think I'll be needed in the company's meeting with the board of directors. Caden smiled meaningfully as he said, I must compliment you on your fine taste, Mr. Lane. Their conversation seemed peaceful, but there was a hidden agenda to it. Caden was worried about the intentions Jasper might be holding toward his company. If that was the case, the two would have to fight then and there, but Jasper had no interest whatsoever in the Langdon family's business, and he made sure to give an honest explanation. His honesty had gotten him Caden's appreciation in return. Here's my card. Let's talk again when we have the chance. Caden smiled as he handed his card over. Of course. Smiling, Jasper took the card from Caden and offered his in return. Taking the card from him, Caden glanced at it and said in surprise, Mr. Lane, you have an investment company in mainland? JW Capital. Is that the one that's investing in Terry's Own? Yes. Jasper was not surprised that Caden had heard of Terry's Own. In his past life, Hudson had asked Caden to invest in the company, and he had indeed done so. Haha, seems like we'll have a lot to talk about in the future, Caden said playfully. The two conversed for a little longer before Caden said goodbye and headed elsewhere. People like him could not talk to any one person at an event for too long. Caden had just stepped away when Jasper heard a piercing voice behind him. Hey, look at what I found. A mainlander trying to mix into high society. You actually have the nerve to come in? Mitch scoffed as he walked over with Queenie. Was $100 million too little for you to be considered as a punishment? Jasper asked coolly. The expression on Mitch's face stiffened as he scoffed and said, Don't be too proud. You were just lucky. I refuse to believe that you'll always be this lucky. One day, you're going to end up worse than a dog. I don't know how I'm going to end up in the future, but I do remember clearly that I ended up with $100 million from you the other day, Jasper said as he laughed lightly. Mitch gritted his teeth as he said angrily, Do you have nothing else to talk about besides that $100 million? Indeed, I have nothing else to say to you, Jasper said coolly. Young Master Langdon, the banquet is not started. No need to get into conflicts with other guests, Queenie hurriedly said when she saw the expression on Mitch's face. Mitch scoffed and said, You're right. Getting angry at someone like him does nothing but taint my reputation. That mainlander ought to take a look at himself. He won't fool anyone into thinking he's a king, even if he has the royal mantle draped over him. Queenie glanced curiously at Jasper. She had done several jobs in mainland this year and also shot several commercials there, which meant she had a vague understanding of mainland. What she was sure of was that a man as attractive as Jasper was hard to come by both in mainland and Harbor City. Even without mentioning anything else, Jasper's gentlemanly and elegant demeanor on the red carpet just now had already attracted countless women. Queenie, I hear that many of your fans are mainlanders. Mitch scoffed as he raised his chin toward Jasper. See that? The movie star who you mainlanders don't even dare dream of meeting is my date tonight. Miss Shaw, you're under Gladness Entertainment, aren't you? Jasper asked calmly. Yes. Queenie nodded, not understanding why Jasper asked that question all of a sudden. Smiling, Jasper turned and said to Mitch, The world is a miraculous place because you can never guess what's going to happen in the next second. For example, your date who you're so proud of, a famous movie star with countless fans, might have a new boss in the next second. What do you mean? Mitch narrowed his eyes and glared threateningly at Jasper as he spoke. "Nothing," Jasper replied calmly. "Jasper, my dad's looking for you." Just then, Anna walked over and spoke quietly to Jasper. Mitch was handsome, and Queenie was naturally gorgeous. However, they paled in comparison to Jasper and Anna. Jasper smiled as he extended an arm toward Anna and then pointed to their interlocked arms. He smiled at Mitch and said, "My date, Anna Law." Chapter 159. Mitch stared at Jasper's retreating figure. He felt blood pooling at the base of his throat, but he could neither swallow it nor spit it out. He had just been gloating over the fact that Queenie was his date, and Anna Law suddenly appeared beside Jasper the very next second. Queenie was pretty and famous enough. To be honest, one could not be embarrassed bringing Queenie along to any event. She was on par with his status as Mitch Langdon too. However, one was always worried to be compared with. A man's success was measured by the woman beside him. Queenie was fine, but could she and Anna be compared side by side? They were miles apart. Mitch felt his face burning, and that translated to him feeling annoyed as he stared at Queenie. "Young Master Langdon, you." Spooked by the look in Mitch's eyes, Queenie was just about to speak when she heard Mitch saying, "F***CK off." Queenie stared at Mitch, flabbergasted. "I said, F***CK off." Mitch turned after speaking coldly to Queenie and strode off, leaving her stranded at the venue. Tears filled her eyes. Jasper and Anna entered a smaller hall in the hotel. The hall outside was for the younger generation to mingle and form connections, while this smaller hall was where the real Vanity Fair was. It was where the actual bosses gathered. The majority of the richest in Harbor City had arrived. This was not a scene that everyone would have the opportunity to witness. When Jasper entered, he saw Zachary approaching him with a smile on his face. "Jasper, come over. I want to introduce you to a few of my old friends." Zachary grabbed hold of Jasper's arm affectionately and laughed loudly as he led him forward. He was doing this on purpose for the others to witness. He wanted the others to know that he, Zachary Law, approved of this young man. They all needed to pay their respects to him. Zachary could do that with the status and power he held. Sure enough, everyone immediately looked at Jasper with a different glint in their eyes. They had to have a certain amount of power to be led into this room. News traveled much faster among them here, and Jasper's identity was already no longer a secret. Bob, who was nearby, got Zoelle to talk to the other women. When he got rid of her, he turned toward the middle-aged man who looked somewhat similar to Mitch. "Kennedy, what's Jasper's relationship with the Law families?" Kennedy said calmly, "Big B, you should stop using all your attention on those movie stars and pay more attention to other matters." Zachary got to know Jasper in mainland some time ago. I don't know what exactly happened between them, but Zachary thinks very highly of him. Even Old Master Law can't stop praising him. The expression on Bob's face faltered when Old Master Law was mentioned. So, this Jasper Lane is not going to be easy to deal with. Bob raged inwardly when he remembered how he had taken a fall in front of Jasper, even though he was Jasper's senior. Chapter 160. Just then, Zachary had already led Jasper over to a modest-looking middle-aged man who had a pair of round glasses on. "Jasper, this is Michael Lane, otherwise known as Mr. Lane. He's the CEO of Gladness International Corporation. Mike, this is the wonderful young man I've been telling you about, Jasper Lane." When Zachary was done with the introductions, Jasper extended a hand and said while smiling, "Nice to meet you, Mr. Lane. I've heard a lot about you." Michael smiled as he shook Jasper's hand. "I've never heard about you in the past, but Zach's been talking about you for the past few days." The fact that Zachary and Michael had nicknames for each other proved that they were on close terms. After exchanging pleasantries, Jasper said, "Mr. Lane, I won't beat around the bush anymore since Uncle Law is here. I'm interested in purchasing Gladness Entertainment, which you currently own." Michael glanced at Zachary before he smiled at Jasper and said, "I do intend to sell it. However, in terms of its pricing, I understand that it's not exactly cheap, but I don't plan to lower the price." Michael might be a good-tempered man who was easy to talk to, but he was a force to be reckoned with in the business world. After all, he had managed to build the empire that was now Gladness International Corporation. You can't deny the fact that Harbor City's movies are declining in popularity. I'm worried that you'll struggle to find a buyer as sincere as I am if your price is too high. Jasper was not one to spend mindlessly, and thus would not just agree to whatever price Michael had set. As such, he did not hesitate to retaliate. Michael said calmly, "But Gladness Entertainment has the best assets in the entertainment industry. That's a fact. Jasper, how much effort would you have to put into creating a company like mine from scratch if you wanted to enter the entertainment industry? I would not be standing before you if I didn't agree that Gladness Entertainment has the best assets, Mr. Lane." Jasper smiled as he said that. Michael laughed and thought for a moment before he shook his head and said, "I had put my heart and soul into Gladness Entertainment. I wouldn't be selling it if I had a choice. No more negotiations regarding the price." Jasper said calmly, "If that's the case, there's no need to continue this conversation." With that, he turned and left. Not only was Michael stunned at that swift exit, but so was Zachary. Who did business like that, turning around and leaving the minute a disagreement surfaced? Given Jasper's assertive attitude, it did not look like he wanted to buy Gladness Entertainment, but more like Michael was begging him to buy the company. "Jasper, wait." Zachary had not interrupted thus far. He was merely a middleman for this transaction, and his role was to ensure things wrapped up nicely. Now that the deal was about to fall apart, he called after Jasper. Just then, a waiter walked over with a tray. Zachary took 3 glasses of wine and gave Jasper and Michael a glass each before he took a sip. He then said while smiling, "What's a business deal without a little compromise? Michigan, you're the senior here. Why don't you express your attitude first?" Michael frowned as he said, "I'm not explicitly demanding cash. You can also seal the deal with shares. What if it's a tip that can prevent Gladness International Corporation from losing 40% of its value in the market?" Jasper suddenly asked. Michael's eyes lit up as he gazed seriously into Jasper's eyes and asked, "Young man, do you hear what you're saying?" Zachary's expression turned solemn. Jasper's choice of business jargon had already crossed the line from being impolite to being insulting. In his past life, Gladness International Corporation, which shifted their focus into the finance industry, had met with a burst of the dot-com bubble. They had suffered major losses at the end of the year 2000. Memories of Gladness International Corporation played in Jasper's mind as he said calmly, "The burst of the dot-com bubble is starting in the West. It might be as fast as a week or as slow as half a month. Either way, something will definitely happen. Most of Gladness International Corporation's investments are in internet companies, right?" Michael shuddered. "Do you dare take responsibility for your words?" Michael asked solemnly. Jasper glanced at Zachary before he said calmly, "Mr. Lane, I'm willing to bet $1 billion with you if you don't believe me." Michael barked out a laugh as he said, "No need for a bet. I can sell Gladness International Corporation to you for $15 billion. But you have to promise me one thing." Chapter 161. "Mr. Lane, you've been really close to the laws recently. You guys must be planning something together. No matter what you are planning, you have to count me in as well." Jasper raised his brow at Michael's words. Logically, the first thought that came into Jasper's mind was that Zachary Law must have told Michael something. However, Jasper immediately snuffed out the possibility of something like that happening. From a business perspective, Zachary had a position that ranked higher than everyone present here. Even if he had a good personal relationship with Michael and wanted him to join his side, he would not just disregard Jasper and tell Michael everything. For now, the fact that he was working together with the Laws was absolutely confidential. It was impossible for Zachary not to understand the risks of involving more people in their plans. If something like that were to be exposed to the outside world, especially by someone from the Law family, it would definitely bring forth consequential impacts to the finances of Harbor City. Therefore, as long as Zachary did not do anything foolish, it was impossible for the outside world to know anything about their plan. Don't overthink. It was easy for me to guess. You made your fortune in the stock market, and everything that you have recently done in Harbor City revolved around the stock market. At the same time, Zachary has been rather active nowadays. It is obvious that a major event is about to take place. These aren't secrets. Those who are observant can easily realize this if they pay a little attention. However, they lack the core contextual information, so they don't understand the common goal that underlies your individual actions. In the beginning, I didn't get it as well. However, after hearing what you said just now, I immediately understood. The downfall of the internet economic bubble is a disaster for most. But if you managed to predict it and made arrangements beforehand, it would be a celebration of wealth and capital. You have the abilities and Zachary has the funds. That's enough to create an impact in the capital sector of Harbor City. Jasper nodded after Michael finished speaking. Sure enough, someone who had managed to make a name for himself in a place full of powerful, influential people like Harbor City was not simple-minded at all. Since Michael had already seen through their facade, there was no need for Jasper to continue hiding it from him. This condition is acceptable, but there's something that you must do, Mr. Lane. Otherwise, there's nothing more for us to discuss, Jasper said. Say it, Michael said with a grin. He was overcome with relief after Jasper agreed to his proposition. I don't care about how much funds you intend to contribute, but you must hand it over to me to ensure everything operates in unison. Also, since you've decided to get in this car that I'm driving, you must follow my command in everything from the speed to the direction that the car is going. Michael smiled at his words. Of course, I'm just taking the opportunity to score a bargain deal. I definitely wouldn't try to overthrow you. I'll listen to whatever you ask me to do when the time comes, he said. Jasper raised his glass with a chuckle. Let's make a toast to our successful collaboration. Cheers. Cheers. This toast signaled the commencement of a $1.5 billion entertainment film package sale plan and future financial plans involving at least tens of billions of dollars worth of funds. Michael was evidently in a pretty good mood. He chatted and joked around with Jasper for a while before coming up with an excuse to leave. After he left, Jasper said, "It seems like there are a lot of smart people out there in the world." Zachary laughed. In truth, this deal guarantees a win for both parties in the transaction. You save $500 million in the takeover of Gladness Entertainment, and he can rely on you to earn more in the future. There are no losses for you, he said. More importantly, after this incident, Gladness International Corporation will naturally form an alliance with you. This is extremely beneficial for you in the future. Jasper nodded at his words. He replied, Actually, having one more person on board does not affect how we earn money. With him, we won't make a penny less, and without him, we won't make a penny more either. The thing is this person reliable? He's trustworthy. I've known him for a few decades now. He's a person who doesn't easily show his true intentions. He's good at scheming, but he may appear rather selfish at times just because he's too good at it. Honestly, nobody's perfect. Other than that, he's perfectly reliable. Jasper nodded at Michael's words. Since it was a charity auction gala function, the main attraction of the gala would be the auction. In reality, these were all formalities. All the rich men simply had to take out some of the items they did not need and put them up for an auction. No matter how much the items got auctioned for, the money would be donated to charity. Moreover, there was a high probability that these items would not even pass through the actual auction. This was simply a matter of price. All the rich and powerful people who came to the function would also make a bid for one or two items each to join in the fun of the occasion. This money meant nothing to them. They were only doing so to make a good reputation for themselves. Chapter 162. The auction commenced not long after. Jasper and Wendy had already returned to the banquet hall. A big boss like Zachary Law no doubt had a custom seat for himself. Meanwhile, the younger ones like Jasper and Anna gathered in the hall while waiting for the auction to begin. This occasion was a gathering of the stars. Everyone shone in all of their extravagance. Even the air was filled with the lingering scent of wealth and fame. Being as meticulous as always, Jasper also noticed that Mitch Langdon and Zane Lancaster were seated together. The two of them were peering at him as subtly as they could. It was evident that having a common enemy allowed them to achieve a certain degree of understanding with each other. How did the both of them get together? Anna asked, furrowing her brow. Based on logical reasoning, Zane only had his father, Bob Lancaster. Nonetheless, Mitch was different. His father was Kennedy Langdon, whereas his grandfather was Wallace Langdon. They were both top bosses in their own leagues. With Wallace Langdon around, the Langdons would easily take the throne among the top 4 families of Harbor City. Therefore, based on such reasoning, Zane had no right to sit next to Mitch. Both of them are equally bad. It should be easy for them to find a common topic among themselves, Jasper said. He did not mind at all. Since he attended the function with Anna, Jasper sat in a seat designated for the laws. It was located right at the front of the hall. The first 4 rows were reserved for the Laws, the Boyles, the Langdons, and the Lennons. The remaining seats were allocated for the other prominent and wealthy families of Harbor City. The seats extended backward in order of wealth and status. There were close to 100 tables. This showcased the number of wealthy people in Harbor City. Over here, those with assets worth $1 billion or less were considered poor. Meeting Henry once again, Jasper realized that there was a beautiful female celebrity seated next to him. Furthermore, Jasper knew her well. Thanks to Mr. Collins, Jasper had enjoyed viewing a fair few of her gorgeous photographs. Cindy Young, stage name Sherry. She would be debuting in a group with another female celebrity this year after signing a contract with Golden Entertainment. She would become really popular in the future. However, after the incident with the camera, she was utterly ruined. Jasper had even lamented over it in his past life. Here's my date. Not bad, huh? Henry remarked proudly. He did not really like famous female celebrities. If he wanted any of them, they would be queuing up in front of him in no time. However, he generally found them dirty. Therefore, Henry preferred fresh faces that have only just made their debut. He found them pleasant and fresh-looking. Cindy was rather nervous as well. She greeted Anna and Jasper respectfully. If Henry had not brought her here, never in her life would she have the right to sit in this seat. Anna was unfazed. Something like this was extremely normal in a wealthy family. However, Jasper knew that Cindy had a pretty messy private life despite her innocent looks. He grinned and said, "It's good as long as you think it's good." Henry always felt that Jasper was trying to hint at something with his curious choice of words. Nevertheless, he could not seem to figure out what Jasper meant. Therefore, he felt extremely uncomfortable about this. Jasper had just sat down when Zane's sinister voice rang out from the table beside them. "Oh, look over here. It's a country bumpkin from the mainland. Do you think that you're our equal now that you found a wealthy person to back you up? The fact that you're pretty pleased about it all is terribly disgusting." His voice was not loud, but it was enough for everyone from the 4 top families, who were seated not too far away, to hear clearly. Chapter 163. His words attracted the attention of many people. Most of them were here just to watch the scene unfolding before them and join in on the fun. Alas, Jasper was not a slice of delectable pie. It was impossible for him to make everyone like him. If he were to consider the top 4 families alone, many of them felt a strong animosity toward him due to him being an outsider's sudden appearance in their family affairs. Everyone was simply maintaining a facade of harmony on the surface. Mitch Langdon, for example, was on the verge of becoming his lifelong archenemy. Now that Zane had voiced out, a lot of people were waiting for Jasper to embarrass himself. Many of the gazes directed at him were dripping with contempt. Henry arched his brows. He thought of Jasper as a respected mentor that would guide him on the path of becoming bigger and better. Furthermore, the Laws had invited Jasper to sit at their table. Thus, he represented the Laws as well. By shaming Jasper Lane, it meant that he was putting the Laws to shame as well. How could Henry stand this? Just as Henry was about to say something, Jasper voiced out, "You have it wrong. Being your equal is an insult to me." A lot of people could not resist bursting out into laughter at Jasper's words. Zane was fuming with anger. He glared at Jasper after being humiliated by him and sneered, "Why are you being so rash? Harbor City isn't the mainland. You can't act as arrogant as you wish to over here. You won't even know the cause of your death later on. Aren't you tired of repeating the same things over and over again?" Jasper asked impatiently, "Even if you want to threaten me, do it differently. Please enlighten me on how you wish to end my life." Henry was amused while listening to their exchange. Jasper had such a smart and sharp way with words. Looking at the helplessness and blunt rage in Zane's gaze, it was clear to everyone just how powerful Jasper's stance was. Zane, who did not manage to humiliate Jasper but got humiliated himself instead, was so vexed that he began gritting his teeth. Just as he was about to say something, Mitch, who was seated beside him, raised his voice. He glanced at Jasper indifferently. Zane, stop talking. What good can come out of having a sharp tongue with someone like that? He asked nonchalantly. He's just like a dog at home. It won't understand if you scold it. Just beat it up. When it hurts, it'll learn its place. Dogs are dogs. It's impossible for them to surpass their owners. Are you just afraid that you won't have the chance to teach the dog a lesson? A light-hearted expression formed on Zane's face after listening to Mitch's words. He chuckled. You're perfectly right, Mitch. I can't bite back at a dog if it bites me, right? I'll teach it a lesson when the opportunity arises. It'll understand when it hurts after getting beaten up, he said. Right then, the host walked onto the stage. Everyone fell silent immediately. Although the host was a hotshot within the entertainment industry, he did not dare to showcase his wits in front of all the wealthy families of Harbor City. After a brief opening remark, the host reiterated the charity theme underlying the auction event. After sending waves of praise to the wealthy families, the auction immediately began. Since the items being auctioned were all personal belongings of these wealthy and powerful people, they were not half bad. Therefore, many of them began bidding right after the first item was presented. Nevertheless, the atmosphere was extremely harmonious. Everyone was here to support the occasion. They could just act their part. Nobody would cause an uproar during an occasion like this. Even the bosses from Zachary Law's social circle made a few bids and purchased a few items. Everybody, the auction item that will appear next is very special. It was specially handed over to us by the late famous philanthropist Miss Shannon White. She had specially requested for us to display the collector's item at this auction. Chapter 164. This collector's item is known as the Angel's Heart. It is a jewelry piece that Miss Shannon White brought back from New Zealand more than a decade ago. According to Miss Shannon White, there's a secret within this collector's item. However, she doesn't know what that secret is either. She didn't manage to find out even after analyzing it thoroughly for more than a decade. Before Miss Shannon passed away, she wanted to put this collector's item up for auction. All the proceedings will be donated to the Leukemia Research Foundation. The starting price is $1 Harbor dollar. This jewelry piece selling at starting price of $1 Harbor dollar looked like a very simple and ordinary pendant. The pendant itself was molded in the shape of an angel holding a heart. Based on its material and appearance, it looked like it was worth 100,000 Harbor dollars at most. However, Shannon White was one of the most famous philanthropists in Harbor City. Her death, which had been caused by leukemia, caused quite a huge uproar back then. Hence, the Angel's Heart, which had a mere starting price of $1 Harbor dollar and a so-called secret within it, attracted the attention of many people as soon as it appeared. As for that so-called secret, many of them did not take it seriously. They just laughed it off. Most people thought it was simply a gimmick created by the auctioneer. Shannon White had analyzed the piece for more than 10 years without making any discoveries. Therefore, they could conclude that this secret was a mere sham. Meanwhile, Jasper's interest was piqued when he set his eyes upon the Angel's Heart. Going through his memories of the future, he clearly remembered that this Angel's Heart really had a secret. A huge secret that was worth more than $100 million. People eventually discovered the secret around the year 2012. It had been the hottest topic for a significant period of time. 500,000 Harbor dollars. During the few minutes that Jasper had been immersed in thought, the price of the Angel's Heart had already been elevated to a number far beyond its original value. The people in the audience were some of the wealthiest people in Harbor City. To them, 500,000 Harbor dollars and 50,000 Harbor dollars were no different. As the late philanthropist Shannon White had commissioned for the auction of this jewelry piece herself, this was indeed an item of notable prestige. Hence, many people intended to purchase it. 800,000 Harbor dollars. Jasper joined in the bidding without a moment's hesitation. Given Jasper's current net worth, he did not really have a liking for such things anymore. This included the secret, which was worth more than 100 million Harbor dollars. However, people like Jasper thought that it was a loss not to earn anything on a daily basis. After all, only B** stars did not love a good bargain. Someone from one of the tables of the 4 top families made a bid. After that, the other wealthy people sitting behind understandably stopped matching the bid. Although the item was good, It would not be wise to offend someone from the four top families over it. Noticing Jasper join in on the bid, Zane, who did not have much interest in the angel's heart, sneered. After meeting eyes with Mitch Langdon, he slowly raised his hand. 1 million Harbor dollars. The moment had arrived. A lot of people watched on eagerly. Since ancient times, battles for riches between wealthy families had always been an interesting sight. Many of them were beyond thrilled to watch Zane and Jasper go against each other. 1.5 million Harbor dollars. Jasper did not disappoint the interested audience. He added 500,000 Harbor dollars to the bidding price immediately. Oh, it seems like the country bumpkin wants to gain some fame from purchasing the angel's heart from Miss Shannon White. Well, that's too bad. I won't let you do as you wish. 2 million Harbor dollars, Zane said with a grin on his face. He crossed his legs and side-eyed Jasper snobbishly. Listen to my advice. Don't embarrass yourself in the high society circle of Harbor City with just those few steel bars in your pocket. Even if you force yourself into the community, you're still a country bumpkin. If you really wanted to be famous, why don't you make a bid for the Renaissance painting worth more than 10 million Harbor dollars just now? Just accept the fact that you're poor. Aren't you ashamed of bidding for an item that had a starting bid of 1 Harbor dollar? You can't give up the money, but you still want fame? What a joke. Zane scratched at his ear nonchalantly. He then laughed maniacally. Continue following the bid if you can. I want to see just how much money you can spare to play this game with me. Chapter 165. Those who were listening to Zane thought that he made perfect sense as well. At this point in time, most people from Harbor City were still extremely xenophobic. They looked down on all outsiders, especially mainlanders. They felt that the mainland was a land of barren hills and turbulent rivers where savages lived. It was a barbaric place. In their eyes, Jasper's actions showed that he was chasing for clout while being reluctant to spend his money. Seeing that many people agreed with him, Zane stared at Jasper contemptuously. Did I get it right? Shut up and stay by the side quietly, you dog. Aren't you ashamed of yourself? He drawled confidently. Zane's expression turned stony as he spoke. I can't even stand your dog-like stench when I'm seated in the same room as you. You stink, he growled in anger. Mr. Zane Lancaster bid 2 million Harbor dollars. 2 million Harbor dollars going once. Does anyone think that this angel's heart is worth a higher price? The host did not want to join in the fight raging on between the two wealthy men. However, he had to carry out his responsibilities. Thus, he had no choice but to bite the bullet and shout out into the microphone. Right then, Zane smirked at Jasper. He was absolutely certain that he would defeat Jasper tonight. Follow the bid. Why don't you follow the bid? Aren't you extremely capable of doing so? Jasper's silence fueled Zane's satisfaction. Jasper must have used up all the tricks he had up his sleeves. Zane guffawed loudly. If you don't have the money, you can always borrow some from the laws. Anyways, you're just a dog that the laws brought home, he said. Or do you mean to say that the laws won't bother to lend that much money to a dog like you? Right? You're just a dog. Who want to spend money on someone like you? Ha ha ha. As Zane laughed maniacally, everyone stared at Jasper while anticipating what would happen next. They could not wait to see if he would rise up against Zane's attack or accept his defeat. Even the group of big bosses were paying attention to the development of the situation in an interested manner. Mr. Law, it seems like this young man that you look so highly upon is nothing special. Bob Lancaster had been displeased with Jasper for some time now. Upon seeing his own son deal Jasper a harsh blow, he laughed out loud and joked to Zachary Law. Zane smirked. It's not over yet. Don't jump to conclusions, he said. Oh, I think the result is already out. Kennedy Langdon was the one who spoke out. He voiced out calmly in front of all the bosses. Mr. Lancaster, your son made a pretty powerful move. If Jasper Lane continues following the bid, it would show that he's calculative, impetuous, and easily irritated. However, if he doesn't do so, it would mean that he's admitting to what your son said about him. This is a dilemma. Either way, it seems that Jasper has lost the first exchange. $2 million going twice. The host gulped and stared at Jasper, who appeared calm and collected. There was no sign of anger or humiliation on his face. 100 million Harbor dollars. Jasper's clear voice rang out just after the host finished speaking. His firm and strong voice resonated throughout the entire function hall. Beep! All the wealthy people who took pride in having a good upbringing and education could not resist causing an uproar in the hall. Plenty of them were beyond shocked. They all stared at Jasper in disbelief after registering the price of his bid. Even a few of the bosses within the group of big bosses had dumbfounded looks on their faces. Just as Kennedy Langdon had said, if Jasper continued following the bid, it would show that he was angered by Zane. It would be shallow and simple-minded of him to get tricked by a scheme like that. If he did not follow the bid, it meant that he was recognizing his defeat. It was a tough situation for him, either way. However, this tough dilemma got resolved by his $100 million Harbor Dollar bid. The bidding price had to be considered as well. If Jasper called a bid for $3 million or even $5 million Harbor Dollars, people would just think of him as a silly fool. However, following a $2 million Harbor Dollar bid with a bid of $100 million Harbor Dollars was not a foolish move at all. It was a show of power. Kennedy Langdon squinted his eyes and pinned Jasper with a scorching gaze. It was impossible to read his thoughts. Zachary Law sipped at his glass of whiskey cheerily. The scene unfolding before him did not seem to shock him at all. Chapter 166. If Jasper was so easily defeated, how could he have trusted him enough to take time off for his health at such a crucial time? How could the Laws rest assured while placing such a large bet on him? Countless discussions were still going on in the function hall. A lot of people were shocked by Jasper's strong financial power and boldness. If he could take out $100 million Harbor Dollars in cash, no one would even bother to look at how much the Angel's heart was really worth. This $100 million Harbor Dollars would be enough to crush Zane Lancaster's arrogant stance. A dark expression formed on Zane's face. Jasper had raised the bidding price to the maximum. There was no way for him to continue following the bid. He had been arrogant and smug up till a second ago. He suddenly snickered. All right, you're good. This jewelry piece is only worth a maximum of a few $100,000 Harbor Dollars. This fool here actually bought it for $100 million Harbor Dollars. Don't you know that others will just see you as a fool right now? It looks like you're not just a dog. You're a foolish, idiotic one. Forget the other people. Even the Law siblings were shocked by the bidding price. However, they knew that Jasper had earned a lot more than that from Zane and Mitch over these few days. Although they suspected that Jasper was just doing so to get back at Zane, they did not say much. Beside him, Cindy Young's gaze shone in admiration as she stared at Jasper. He had just spent $100 million Harbor Dollars on a whim. A man like this simply oozed charm and charisma. Nobody would follow a bid of $100 million Harbor Dollars. After asking the price 3 more times in accordance with the rules, the host closed the bidding with a knock of the hammer before everyone's gazes. Congratulations to Mr. Jasper Lane for successfully bidding for the Angel's heart at the monumental price of $100 million Harbor Dollars. I believe that Miss Shannon White would also love to thank you from the heavens for your contribution to charity. This host was extremely witty. He knew that there was nothing the wealthy people here loved more than building a good reputation for themselves. Therefore, he showered Jasper in praise without a moment's hesitation. After that, a staff member held the Angel's heart on a tray and delivered it to Jasper. After taking the Angel's heart, Jasper took out a check and put it on the tray. When Mitch Langdon caught sight of the check, his expression instantly darkened. F***CK. Of course he found that check familiar. That was the check he paid to Jasper as compensation. What a foolish dog, Mitch Langdon remarked, gritting his teeth. He spent $100 million Harbor Dollars on something that's only worth a few $100,000 at most. What is he if not a foolish dog? Zane snickered beside him. After getting his hands on the Angel's heart, Jasper did something that nobody would have expected. He handed the Angel's heart to Anna Law, who was seated next to him. I haven't thanked you for gifting me this set of clothes. Let me give this Angel's heart to you as a gift, Jasper said. Anna blinked in shock. She then accepted the jewelry piece instinctively. Everyone was now paying attention to them. Nobody would have expected Jasper to give something that he had bought with $100 million Harbor Dollars to Anna Law. Press the Angel's palms. Anna was slightly baffled by Jasper's words. Nevertheless, she followed his instructions all the same. She believed that Jasper had his reasons for doing so. Anna pressed lightly on the simple carving of the angel's palms under the watchful eyes of Harbor City's wealthiest men and women. The outer shell of the angel pendant fell apart after what seemed like the activation of a contraption. A dazzling pink diamond appeared before everyone after being kept inside the pendant for more than a decade. What a massive pink diamond! The chairman of Chadstone Jewelry exclaimed out loud upon catching sight of the pink diamond. I've been working in the jewelry industry for my entire life, and yet I've never seen such a flawless pink diamond. His words, accompanied by the brilliant and dreamy iridescent glow that reflected off the pink diamond under the light, caught everyone's attention like a massive boulder being flung at their faces. Chapter 167. The pink diamond glowed softly under the light, but its brilliance seemed to blind the eyes of everyone within the function hall. Zane was rendered speechless with shock. He stared at the pink diamond in Anna's hands in utter disbelief. Right then, Zane felt his scalp grow numb. How could this be? How could some worn-out accessory that Jasper had purchased without much thought turn out to be a priceless treasure? Although he was not from the jewelry industry, as someone from a wealthy family, Zane had seen a lot more valuable items than the typical person. Thus, he could easily tell when something was valuable. This pink diamond was definitely not something of low value. It felt as if countless invisible slaps were being directed at his face and smacking him till he was ruddy and swollen. Zane gritted his teeth while his eyes turned bloodshot. He was so jealous that he was about to lose it. Right now, he seemed just like a fool who had been busy entertaining himself just now by throwing insults and contemptuous words at Jasper. The angel's heart really comes with a secret? Mitch Langdon murmured out loud. He found the situation unbelievable as well. His words represented the thoughts of everyone present in the function hall. The host had told them there was a secret within the angel's heart. Miss Shannon White had even examined the jewelry piece for more than a decade just to find out the secret. Everyone thought that it was simply a gimmick. Maybe Shannon White had gotten fooled by it herself. In any case, nobody would actually take a myth like that seriously. However, the turning point of the incident came to them like a harsh slap across their faces. So, what if it's a pink diamond? You spent 100 million Harbor dollars on it. Even if this pink diamond is valuable, is it worth more than 100 million Harbor dollars? Aren't you being taken advantage of just the same? Mitch sneered derisively. He simply could not stand the sight of Jasper acting all high and mighty in front of everyone. Jasper's free and easy demeanor was like a constant stab to his heart. This was because Mitch could not help but recall the moment when he almost kneeled down before Jasper 2 days ago. He had the same expression on his face at that moment. Exactly. You're still being taken advantage of, Zane shouted out loud. Sneering out loud, Mitch continued adding fuel to the fire. What are you being so proud of? A country bumpkin from the mainland will always be a country bumpkin. Look how overjoyed he is over some cheap bargain. Jasper said calmly, it's just 100 million Harbor dollars. Anyways, I bought it using your check, Mr. Langdon. I don't mind at all. Mitch's face reddened in anger upon hearing what he said. Mitch hummed in response to everyone's curious gazes and expressions that reflected their yearning for gossip. He remained silent after that. He was afraid that his previous scandals would be revealed. That would truly bring shame upon his entire family. Ms. Law, can you let me take a look at this pink diamond? In the chaos, the chairman of Chadstone Jewelry had made his way to their side without anyone noticing. He then asked Anna this while staring at the pink diamond in her hands with an obsessive gaze. Anna glanced at Jasper. After he nodded, she handed the pink diamond to the chairman. Accepting the pink diamond with both hands, the chairman of Chadstone Jewelry exclaimed in excitement. In the past, the largest pink diamond that had been put up for auction at a public auction was an 18.96-carat pink diamond, which had been auctioned off at Christie's auction. They were only 5 minutes into the auction when the diamond got sold off at a price of 360 million Harbor dollars. Although this pink diamond isn't as large as that one, it has a better color grade and seems to be much clearer. It would be considered a diamond of the best grade. A gem like this is truly a rare sight in this world. Excuse me, Mr. Lane. I'd like to ask you something. If it is possible, I would like to purchase this pink diamond from you for a price of 300 million harbor dollars. Although many of the people present here were wealthier than the chairman of Chadstone Jewelry, nobody could compare to him in terms of authority on the jewelry industry. His words caused everyone's expressions to change, especially Mitch Langdon and Zane Lancaster. They had been mocking Jasper for spending 100 million harbor dollars out of bitterness just a second ago. Just a split second later, everything had backfired on them. 300 million harbor dollars. It could be sold off at the colossal price of 300 million harbor dollars. Chapter 168. Everyone knew that if this pink diamond was officially put up in an auction, it would definitely sell at a price that was much higher than this. Everyone's gazes and expressions changed instantly. They looked at Jasper like he was a deity. What kind of person was he to be capable of having such an accurate and sharp insight? How did he know the secret of Angel's heart? I've already given the diamond to Anna. It's not for sale, Jasper said matter-of-factly. With this sentence, he firmly denied the opportunity to gain a profit of 200 million harbor dollars at once. The expression on Jasper's face was so calm and indifferent that it seemed as if he had just rejected a poached egg delivered by the chef during breakfast. That's really a pity. Heartbroken, the chairman returned the pink diamond to Anna. He had no other choice. If Jasper was not willing to sell it, it was impossible for him to snatch it from him, right? Anna stared at the pink diamond in her hand dumbfoundedly. All of a sudden, she found herself facing a slight dilemma. This is way too valuable. And he wanted to return the pink diamond to Jasper. If it was just Angel's heart, Anna would dare to accept it as a gift, although Jasper had bought it for a price of 10 million harbor dollars. However, the value of this pink diamond could not even be appraised accurately right now. Most importantly, such a pure and perfect pink diamond only came with a price, but not any buyers. Even someone like Anna Law found it way too valuable. A minute when I told you that it's a gift for you. Jasper chuckled lightly. In contrast to the shock on everyone's faces, he remained unfazed. Alas, he had already caught up on all the news regarding the diamond in his past life. However, he had only been able to admire it from his computer screen back then. In my opinion, a man should take more pride in winning the smile of a pretty lady as compared to earning a sum of money, Jasper said with a hint of a smile. After registering his words, all the women in the function hall looked at Jasper with a different gaze. No other man could even begin to compare with Jasper's current charisma. He was willing to take a gamble at high stakes just to win a lady's smile. How many people in the world could be as bold and generous as he was? A king who tormented his subjects for the queen's pleasure may be a fatuous and self-indulgent ruler in the eyes of his people. However, to the queen, he was the best husband in the world. Cindy Young, who was standing beside Anna and had been closely watching the entire incident all along, was particularly amazed. She stared at Anna in admiration. If she was Anna, she would be willing to do anything for Jasper right now. How many women in the world had men who were willing to spend their riches on them? Furthermore, this was not just thousands of harbor dollars in cash. It was worth at least 300 million harbor dollars. As the female lead of the entire act, Anna's gaze flickered. She did not dare to meet Jasper's eyes right now. For some inexplicable reason, she felt slightly flustered. As the princess of the laws, 300 million harbor dollars was not a large sum of money. However, now that Jasper was making her the subject of everyone's admiration and attention, she felt extremely shy. "Thank you." Anna thanked Jasper in a small voice and turned around immediately. She held the pink diamond tightly in her hands as her cheeks blushed. She was slightly mesmerized by Jasper. Henry Law, who was forced to witness the sweet scene unfolding before him, leaned over to Anna. "Anna, show me that big diamond," he said. "No." Anna refused his request in an outright manner. He should not even think of it. Nobody could take this diamond away from her. Not even for 1 second. Henry's face darkened. He grumbled. Now that she has a man, she has forgotten her own brother. I don't even want to look at it. That being said, Henry's will wavered as well. Even for a grown man like him, he had to admit that Jasper had made an excellent move. How could any woman resist him? Chapter 169. Ha ha! Michael Lane, who was seated at the table of big bosses, laughed out loud. Zachary, Jasper's pretty good. Michael openly expressed his admiration for Jasper. The other bosses looked at Michael in distaste. Michael had always been on Zachary's side. There was no need for him to act all supportive of him right now. However, even they could not deny the fact that Jasper had made a brilliant move. Zachary had a bright smile on his face. This kid has always been like that, he said. Although he was speaking in a casual tone, his choice of words reflected just how much he admired and cherished Jasper. Alas, the head of the Law family would not just address anyone as this kid. This was how an elder addressed his or her junior. Zachary and Michael were both in good spirits. In contrast, Bob Lancaster and Kennedy Langdon's expressions did not look too good. They had not personally joined in the exchange, but anyone could tell that both their sons had been defeated by Jasper. Since their sons had been put to shame, what glory could they have? The big bosses did not really care about 300 million harbor dollars. It was just that they had gained a profound insight into Jasper's way of doing things. The auction continued amidst the audience's chatter and laughter. Zane and Mitch suppressed their discontentment over their defeat and sat back in their seats. According to the rules, all the wealthy people present in the function had to purchase at least one item from the auction. Otherwise, news about them being stingy and reluctant to do charity work may be published in tomorrow's tabloids. Therefore, although Zane and Mitch were already in a state of distress from the previous incident, they still called to bid when a blue and white porcelain bowl was presented before the audience at a starting price of 200,000 harbor dollars. 200,000 harbor dollars. Mitch called for a starting bid. Nobody competed with him either. After all, he was a member of the four top families. Besides, everyone knew that he had just embarrassed himself badly and was currently in a bad mood. For their own sake, no one wished to offend him. 1 million harbor dollars. Unexpectedly, Jasper, who had not called for a bid since buying Angel's heart, made a bid. It was beyond their expectations, but his actions were perfectly understandable. Henry almost burst out into laughter. He whispered loudly in Anna's ear, "See, I told you that Jasper would not let him off just like that. He's definitely going to embarrass those two idiots thoroughly before defeating them once and for all." Jasper's bid caused Mitch's expression to further darken. He eyed Jasper, who was standing nearby, coldly. Meanwhile, Jasper seemed light-hearted and relaxed. He picked up a strawberry from the table and ate it. He did not even spare Mitch a glance. The more Jasper acted like this, the more hatred and resentment rose up within Mitch's heart. 3 million harbor dollars, Mitch said through gritted teeth. He could not back off at a moment like this. Otherwise, he would not only embarrass himself, but he would also bring shame upon the Langdons as well. 8 million harbor dollars. Jasper called for another bid almost immediately after Mitch announced his bid. "Jasper Lane?" Mitch stood up and yelled out in rage. He fixed a stony glare on Jasper. "Do you really want to have a falling out with me?" he asked in an icy voice. Jasper picked up a strawberry and popped it into his mouth. He chewed for a while before swallowing. He then picked another strawberry and passed it to Anna. "Taste this. It's quite sweet," he told her. Mitch stood motionless. It was awkward for him to either remain standing or sit down. He felt like the biggest joke in the world after being thoroughly ignored by Jasper. Everyone was laughing at him. "All right, you forced me to do this. 10 million harbor dollars. Mitch shouted out in a frenzy of rage. Looking at the seething expression on Mitch's face, Jasper chuckled. "You're a wealthy and generous man, Mr. Langdon. Why are you being so stingy over some charity work? 50 million harbor dollars. Ha!" Mitch let out an angry bark of laughter. "Country bumpkin, are you comparing your wealth to mine? My personal assets alone are worth several billion harbor dollars. Come on, I'm bidding 100 million harbor dollars, he hollered. Jasper shrugged. "You're really something else, Mr. Langdon. As expected, you must really be committed to charity, since you're willing to buy a porcelain bowl at a gargantuan price of 100 million harbor dollars. You have my admiration. I'll happily announce my defeat and back out of the bid," he said calmly. Mitch's eyes widened after hearing what he said. His face turned red-hot with rage. "Stupid F***er, were you fooling me?" he roared out angrily. Everything had already gone wild when Mitch called for a bid of 100 million harbor dollars. Although this porcelain bowl was an antique item, it was worth around 1 million harbor dollars at most. Its price had now spiked up to 100 million harbor dollars after Mitch got enraged over Jasper's taunts. An act like that could not be merely deemed irrational anymore. Mitch Langdon was out of his mind. At the same time, Kennedy Langdon, who was seated at the table of bosses upstairs, had a heavy expression on his face. He never would have expected his son to be so incapable. It would have been better if his son had just called for a bid of 10 million harbor dollars, or even more when the auction just began, just like what Jasper did before this. Instead, he was slowly lured into Jasper's trap. This kid is way too immature. Chapter 170. Zachary shook his head and laughed out loud. Utterly amused, he could not miss out on the opportunity to mock Kennedy Langdon. As expected, Kennedy's expression darkened. The other bosses chuckled happily after meeting gazes with each other. Both situations occurred during an auction and involved a battle of wealth. Nevertheless, the one who had the upper hand between Mitch and Jasper could easily be discerned. Mr. Mitch Langdon has called for a bid of 100 million harbor dollars for this blue and white porcelain bowl. Going once, going twice, going thrice, it's a deal. Congratulations to Mr. Mitch Langdon, the host announced. The host did not even dare to look at Mitch, who had a ferocious expression etched on his face. He began auctioning the next item after carrying out the follow-up processes in a hurry. The items to be auctioned grew fewer and fewer. Jasper did not call for a bid after that. With a look that could kill etched on his face, Mitch was still fuming with rage. Nonetheless, Zane Lancaster, who was seated right beside Mitch, grew nervous. He was extremely anxious. He had not called for a bid up till now. Using Mitch's incident as a reference, he knew that Jasper would not let him go once he called for a bid. However, he was in an urgent situation. If he gave up on the auction, others would mock him for being stingy. A lot of them would think that he was frightened of Jasper. He could not be put to shame by this person. Besides, he also knew that he could not embarrass his father, Bob Lancaster. As the auction gradually progressed toward the end, a landscape painting by a famous painter from Harbor City was presented in front of the audience. Zane gritted his teeth. He decided to call for a bid. 1.1 million harbor dollars. Zane, who had called for the bid, glanced at Jasper instinctively. He had already decided on a limit of 10 million harbor dollars. If Jasper called for a bid higher than that, he would get back at him by giving up on the bid. That way, he could prevent himself from losing a fortune. Thinking about this, Zane's lips curled into a smile. There were many ways to trick someone else in an auction. What could a country bumpkin from mainland know about auctions? 10 million harbor dollars. As expected, Jasper did not disappoint the audience who were eager to watch the showdown between the both of them. He immediately raised the price by nearly 10 times in front of everyone's watchful gazes. Zane took in a deep breath as the corners of his mouth twitched. The price Jasper called for had reached the maximum bidding price that he had set for himself. He was overcome with a sense of extreme discomfort. However, this was just the first round of bidding. If he gave up right now, it would be awfully embarrassing for him. Gritting his teeth, Zane's gaze flickered. 15 million harbor dollars, he announced. He intended to get back at Jasper. He would give up on the bid later no matter how much Jasper called for. Just as Zane was feeling full of himself, he realized that the entire auction hall was silent. Mr. Zane Lancaster has called for a bid of 15 million harbor dollars. Is there a higher price? The host asked cautiously. Nobody responded to him. 15 million harbor dollars going twice. Zane's hands were shaking. He pinned his gaze on Jasper as his heart raced in anxiety. Follow the bid. King, follow the bid right now. Zane wanted to rush in front of him and force him to raise his hand, making him follow the bid. He was not the only one looking at Jasper. Everyone had their attention on Jasper and awaited his response. However, Jasper did not even move. He did not even have the intention to follow the bid. Why aren't you following the bid? Zane yelled out at Jasper instinctively. How could he not follow the bid? He was waiting for him to follow the bid so that he could get back at him. Why was he not following the bid? Zane was about to lose it. Jasper glanced at Jasper like he was looking at a fool. 15 million harbor dollars for something like this? Only an idiot would buy it. Zane's face flushed bright red. He looked like he was about to suffocate. Looking at Zane's expression, Henry could not resist bursting out into laughter. Chapter 171. Ha, this is F** King hilarious. Look at this F** Ker's face. He looks like he just got kicked in the face by a donkey. Ha! When Henry Law grew bold, he did not care if Zane was Bob Lancaster or someone else's son. He simply dissed him mercilessly. After hearing what he said, everyone's expressions turned odd. They wanted to laugh, but did not dare to. It was hard to suppress their laughter, though. Zane was so infuriated that he was about to spit blood. However, he did not dare to do anything to Henry Law. He could only repress his anger and glare at both Henry and Jasper with a seething gaze. The auction, which had been nearing its end, concluded after this interlude. However, everyone felt dull for the remainder of the auction. After all, they had just watched Jasper go against Mitch and Zane in 2 epic showdowns. Everything else paled in comparison to that. After the auction ended, the host rushed down the stage while breaking out in cold sweat. He had even forgotten to greet everyone in the hall. This auction could be regarded as a traumatic memory that he would never forget for as long as he lived. He would be easily wiped out if he had made a slight mistake while striving for survival amongst these big bosses. It was too F** King scary. Just when everyone thought that the charity gala had ended, Michael Lane suddenly walked onto the stage with a wide smile on his face. His appearance caused all the wealthy men and women to quiet down. They looked at Michael curiously while wondering what he was about to do. Everybody, I'd like to take this opportunity to make an announcement. Standing on the stage, Michael grinned. He scanned the entire hall before his gaze finally landed on Jasper. Many people took note of this detail. Everyone focused their attention on Jasper. Today, I just signed a deal with Mr. Jasper Lane, who's from mainland. In line with our principle of being fair and open, I'd like to let everyone know about it in advance. The subsidiary under Gladness International Corporation, Gladness Entertainment Movies, was officially sold to Mr. Jasper Lane at a price of $1.5 billion today. From today onward, he will be the head of Gladness Entertainment Movies. I believe that under the guidance of Mr. Jasper Lane, Gladness Entertainment Movies will definitely achieve greater heights in the future. Michael continued speaking on the stage. However, everyone below the stage could no longer pay attention to what he was saying. They were all so shocked by the news that they lost the ability to form words. Gladness Entertainment Movies was a well-known film company in Harbor City. Gladness Entertainment Movies had been a constant in the industry ever since films from Harbor City began rising in popularity. The company owned the copyrights of many popular movies. Many artists were signed under the company as well. Nevertheless, Gladness Entertainment Movies, one of the most prominent companies in the film and entertainment industry, would be handed over to a mainlander today, just like that. $1.5 billion Harbor dollars. This was a fair price point that befitted the company's worth. Those who were quick-witted immediately recovered from their shock. The real deal was likely to include something worth far more than $1.5 billion Harbor dollars. However, Michael and Jasper did not say anything about it. Nobody could guess the real terms listed in the deal. Nonetheless, the change of ownership of Gladness Entertainment Movies had become a reality. How is this possible? Zane shouted in shock. Gladness Entertainment Movies has been operating well all along. There has been no news about this at all. How could it get sold off just like that? Zane's family was considered to be the most highly involved in the entertainment industry among all the top wealthy people of Harbor City. Although Bob Lancaster was in the real estate business instead of entertainment, he had the nickname of Harvester of Female Celebrities. With the net worth of his personal assets, he had close relationships with the bosses in Harbor City's entertainment industry. However, the Lancasters had not received any news regarding Michael's decision to sell off Gladness Entertainment Movies. Mitch squinted his eyes and looked at Jasper. Did he come to Harbor City for Gladness Entertainment Movies? Does he want to set foot into the entertainment industry? He asked in an icy voice. Most of the wealthy people from Harbor City had their eyes set on Jasper, who was now the center of everyone's attention. Right then, they suddenly realized that this young man from the mainland would come to occupy an important part of Harbor City in the future. After Michael got down from the stage, he walked toward Jasper while gesturing to him affectionately. There was a bright smile on his face. "Your move caught me by surprise, Mr. Lane," Jasper said. Michael chuckled. "The entertainment industry is different from other sectors. Bosses in the entertainment industry should keep a high profile. Otherwise, the artists under the company will question their bossability," he said. Jasper shrugged. "It's all right. Anyways, once the deal is made official, we'll have to announce it to the public as well. It's only a matter of time," he said. After the news regarding Jasper's acquisition of Gladness Entertainment Movies was revealed, the charity gala officially came to an end. The wealthy people gradually left the hall. However, they all had one name in their mouths: Jasper Lane. At the side door located in a more discreet area of the hall, Kennedy Langdon and Bob Lancaster looked at Zane and Mitch, who both had despondent expressions on their faces, within different gazes. "You guys have thoroughly disappointed me," Kennedy reprimanded them straight in the face. Mitch's expression dulled. He gritted his teeth in anger. "That mainlander is freaking despicable," he exclaimed. "Despicable? Anyone capable of doing big things is despicable. If you can't get on your opponent's level, you'll just be trampled by them," Kennedy said icily. Beside him, Zane had his head lowered. He did not dare to utter a single word. Bob Lancaster took a long glance at his son. "You guys are no match for him," he said. Refusing to accept his defeat, Mitch argued. "This is just one failure. I'll eventually find the opportunity to crush him once and for all." "That's enough," Kennedy chastised him impatiently. "There are more important businesses coming up soon. They cannot be delayed any longer. Both of you should head back first. In the meantime, don't do anything foolish." After that, Kennedy and Bob walked out of the hotel and entered a Rolls-Royce which was parked beside the building. They were in a hurry and were guided by their bodyguards. A middle-aged man clad in a business suit was seated inside the car. He gave off an air of superiority. The middle-aged man had a burly physique, blonde hair, and blue eyes. He must be from the West. He was slowly swirling a glass of wine in his hands when the both of them got in the car. After closing the door of the car, the man looked at the red wine sliding down the curve inside of the glass. He chuckled. "Mr. Langdon, Mr. Lancaster, it seems like your sons are still pretty naive," he remarked. The fact that their sons were incapable was a private matter. They could teach and scold them themselves. However, it was different when it came from someone else's mouth. Therefore, Kennedy Langdon did not seem to be in a good mood either. "Mr. Rogers, let's talk about our plan," he said in a blunt voice. "According to what we previously discussed, Quantum Fund has already convinced a group of Wall Street capitalists. They're all extremely interested in this plan. All you need to do is to cooperate with us from within Harbor City," Rogers stated matter-of-factly. "The United States internet economy bubble is about to be disrupted. Once the disruption occurs, we will start immediately. It'll soon become a festival where we celebrate getting our hands on trillions of capital." Chapter 172. "You can rest assured about all your affairs in Harbor City, Mr. Rogers. We're always monitoring the major wealthy families of Harbor City. There has been nothing out of the ordinary in terms of their performance. However, a mainlander named Jasper Lane has joined the laws lately." Detecting the hesitation in Kennedy's speech, Rogers frowned. He put down his glass of wine and said, "Tell me your worries, Langdon. This plan is of an extremely large scale. Factors beyond our control should not exist at all." Kennedy then began to explain. "Not long ago, Bob and I discovered that the laws have hidden a large sum of funds. We have no idea where the funds have gone up till now. It seems to have happened around the same time as Jasper Lane's arrival." Bob added, "However, the laws have always been doing business in the real estate industry. Other than the financial crisis 3 years ago, they rarely involve themselves in the capital sector. Therefore, we're still in the midst of investigating. We're not sure what the laws intend to do. I know the laws from Harbor City. They rarely do business involving capital. You guys should continue to monitor their activity, but don't do anything rash. After all, they're still the top wealthy family in Harbor City. They must be on alert at all times," Rogers said calmly. "As for Jasper Lane, what's his background?" Kennedy replied, "He's from mainland and has been pretty close to the laws lately. The stock market is his forte. He's the one who made your sons suffer, right?" Rogers asked in amusement. There was a playful glint in his gaze. Kennedy and Bob's expressions darkened almost immediately. Young man, the higher you soar, the harder you'll fall. Countless young talents emerge on Wall Street every year, but eventually, elders like us are the ones who have the final say. After the charity gala ended, Jasper left the hotel with Anna and Henry. Before they left, Jasper met Queenie Shaw and Zoelle Griffin once again. Only this time, everything was different. Mr. Lane, Queenie greeted Jasper courteously. At the same time, a surge of complicated emotions surged through their hearts. This world changed way too quickly. A few hours ago, they had just met for the very first time. However, the man in front of them was now their boss. Queenie's eyes glowed as she recalled Jasper's glory in tonight's charity gala. However, once she took a glance at Anna Law, who was standing beside Jasper, she immediately extinguished all her thoughts of him. One had to know their own place. Queenie personally thought that her looks outshone a lot of other celebrities from the entertainment industry of Harbor City. However, in front of Anna Law, she should not humiliate herself by comparing the both of them. "Hello," Jasper greeted. He did not act haughty in front of them. In his opinion, these celebrities were people who worked and earned money on his behalf. They were the ones generating wealth for him. Therefore, there was no need to act all high and mighty in front of them. It would be meaningless that way. Right then, the Law's car arrived. "I'll head back first. After a while, I may go to the company. Let's have a chat then if the opportunity arises," Jasper said politely. After that, he left together with the Law siblings. Watching Jasper leave after getting into the Rolls-Royce, Queenie pursed her lips. "He's very different from the other wealthy people," Zoelle suddenly said. Queenie nodded. "Yeah. How often do the other wealthy people treat female celebrities like us as decent human beings?" The both of them sighed. The future held endless possibilities, but they had their own difficulties that outsiders did not know of. The Law's study. Jasper and Zachary were both seated in the study. "I previously had a discussion with Michael. It'll be all right as long as we settle the transaction payment before you leave Harbor City," Zachary said. Jasper nodded. "That would be the best. After all, the $1.5 billion Harbor dollars can be withdrawn at any time, but it'll affect the follow-up plan," he replied. Chapter 173. You need help. The Law family has ample wealth. Jasper raised the teacup and took a sip. He smiled. "I don't think that's necessary. Has the Law family prepared the funds?" Zachary's expression grew stern. "Give me something to go with here. How much do I need exactly?" "It's hard to tell for now." Jasper thought back to the United States stock market that he had been following the past few days and frowned. The United States stock market is wrecking up a weird storm. I've noticed that someone's already trying to control the market over there, and they're covering quite a large area of stocks as well. It's a gamble of at least trillions of dollars over there. Trillions. Zachary found it hard to believe despite having seen his fair share of money. Using trillions as a base unit. Only the country's GDP had that power. Only the country's GDP was worth enough to be measured by trillions. That showed how exaggerated and terrifying the amount was. But that's the United States stock market. As the world's economic center, there's nothing any single entity or force can do to stop it once the strangling begins. So all we'll do now is focus on Harbor stocks. Jasper thought about it for a moment before he replied. As for funds, the exact amount we'll need will depend on how big a wave is made once the bubble pops over in the United States. With how things look now, the Law family might need this much. Jasper raised 3 fingers. 30 billion? Zachary frowned. Yeah, 30 billion. You might only need to take out 10 billion in the beginning, but I'd say it's safer to have 30 billion ready to mobilize at any time just in case, Jasper replied. Zachary's expression was solemn as he fell into deep thought. A moment later, he replied, "All right, I promise you, money-wise, it won't be a problem." Seeing how Zachary was agreeing so easily, Jasper had a better understanding of how deep the roots of Harbor City's rich families went. It was 30 billion, yet Zachary's reaction told him that 30 billion was not his limit. "How much can Michael gather?" Jasper asked. Zachary replied, "Michael's wealth is more fixed than fluid, or he wouldn't need to sell Gladness Entertainment movies." From what I can tell, I think he's got around 5 billion. Jasper gave it some thought. I probably won't be able to gather more than 5 billion either. Thank goodness that Jasper had earned quite a bit from Harbor stocks these few days, especially from Cadence Company's stocks. The moment Jasper sold his stocks, he would make at least twice or thrice the profit. In addition to the funds that he could transfer from mainland, 5 billion was an easy amount to gather. By then, he would probably find himself with around 40 billion worth of funds. That was enough for this battle. Now we wait. Jasper smiled. Zachary opened the windows in the study, allowing the chilly midnight Harbor City wind to rush into the study. The warm temperature indoors immediately dropped, causing him to shiver. It would be a waste of your time on Earth not to achieve great things, Jasper. I see that Uncle Law is open-minded. Jasper stood next to Zachary and smiled, looking at Harbor City's dazzling night view. I'm not the open-minded one here. This is the aura I get from you. Zachary turned to clap Jasper's shoulder. The Law family may be helping you now, but I can't help thinking that it'll be you helping the Law family in the end. Jasper took a sip of the hot tea. The burning liquid entered his mouth and scalded its way down his throat like a sip of strong alcohol. Only then did he part his lips to reply. Since we're allies, we become one whole entity. Chapter 174. The following morning, all of Harbor City's gossip magazines released breaking news, as if an explosion had occurred. Mysterious mainland youth crushes son of plutocrat at charity dinner in front of all Harbor City's magnates. Mysterious mainland youth throws 300 million, gains favor of Law family's princess. Gladness Entertainment Movies' new owner. Mysterious mainland youth buys Harbor City's fourth largest film company with striking 1.5 billion. All the gossip magazines shared the same protagonist, and that was the mysterious mainland youth. Paparazzi had managed to take a picture of Jasper's side profile. The image was one of Jasper linking hands with Anna, and the two had smiles on their faces as they talked and walked on the red carpet. This mysterious youth from mainland was rich, handsome, and full of charisma. Jasper's name had instantly swept all over Harbor City. Some people even began to wonder when Jasper and Anna's wedding would be held. Meanwhile, people in the business world were more interested in news about Gladness Entertainment Movies now that Jasper had bought it. 1.5 billion. That was hardly a small sum. What was once Harbor City's fourth largest film company had just changed its boss, one from the mainland too, no less. It was on a path to a fresh start. Quite a few people began to bemoan Jasper's identity as a mainlander on social media, only for the Law family to quietly get rid of such comments. With the Law family's current position in society, one word from them was all it would take to rid such negative comments from the internet. From that, people in the business world came to understand that the relationship between Jasper and the Law family ran deep. Countless people began to speculate about Jasper's identity, wondering if he was from a rich family back in the mainland. Meanwhile, the outside world was in an uproar about all sorts of news. As such, Jasper shut himself within the confines of his hotel. He was watching the activity on the United States stock market. Due to the difference in time zones, Jasper had burned the midnight oil twice in a row. How about you go take a nap? You'll get sick staring at this all day. Anna turned to tell Jasper, who looked exhausted. Anna wet a towel with hot water as she spoke and passed it to Jasper. Henry's jaw fell to the floor beside them. This was his first time seeing Annie serve anyone. Jasper took the hot towel and wiped his face, looking more alive now. He shook his head. Their movements are only getting bigger over at the United States stock market. I can't afford to take a break at all right now. Henry leaned over to take a look at Jasper's screen and asked strangely, "Aren't the stocks for the internet rising? Holy crap, look at that jump. Wow. God will drive men crazy before he bestows death." The same goes for the stock market. Prices skyrocketing for no reason and without warning is a common tactic for gaining capital. They'll raise stock prices to attract buyers, only to resell all their stocks when the time is right before they finally go short. That way, once these falsely high-priced stocks no longer have the capital to sustain them, they'll have no other option but to plummet. Anna was not completely unknowledgeable like Henry. She had a vague understanding of the financial market, so she added, "That's right. That's the logic behind it. Jasper nodded in approval. The entire internet economy is essentially a castle in the sky right now. It may look stunning, but its roots have already completely eroded. All it takes is one opportunity, and the entire structure will fall apart in an instant. Chapter 175. Doesn't that mean the people who are starting to invest in the internet now are screwed? Henry asked. Jasper thought about how the dot-com bubble had popped in his past life, and how multiple people in Harbor City had gone bankrupt overnight, turning to suicide through jumping off buildings. Some people even said that the ground in front of every high-rise in Harbor City was filled with blood afterward. Others said that while the police dealt with a case of suicide by jumping, someone else would jump from the building before the body below could even be moved away. It had been a heart-shuddering sight. I suppose they dug their own graves, Jasper replied plainly. The United States currently leads the Western capital since their economy is overheated and their loan interests are low. It urges investors to put money into the stock market, so there's a large number of fluid funds there. Business financial statements end up looking great too, especially the internet industry. There's a guarantee of 2 to 5 times the return once it enters the stock market, so it puts analysts, investors, entrepreneurs, venture capitals, and the bank into a frenzy. A message popped up on the computer as Jasper spoke. It was KK, a message from Jack. Having worked in Weirsoft's internal management for years, it was no surprise that Jack could get wind of Weirsoft's news before the rest of the world. From what Jasper remembered of his past life, 2 iconic incidents signified the popping of the dot-com bubble. The first being Weirsoft, the world's biggest internet company, losing its antitrust lawsuit and facing the dilemma of having to close down. Although Mr. Granger had resigned and the new CEO, Thomas, overturned the verdict in the Court of Appeal, but that was something that would happen later. Right now, the current news was indeed greatly affecting the internet stock market in the entire world. This was a fuse report that would directly trigger the explosion of the dot-com bubble. Barron's then published an article with figures from an investigation done on more than 200 listed internet companies. It was a report that directly dried up the cash flow of internet companies, resulting in company executives going mad and cashing out their stocks. With multiple actions taking effect, many internet companies began their path toward bankruptcy and reorganization. With these memories of the future, Jasper had told Jack to keep an eye out for Weirsoft's antitrust lawsuit through the contacts he still had in Weirsoft. Tapping on the notification window, Jasper fell silent as he read Jack's message. The trial has come to an end in the United States, and the High Court ruled that Weirsoft has lost the case. The verdict was passed a few minutes ago, and it's about to go public soon. Weirsoft is being forced to split up. The 3 exclamation marks represented the surge of emotions Jack was currently going through. As the world's largest internet company and a company with the highest net worth in the world, Weirsoft splitting up would undoubtedly immensely affect stock markets worldwide. It did not matter that Jasper knew Weirsoft would evade the fate of being split up as the rest of the world right now did not. Even Anna and Henry gasped in shock at the news. Weirsoft is being split up? Oh my God! Jasper glanced at the time. It should be 8 a.m. over in the United States right now. According to history, the first article directly popping the dot-com bubble worldwide would be published this afternoon. It would be followed by investors being frightened by both major news flashes. Managers and retail investors would proceed to pull their stocks out maddeningly, and the stock prices would plummet. Such was fate, and no one would be able to save it anymore. Jasper suddenly shot up and spoke firmly. I need a team of the best stock traders and an absolutely quiet environment. Right now. Henry's scalp tingled as he felt the premonition of being in a toppling building. It was as if there was an invisible tsunami coming right at him. At that moment, not even the richest trust fund babies dared to fool around anymore. For once, Henry's expression turned solemn, and he pulled out his phone. I'll inform Dad right away. Chapter 176. Zachary was in a meeting with senior executives of the group when he received Henry's call. He raised a hand to halt the man speaking and picked up the phone. It's starting, Dad. Jasper's plan is starting. Our stock traders need to get in position now. Henry spoke agitatedly. Zachary, a man who rarely lost his composure, felt his emotions go haywire at his son's words. I've already contacted the professional team. Bring Jasper back immediately. There's no safer or more quiet place in Harbor City than our home. The people and equipment will be waiting for him there. With that, Zachary ended the meeting and rushed off, leaving behind the senior executives in the room to scratch their heads and share looks of confusion. On the way back, Zachary lined the people up while he texted Michael the details. Since they had already decided to involve Michael in this, there was no way they would neglect him when things were happening. Zachary was efficient. Everyone he had prepared was mostly in place by the time Jasper, Henry, and Anna had returned to Law Manor. The manager leading the team was Zach, someone Jasper had met once before. "Hello, Mr. Lane. I'll be the manager leading this team of stock traders. We'll do our best to follow your instructions." Zach immediately walked over to speak when he saw Jasper. This manager, who had a quick mind, worked cleanly, and acted instead of speaking, had left a good impression on Jasper. "We've already worked together before, so it's just the same thing as then. Execute my instructions as fast and as efficiently as possible. Leave everything else to me," Jasper stated as he shook Zach's hand. Zach replied solemnly, "Don't worry, Mr. Lane. These 15 stock traders here are an old team of mine. Their skills are guaranteed, and we've already signed an NDA of the highest order." Jasper nodded. He was not surprised, for this was what he and Zachary had already discussed. As the stock traders would be following Jasper's orders directly, it could be said that they were Jasper's left and right-hand men in this business war. What was most important was not high efficiency, but rather absolute trust. Before these traders entered the room, the Law family's bodyguards had taken all their phones and checked them for any form of communication devices. Moreover, they were not allowed to take a step out of Law Manor before their mission was complete. The Law family would be in charge of everything they did, be it an intake or the letting out of food. Bodyguards were tasked to follow them even when they took bathroom breaks. Naturally, their pay would also be a generous one. They earned, in one day, what ordinary people could only earn in 3 months. Zachary had especially cleared a large living room for this battle. When Jasper and Zach walked over, there were already 15 stock traders sitting in front of newly installed equipment, ready to begin. Glancing at the large LED display on the wall, Jasper gave his first order for the war. "Open up Harbor City stock market. I want the internet sector strictly monitored from now on, and any change of stock prices exceeding 3% reported. Open a short position at the bottom. Zach, equally split and transfer the prepared 15 billion worth of funds to each of the traders' accounts. Then let me authorize it after you're done." Zachary and Michael's promise funds had already arrived earlier today, and the funds that Jasper transferred from his account in mainland had also smoothly arrived with John's help. At that moment, Jasper currently had a whopping 40 billion in his hands. 30 billion was from the Law family, while he and Michael both contributed 5 billion. This 40 billion would prove to be Jasper's weapon to move all of Harbor City's finances at his will. Zach's team was very efficient, and it was less than a minute after Jasper's order that Zach reported the completion of tasks. After entering the password authorization to the master computer with the highest authority, 15 billion funds were then split up and entered into each of the 15 traders' accounts. Zach's heart raced as he saw the large balance before him. Chapter 177. Up until that moment, Zach had no idea what the Law family and Jasper wanted him and his team to do. However, the shocking sight of 40 billion in cash signified that a storm had begun to brew over Harbor stocks. He did not dare ask nor think into it, throwing away all thoughts that he should not have. He waited in focus for Jasper's next order. Just then, the doors opened to reveal Zachary and Michael walking in with solemn expressions on their faces. "How's it going, Jasper?" Zachary asked. Jasper relayed the information he had gotten from Jack. "Worse off is splitting up?" Zachary asked in disbelief. Michael was more sensitive, for he had switched to working in the finance industry after all. "It's going to affect a lot of people." Jasper nodded. "From my understanding of Worsoft, there's no way they'll be so willing to split just because they're forced to. However, once the news gets out, then it will come with drastic effects." "Will this be what induces the popping of the bubble?" Michael asked. Jasper shook his head. "It's one of them, but unless I have it wrong, another reason will appear very soon. I don't know what it'll be, but it'll definitely appear today. By then, the future will be set. The fuse leading to the First World War was the Sarajevo assassination incident. There were too many contradictions, and conflicting forces were still keeping up the delicate balance. Yet one falling leaf was all it would take for this balance to topple and crash. Worse off, losing their lawsuit was the first leaf, and the balance had already been toppled. It was still a slow process, but the next leaf would undoubtedly trigger the figurative avalanche. Mr. Lane, there's a shift in Ardentech stock prices. It just dropped by 4%. Zach's voice suddenly cut through Jasper and the other two's conversation. The three turned to look at the screen, and before their eyes were Ardentech stock prices on the large LED display, dropping a heavy 4% as if being axed. At that moment, Harbor City's investors had yet to realize the impending storm. Many merely assumed that it was a conspiracy within the stocks. However, people with sharper senses began to realize that something was different this time. Keep watching and monitoring, Jasper ordered without turning back. The first change brought the second and the third changes. Sunny Internet stock prices dropped by 3.5%. Carefree Net stock prices dropped by 3.6%. The entire Internet sector had an overall drop of 3%. Its Hansel Index keeps dropping. It's currently at 17,970 points. Updates after updates were reported. The atmosphere within the large living room slowly turned nervous and heavy. Michael and Zachary looked at Jasper, waiting for him to react. Jasper did not say anything. A quick moment later, Michael asked, "The stock prices are already dropping, Mr. Lane. Won't we start investing?" "Not yet." Jasper shook his head and replied, "It's not the time to start investing yet. There's no way the idle funds and organizations dealing these internet stocks will go down without a fight." Michael frowned. "But Mr. Lane, if the future is already set, it'll be too late when we do start investing." "You're welcome to take your funds out if you don't trust my judgment, Mr. Lane," Jasper replied calmly. Michael frowned and spoke distastefully. "So you're going to be so stubborn?" Chapter 178. Michael was enraged when Jasper talked back at him. After all, Michael was still his elder, especially in terms of working in the business world. His Gladness International was a large corporation. Everyone respected him in front and behind his back. Yet Jasper's words had cornered him and made it difficult for him to accept. "We've already agreed, Mr. Lane. I need to have absolute authority," Jasper stated. Michael replied roughly, "All I did was make a suggestion. You're the one who's acting like a tyrant who won't listen to others' opinions. I didn't say that I won't, but I'm trying to think and make a decision here. Your self-righteous suggestion will only divert my attention." Jasper's expression hardened at Michael's accusation. "We're a team now. If we win, we split the winnings, and if we lose, we all shoulder the blame. If you've already decided to give me the full authority, then I'll greatly appreciate it if you remain a silent bystander most of the time, Mr. Lane." Michael pointed at the market and laughed. "The market is dropping right now. If you're not going to start investing, then what if we miss the opportunity? Let's all take a minute." Zachary spoke in understanding and turned to Jasper with a light-hearted expression. "Mr. Lane might be a little confused here, Jasper. How about you explain it to him?" "The dealer." Jasper pointed at the market and raised his voice. "There's no way internet companies will just stand there and watch as their own stock prices begin to drop. Not when a dealer is controlling the stocks in every company. No way. So you're telling me that no one has seen the horrible drop in the entire sector?" Michael scoffed. "Of course, they have," Jasper replied without hesitation, "but most of their funds are in the stock market. If they want to pull out, they need to raise the prices first. Not to mention that the status of senior executives and bosses depends on the price of their stocks. They will definitely make a move." Just as Jasper finished speaking, Zach's voice suddenly rang out. "The overall price of the entire internet sector has just jumped back up. All stock prices that dropped just now are rising at different rates again. The market is picking up again. Businesses have begun to oscillate and recover." Michael's head snapped up as he stared at the electronic screen. Each green line that showed a decrease had turned red and started to rise. Michael felt like there was a hand suffocating him, and he could not speak. The turn of events had given him a whiplash. Nothing to say this time," Huh, Mike? Zachary chuckled. With Zachary smoothing over the situation, Michael then apologized to Jasper. He had an embarrassed expression on his face, but he was a man who knew when to leave things and move on. My apologies. Mr. Lane, I've spoken out of turn. I did give you the authority when it comes to the stock market, so I shouldn't have suspected your decision. Jasper's expression warmed as he replied gently, like I said, Mr. Lane. We're a team. You know, too, that we already have 40 billion funds at hand, but we're in for a financial war involving hundreds of billions in the future. So I have to ensure my authority to command. My apologies if I offended you just now, Mr. Lane. Jasper had already spoken so understandingly and humbly that Michael was at a loss for words. All right, I promise to watch my words, Michael replied in admiration. Jasper smiled and saw Zachary, who stood behind Michael, giving him a big thumbs up. Jasper turned to instruct Zach's team. Prepare to open a position. The clickety-clack of fingers on keyboards brought the living room into a frenzy, and the 15 professional stock traders immediately opened a position. All it would take was an order from Jasper to buy any stocks, and they would immediately enter Harbor Stocks with a large number of funds. Chapter 179. At that moment, fierce competition began among the people who were watching the rise and fall of the internet sector in Harbor Stocks. A large number of funds were entering the market every second. Bearish people wanted to knock down the stock prices, bringing down with them all of Harbor Stocks and its Hansel Index. Meanwhile, bullish people continued to defend their territory and refused to let the prices drop so easily. A war without the use of gunpowder continued to spread. At that moment, in a quiet villa within Harbor City, the clicking of keyboards continued to sound out. Kennedy stared at the display screen solemnly and kept firing orders. A short distance away, Rogers sat idly as he sipped red wine. We've accumulated enough bargaining chips, Mr. Rogers. Kennedy turned to tell Rogers. Rogers put the glass of red wine down and looked at the screen, a playful smile tugging at the corners of his lips as he spoke. News of Worsoft in the United States should have arrived at Harbor City by now, yes? Kennedy replied. People more well-informed should already know by now. Quite the amount of funds have begun to enter the market. Good. Rogers rolled his shoulders and walked over to the door. I'll tell the people at Wall Street to start moving. There'll be an exciting battle there in no time, and I'm sure Harbor Stocks will immediately make their move as well. Solo, that old man, didn't manage to defeat Harbor City's economy 3 years ago. But this time, I'm going to make sure Harbor City's economy loses the past 5 years of their development. Bob spat at him sullenly as he watched Rogers leave to contact his quantum fund group. These white people from the United States are just coming here to dig up the graves of Harbor City's ancestors. And here we are, handing them the shovels. Kennedy glanced at Bob plainly and spoke. Ancestors don't exist in the capital market. But if you mind, you're free to leave. Bob smiled embarrassedly. I don't care if they live or die. The more they lose, the happier I become. After all, that's how we profit. 5 minutes later, Barron's, the dominating financial magazine, had published an emergency report in the United States. Its contents were no different from Jasper's memory of his past life. They had investigated more than 200 internet companies and realized that the senior executives there had all begun to cash out. The company's performances began to fall, and a lot of them on the market were facing dilemmas of bankruptcy and restructuring. With that report published, the public opinion around Wall Street that had been shrouded in the gloomy clouds of Worsoft losing the antitrust lawsuit immediately exploded. The capital senses were the most sensitive, and they had immediately affected the stock market. All 3 of the United States indexes, the Dow Jones, the S&P 500, and the Nasdaq Composite, plummeted drastically. Without warning, the dot-com bubble crashed worldwide. In a flash, trillions of funds turned into maddening strangles in the United States stock market, and enormous amounts of funds disappeared into thin air in mere seconds. Countless people were immediately faced with bankruptcy. The tragedy hit like a tsunami, and it swallowed the entire world whole. Harbor Stock's Hansel Index was immediately affected, and countless investors immediately tried to retreat. Every investor began to sell their stocks at maddening speed in fear of being affected. However, they were too late. Quick! What's the trading volume of the internet sector? It's 3 times larger than it was 3 minutes ago. It's continuing to grow. The Hansel Index just dropped by 200 points. The stock market crashed. Zach's frantic and exceptionally excited voice was quickly followed by Jasper's new instructions. Open a position. Open a position. The Hansel Index, it's dropping. Open a position now. Chapter 180. In the futures market, one could decide whether they wanted to buy or to sell. In other words, to take a bullish or a bearish stand. It was a simple idea. Taking the bullish stand meant that you believed the stock index would increase. So when it did, you earned profits. Taking the bearish stand meant that you believed the index would drop. So when it did, you earned profits. All in all, it was a gamble of whether the stock indexes would drop or rise. Jasper believed that the Hansel Index would drop, so he chose to take a bearish stand. When in truth, the falling of the Hansel Index was a trend that not even God could change. The figurative tsunami had appeared at sea level, and the only thing anyone could do now was run as high up as possible, since stopping the tsunami was impossible. With both worse off losing the antitrust lawsuit and Barron's article, sorrow filled Harbor City's stock market. The entire market was starting to crash, and retail investors were trying to escape. Everyone was selling their own stocks, but where would they find an investor who would take over the market at such a time? For stocks to be sold out, it first required someone to buy them, or the transaction could not be completed. Without anyone purchasing, the falling of prices was the only outcome. Harbor stocks right now, and stock markets all over the world were facing the same situation. Countless shares were dropping drastically and therefore lowered the overall stock indexes. Almost every stock price was dropping. Countless people were hugging their heads in disbelief at the current situation of Harbor Stock's trading market. Wails, sobs, screams, and shouts filled the city. The scene was one of absolute chaos. At the same time, media companies were trying to report the latest news of the stock market as quickly as they could. Now the entire world knew that the dot-com bubble had popped. Such a situation only promoted more fear. Harbor City's government quickly set up an emergency press conference stating that they would do everything in their ability to guarantee the safety of investors' funds while providing a series of favorable measures for internet companies. Harbor City's government was trying to use politics to reignite the stock market to ensure that the city's economy could continue to develop. Yet with the major trend of panic spreading through the entire market, the government of Harbor City's press conference produced no effects. Stock prices continued to drop. The drop in the stock index was beyond what anyone had ever seen. Like a nightmare, it reminded Harbor City's investors of the horrific memories from the financial tsunami 3 years ago. Every single citizen had to pay for the economic fallout of one single district. The most straightforward and simple result was that the market price of companies would drop too low, thus leading to their cash flow breaking up, and lastly the company closing down. The first thing that happened was the axing of employees. Having lost their jobs, employees no longer had any economic income, and their entire family's financial stability would be put at risk. Too many people would lose their jobs, and the worst, as well as the most direct result, would be social chaos. Similar tragic consequences had happened overseas before. Citizens were terrified. In less than half a trading day, the Hansel Index had continued to drop. By the time the market closed for the day, the Hansel Index had dropped to 14,979 points. At that moment, everyone knew Harbor Stocks was screwed. Those who took the bullish stand had lost everything in this war, down to their defenses. All they could do was watch as those who took the bearish stand celebrated joyfully. They were tasting the fruits of their victory. In law manner, Jasper let out a long exhale the moment the stock market closed. "Report," Jasper ordered. Zach was flushed with excitement. He had never felt so ecstatic in the more than 10 years since he started working in this industry.